What's going on, family? It's party time. It's party time. Salute, Tiff. Yeah, I'm finally going live before. Oh Lord, what we got going on back here? Before True take the programming tonight, and we got some things to discuss. Give me a quick second, y'all. Give me one quick second. All right. So this is what we got on the agenda for tonight, people. Fool's Gold. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me, so we can get it going. Anybody, Tiff, MacDuff, anybody, put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. If you don't mind, please. Bet. Thank you, Sturdy. Thank you, Sturdy. Look. So what I got for the topic today, Fool's Gold. The first person up is True. Are those Celtics who they say they are they really what we say they are? They just had an injury with Robert Williams. That's big. And True talk, I think True last night said they're talking about coming back maybe in the Eastern Conference. My good brother, I don't know if you're gonna make it to the Eastern Conference Finals with him out. But True and Celtic fans alike are found every little which way to suggest that this team is going to be a juggernaut in the East. I'm saying it right now. Without Robin Woods, what's his name? Woods, whatever his last name is. Fool's Gold. I don't believe in him, and you shouldn't either. So let me get on here and talk about this channel real quick before we get into the crux of everything. Look, welcome to the draft board, where we're gonna have live discussion about everything. Nah, Sturdy, you crazy. So look, we're gonna have live discussions, debates, whatever you want to call it. Hopefully, we won't have screaming matches. I don't want to do screaming matches all the time. Y'all know how I get. I'm passionate, and I don't want to scream every time I get on. But if you can read the banner, no cap allowed. That's a caution tale. Please don't come here capping. But we already know we got the 2K simulations. Be on the lookout. Probably in the second or third week of the next month. It's Ramadan for me, so we'll see how they go. We're gonna have the draft for the all-time team. So please keep your notifications for that. All right. We had that back on U3. Shout out to U3. Also shout out to True to King TV, man. Two channels that allow me on their platforms to give my opinion, to give my voice, even though probably not want it. So, but stay on the lookout for that. I'm gonna see which day we're gonna do it. I know some people work during the weekdays, so it's hard to get out at night. But Saturday, people like to enjoy their Saturday, so they don't want to be stuck at a computer trying to draft a NBA 2K team. But we're gonna take a vote on it or something. We're gonna try to get that situated. We're gonna do the NFL 2K simulation probably closer towards football season. Honestly, we don't want to be in the middle of July, June, trying to do football. We're gonna wait, see what else happened, who else moved to which teams. Sunday draft. That's a good option. 30. I mean, I know some people still work on Sunday as well, but you know, like I said, we're gonna just. That's most likely where I go. 30 Sunday. Most likely. So look, if y'all can see Cash App, the Draft Board Podcast. Not pressuring y'all to Cash App anything. This is a place of freedom. I don't care about your money, even though if you want to give it, I ain't mad. But I'm here for the people. And so I want to give y'all a good time. And look, I'm still working on my intros. I'm still working on some artwork and some stuff like that. Nah, Cap ain't allowed. Free, free young boy. I'm still ain't got my camera set up, and so CC, you fired. Man, my tech person, she's supposed to come over here and get me situated, but and we just had lunch the other day, so I don't see why we couldn't get it done. But it's all good. See, we'll get it done. But look, for the agenda tonight, look, true Celtics, you you in the lineup. Is the Eastern Conference the big dog of the NBA now? Raph, I ain't supposed no cap last day. You know how True is, man. But you know we got love for True. Hopefully he'll come in tonight so he can defend himself. And I'm gonna drop the link sooner or later. But we want to give a quick template. Is the Eastern Conference the big dog of the East now? Because it seems quite funny to me that suddenly LeBron James go over to the West, and all of a sudden the East is the juggernaut. All of a sudden we're supposed to take some of these teams seriously now. I call cap. I call double cap. The Western Conference is still the conference that you need to keep your eye on. The Phoenix Suns, Hitman X, they real. And I know True, you don't like Chris Paul. You don't like Kyrie Irving either. Regardless, these are teams you have to deal with. Now, speaking on the Nets, now Sturdy, I know you like to drop the numbers and whatnot on the Nets. You got me Sturdy on that one. Look, I didn't come prepared with the numbers tonight. I'm strictly going off the Rufus Elder eye test. You see, I got the glasses on. I got to see it. I see the Nets being a problem healthy. Make that caveat. Healthy. If they're not healthy, obviously all bets are off the table. But you cannot tell me whatever metric you come up with, whatever numbers you want to put up in the calculating machine, that a Kevin Durant-led team, Kyrie Irving, and possibly Ben Simmons, that's a whole nother thing, man. But look, excluding Ben Simmons, Kyrie and Kevin show you what they can do when they come to the party ready. We seen them blow out the 76ers. I'm thinking about cutting my beard off with James Harden making me look bad. I can't rock a beard no more with James Harden out here going 2 for 14. Tiff, I ain't say they were winning now. I said you got to take them more seriously. Is this casualness about the Nets, about hey, they only play this. When have we seen the numbers say this and that? I don't care about the numbers. I see the talent. And for all the b-ballers who played before, they know when they see the talent on the floor, the dynamics of the game change. Right? And if the game is close in the fourth quarter, Kyrie and Kevin Durant, that's money. Cut it off, bro. Tiffany. Look, don't start that tonight, okay? We ain't got to that part of the program yet, okay? All right, because we can go in now. But look, don't distract me, Tiff. Now that you remind me, the 76ers got some problems beyond just James Harden, even though I think he's the number one culprit right now because, look, he's lost a step, and there's no doubt about it. And so anybody that suggests anything about it, suggests otherwise, will be lying to themselves. He's still crafty with his moves to the basket. Look, he has a strong upper body. We know what James Harden can do. But in the clutch time, dribble, shoot. Ain't gonna work. RP to Kobe, but that was his motto. 20 legs. Down the lane. 2 people open. Shoot it anyway over everybody. And you see what his percentage is. Still a great, all-time great. But Kobe had some bad shots. And James Harden, He don't go all the way to the goal, dribble to the legs, to the rim all the time. It's dribble, 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 step back, step back, step back. 27 missed threes later, you sitting at home while the Golden State Warriors are going to the Western Conference Finals. James got to clean that up. And the only way he can clean that up is he's got to win. Now, I know I had a passionate debate about Jerry West and James Harden with Lamont. And that's not, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on James. Look, but he has to change his game. You have a dominant big now, inside out. Shaq would say barbecue chicken. Joel Embiid on the low block is barbecue chicken for everybody. There's nobody stopping him. So this ISO basketball that James like to do needs to stop. Are they fools gold? Now, we already talked about them Celtics. Look, Tatum and Brown are two of the leads in weak wings in the game. If they can defend at a high level and continue to score at the same time, Boston can be dangerous with the center in the lineup. Without him, they're going to struggle. And I don't want to hear True say, hey, yo, Brad. Hey, yo, True. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. That's double cap. I don't want to hear it no more, True. I think we still need to give Hitman X a little bit more respect about his Phoenix Suns. That's real gold. And so I had the liberty of looking up what's fool's gold so we can have a Tiff. I'm not even gonna talk about the Bulls. SB, look, they're not even germane to this conversation. But I'm gonna drop the link pretty soon. Let everybody give their opinions on it. Let the cap begin. Hopefully, not too much cap. But I also want to touch on that Will Smith a little bit tonight. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit. I'm conflicted about Big Willie. Pause. I'm conflicted about the Fresh Prince. Because y'all know I like to put my cape on for the black woman. Guilty as charged. But there's something about that that's deeper than just Jada in that scenario that with Will smacking Chris Rock. If it's real. Some people say it's staged. Could be fool's gold. Is it a plot of a bigger plan? Chris going on tour? Does Will and Jada got some things? Is Round Table, are their numbers faltering? Do they need something to get the people back energized to watching? The Oscars, I ain't watched the Oscars in years. It was only after the slap heard around the world that I had to tune in. I know, Tiffany, I know you on the stage front. I don't know what to believe. I'm conflicted about Big Willie. Pause. Because that's not like Will. You know, he's usually the positive guy. He's usually looking at the deepest meaning in life lessons, teachable moments. So that was a little bizarre for me, a little bizarre for Will to see that behavior on live TV. Is there a deeper meaning behind this? Is there more to it? What does it say about the Oscars? What does it say about black people? I heard a thing saying that the Oscars so black now. That's interesting. So when some ignorance happens at the Oscars, now it's so black. We need to change that narrative. Because I've seen plenty of white actresses fight each other. But we'll leave that we'll table that for a later discussion later on tonight if we can get to it. But we want to talk about these fool's goals of the NBA. Me personally, I'm putting the Celtics as fool's goal with obviously with the injury. I'm putting the 76ers as fool's goal because until I see James Harden prove otherwise, why we keep going back to that well? But I'm a big believer in Hitman's Phoenix Suns. Is Devin Booker the MVP? Should he be? I heard Citizen Lou and them making the case for it. And he has a case. He's not going to win it, but he has a case. So look, I'm not going to hold on this too long. You know, we're going to get this in the stream, y'all here, man. We're going to get this going because I want to hear everybody's opinions about it. And also I want you to give your opinions about the Eastern Conference. Is it truly the conference to beat now? And if so, for how long? Is it just this year? Is it for the foreseeable future? I need to know. Because I'm leaving my hot takes in right now because I want to see the cap that's gonna happen tonight. So y'all can hit that hit the link, come on in if you feel like coming in. If not, I could go ahead and get into my whole spiel. Hold on here, let me see something. Salute, Tiff.
Hello, Brother Murray. About time I finally get on the panel here.
Oh yeah, I had to come on today. Hold up, I'm hearing some. Hold on, Ralph. Salute,
Salute, bro. What's up, Tiff?
What up, Ralph?
Look,
how y'all doing?
We doing
I'm just
good.
looking at the scores right now. I was just looking at the scores. That's all.
What's going on in the NBA, Tiff? What's the scores looking like?
You know the Mavericks. You know they blowing out the Lakers. You know.
Yeah, well, look, that ain't nothing. Look, I want y'all opinion. First things first. Is the Celtics fool's gold? Are they real? Sturdy, salute.
Who want to go first? Y'all want to go first?
Salute
ladies,
everybody.
You can go first,
when I heard that when I heard he got hurt, I was like, oh, that really blowed their chances. That's immediately what I thought. And he got hurt last year too. Like, this is the thing with him. He gets hurt towards the end of the season. That's true. They need to be concerned about that. He could play good the whole season, but then he get hurt right before the daggone playoffs or in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's coming a recurring theme with him. Raph, what you got on that?
You're absolutely right, brother. They're fool's gold. Like since when has this been the standard for the Boston Celtics? Climbing up, being in the middle, not being number one. When has this been the standards? They've been failing all season and having a little hot streak, and now all of a sudden they're the best team in the league. Their defensive numbers don't matter, even though they're not number one in defense in the league. Phoenix Suns is, and Memphis is number 2, and the Golden State Warriors number 3, and the Bucks and it's tied for 5th, I think, with the Celtics.
Is that advanced analytics or that's just in general?
That's pure stats, pure in general, the general defense.
Okay.
They're not number one.
Sturdy, what you got on this one, Sturdy? Is the Boston Celtics fool's gold?
In terms of, they're not fool's gold because according to the Vegas odds, they're 5th in the Eastern Conference come out of it. Even during their hot streak when they were the number 1 seed, Number two, they're not fool's gold because since this calendar year, they have the best record. Number three, they do have the highest rating and they do have the best defense in the league because I'm looking at it right now, NBA.com. They have the number one defensive rating in the league. And on top of that, the reason
That's
why
not total stats.
on top of that, the reason why they are not fool's gold, um, unlike in my opinion, they have the second best continuity in the East, and on top of that, their stars and majority of role players have playoff experience. That is an important key in the playoffs. So, due to the fact that, in combination with the fact that they're only fifth in terms of in odds to come out the East, and they have experience and they have the best defense in the league, they're not fool's gold. And on top of that, now I'm not in agreement with True in terms of like the ceiling of Jason Tatum this early. Like True is saying he's going to be better than Kevin Durant probably next year. He wouldn't be surprised. He wouldn't be surprised if Jason Tatum get MVP. Um, I'm not saying Jason Tatum won't get there. I'm just saying next
Possibility. It's a
year,
possibility.
by next year, brother. Oh, come on, like
Well, let's see.
next year is extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely. But
Well,
but year by year they have been getting better. It's both Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Year by year, believe it or not, the Boston Celtics, at least from the front of coaching to players, they have a um, consistent rhythm in terms of like winning. So
right.
they're not fool's gold because, like I said before, they're only fifth in favorites just to get out the East, even when they were on a hot streak. They have the best defense in the league. They both their stars and their role players are playoff experience. And since this calendar year, they have been the hottest team in the league.
So let me add this to the discussion then. That injury don't make you think twice.
So me personally, I never had the Celtics come out the East in the first place, but I did have them a huge possibility going to the Eastern Conference Finals, especially how the brackets are set up. At least is the way this bracket is set up now. At least at the time when they had the number one seed, they would have saw the Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals if that would have played out that way. But due to the loss of Robert Williams, who in my opinion is their best defender this year, and you look at the numbers, value replacement and win shares, he's the only guy that's highest on value replacement and top 10 in win shares on that team. So that means he has a great impact. And if you see from the film, True alludes to this all the time. Very switchable. Actually, he has great position and weak side help. He's one of the best communicators especially on the weak side defense, and he's a great roller to the rim. So all those factors give the Celtics now easy buckets, secured rebounds, and on top of that, most importantly, transition defense as well.
So how do they make that up?
Hmm?
How do they make that up?
That's the problem. What he brings to that team, they can't make it up. They don't have the personnel nor the time to make it up. So that injury, he has a torn meniscus. Me personally, I dealt with a strained meniscus. He not coming back anytime soon. So
That's
the point
why I
is,
labeled them fool's gold.
their ceiling went from Eastern Conference to I don't even think they got the second round. And depending how the seedings fall, if they somehow say they somehow end up with the number one seed and they see Brooklyn in the first round, I'm not sure especially without Rob Williams, they can get past Brooklyn in the first round.
They can't. I don't believe they can. And that's no shot at the Celtics and that's no shot at Jaylen Brown and Tatum because they are two of the elite. I think as far as a tandem, they're top five. But they haven't ascended to that next level, in my opinion. Hold on. For me to so you got the stats right there, Sturdy. I see. I'm gonna take a look at it, but to your point, Sturdy, I don't think they can make that up. That's why I label them fools gold. Um, the problem is though that I'm conflicted with is their biggest challengers are perhaps fools gold as well. So somebody has to come out the Eastern Conference. So somebody might come out by default. I mean, obviously we talk the Bucks. Obviously, I think you have them coming out the East, right? Sturdy.
Yeah, of course, for multiple reasons. Number one, they got the best player in the world. Number two, they have the most continuity out of any team in the East. Number three, they're proven they're the champions. Until proven otherwise, they're the champions. Number
Yeah.
four, they are they improved their shooting, which was their number one weakness in the playoffs last year. And if you saw the way this team has been playing recently, they've been closing out games. They're actually second only behind the Phoenix Suns in clutch efficiency as well as clutch points and net rating as well. And on top of that, like I said before, the way they play offense, they run multiple sets. Drew Holiday is having his career year in terms of efficiency. Giannis as well. And Chris Middleton, since I believe January, has been averaging 26. So he's getting to his own rhythm again. The only time I'm pretty sure they are 32-9 when Chris Middleton, Giannis, and Holiday play. So they literally win. They only lose only 20, almost 20% of their games when all three of those guys play. So I say that to say this: they improve their depth by adding more veterans and more shooters, and they maintain their strengths by being great in transition, and their efficiency as a team improve overall. So because they have great continuity, because we all know they can defend, and on top of that, the best two of their three best players got better, and their team overall got deeper. I think we're going to see a rematch in the finals.
Now
I
that I
agree.
agree with.
I agree with
Go ahead.
that with Sturdy.
Well, they ain't
A
doing that shit
rematch.
right now. Where's the
Rematch.
Sixers?
But wait a minute. But Giannis not playing, is he?
Giannis playing right now.
Oh, he is.
What's the score in that game right now,
Yeah.
right?
What's the score, Ralph?
72-62. It was just was Sixers was had them not scoring for a little bit. It's 8 minutes.
Um,
7:56 now.
I agree with 30 that we're gonna see a rematch and Tiffany as well. Now, what I have though is this year, if Chris Paul stay healthy, I got them beating them in 6.
I got the Bucks winning in 7, but I got to see how the playoffs play out first to see
Yeah.
health, and also most importantly how both teams adjust, because both teams, believe it or not, were having adjustment challenges last year in the postseason. So I'm curious to see
Yeah,
how the coaching
yeah.
staff is going to improve.
I'm glad.
I see so far Mike Budenholzer is doing great with his rotations this year. I see a great improvement in that. The only thing that's seeing a little more different is that their defensive philosophy in comparison to last year isn't as I got to put it intensified, but that's primarily because the loss of Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez just got back, so as you all can see, he's slowly getting more minutes, meaning he's slowly being worked into the rotation, the scheme. So he's a big part of why their defense has been top 3 in 2 of the last 3 years. So I think the fact that he's coming back, they're finally getting him a little more burn, getting that defensive scheme getting back going, and I think we're going to see the Bucks' best defense later in the playoffs than opposed we saw in the regular season.
Started. I don't remember. What was your opinion about Budenholzer last year
No,
in the playoffs?
last year I said they should have fired him even if they won. I was me
I
and Anton.
remember that. I
Yes, sir.
remember you and that. I was on that. Ain't no cap allowed here tonight. I was on that train too, so I can't
And
front like But I know they won, and I know injuries are part of the game. But if Budenholzer is still the same coach from last year, I don't see how Budenholzer uh make the necessary adjustments from round to
but
round.
but that's why I followed up by saying he improved, especially offensively. If you saw the way the Bucks run their offense in comparison to last year, they're more diverse. Like they're not in a half court setting. I wouldn't say they're the best at any set scheme or particular play, but they're very good in almost everything. They're top 3 in isolation. They're top 10 in pick and roll plays. If you see them, they actually most of their post ups come from Drew Holiday and Giannis on different sides of the blocks. So in regards to diversity as well as you already know Mike Budenholzer, He comes from that culture tree of Pop. So Pop is notorious for not burning his stars out during the regular season. So the fact that Giannis was not only able to have a career year in efficiency, and you watch the way the Bucks run their offense, that means Budenholzer is putting him in more spots to get easier buckets in the half court, which is great. And once again, like I said before, due to the acquisition, they got 3 new role players to this team and a loss to a key starter in Brook Lopez. He was still able to.
Is he back yet?
Oh yeah, he's back. He's been back for a couple weeks now. Like I said, they improving his minutes. So we're not going to see the Bucks' best defense until later on in the playoffs.
Right.
Because they already got 2. They still already got 2 all defensive team members, Giannis and Jrue Holiday, for this year. So we all know there's no question about their defense, especially in the playoffs. Especially, like I said before, they're only second behind the Phoenix Suns in net rating in clutch situations. Meaning, in the fourth quarter, they're not going to just let it off easy. You have to execute.
No disagreement on that one, Sturdy. I just have to see this new and improved offense and adjustment in the playoffs. Because the regular season, they haven't really been tested in this regular season. They kind of been coasting by because of all the other narratives in the NBA. And so I'm gonna be honest, I haven't paid attention to him as closely this year. But Budenholzer, I'm not saying Budenholzer has to win a championship either for him to prove himself to me. But I have to see in key clutch moments, out of bound plays in the fourth quarter to get a bucket. I have to see Budenholzer do that this year with a fully hit Nets team, healthy team, a Suns team, and possibly a Boston Celtics team. Because I don't know if I quite believe in Budenholzer offensive schemes yet, as you say, how they improve. No, but since we're talking about Jrue Holiday, you did mention, I think you mentioned something on True comments earlier, what was he capping about Jrue Holiday?
A few things for True. The first one was, this year, is Jrue Holiday better than Jaylen Brown? I said no, because I gave him he's more efficient, better defender, better playmaker. If you look by the numbers, he's more valuable and he's more impactful towards winning, being the fact that he has more win shares, high value replacement. And if you look at the All-Star potential voting, I remember the headlines at the time, one of the snubs, Jrue Holiday was getting more of a buzz than opposed to Jaylen Brown. So both in the narrative sense, in a statistical sense, in a productive sense, Jrue Holiday this year has been better than Jaylen Brown. Now, the second thing, I forgot the details in the most recent stream. He was capping about Jrue Holiday. It was he said Jrue Holiday was not a facilitator he tried to lose the fact that he wasn't a facilitator in the finals, which I looked at. Besides Game 6, which was closeout, which you all know that was just the Giannis game, Jrue Holiday was not. If you look at the last 2 minutes, Jrue Holiday was not only part of majority of every scoring play, he either assisted, screened, or made points in the last 2 minutes. So this idea that he wasn't initiating offense in the finals, I don't understand what you was talking about. So that's what I mean by the Holiday cap.
Is Jrue Holiday, and this is for the panel, is Jrue Holiday a more facilitator than Marcus Smart?
Yes, no shadow of a doubt. That's what he came in doing that with the Sixers. And then you see how he transitioned with with AD. And now he came over there. There was one piece away from winning the chip, the Bucks, and look how he changed the game over their culture over there. He's a culture changer. He does the dirty work that don't show up on this box scores. A good defender, underrated shooter, and he's a team player.
To defend True a little bit, does Marcus Smart need to be all that for the Boston Celtics to win, though?
He can't be I told this multiple times. Marcus Smart cannot be your facilitator for a championship team. That's not implication of anyone saying he
I
can't
agree.
facilitate in moments, and that's not saying he can't play make in moments. What I am saying, I stand by that 100%. You can, if Marcus Smart is your main facilitator, your primary facilitator of your offense, you will not win a champion. You will not win
But brother, man,
because
we told you this yesterday, though.
because from a schematic standpoint, and when you look at Marcus Smart play, yes, the Celtics they do great job, especially with secondary passes. But Marcus Smart is a flawed scorer. Isaiah Thomas, Zeke broke it down best. When you think pass, you think score. Meaning, most of the assists from facilitators come from where they are in positions to score. Steve Nash, John Stockton, pick and roll. When most of their dimes came from within the free throw line distance, why? Because everyone knows they got great floaters or great pull-ups from the elbow. What they do, they dish it. Same thing with LeBron.
Facts.
Same thing with LeBron in the post and Magic. They can be efficient from there because they get double teams. You know why? Because they can score from the post. So the point is, there's a reason why a majority of great facilitators known in NBA history are great facilitators because primarily when they do make their facilities, they are in positions to score. So the way the offense of the Celtics is run around, it is very ball movement heavy, which is great. The thing is that also means there's less opportunity for Marcus Smart to be in scoring positions to quote unquote facilitate. That's only one part of the definition of facilitating. Because like brother Omar alluded to last stream, and I keep telling true, facilitator's job is not just to play make. It's to control the pace of the game and the number of possessions throughout the game and orchestrate the offense, especially in secondary situations. Because of course, the NBA, if they wanted to, they can do like college and like as whoever the ball carrier come up across the court, they can call a play and they can do a setup. But there's gonna be times when the setup don't go through. So what's the facilitator's job? Okay, we're gonna call audibles. Case in point, Phoenix Suns. How many times have you seen CP3 wave off Monty Williams like, oh no, we're gonna run that. Aiden, he points to Aiden, hey, you go there, Booker stay right there, Bridges right here, we're gonna run this play like this. That's orchestrating the whole offensive set, running an audible, controlling the pace of the game, controlling the number of possessions. That is facilitating, not just a guy that play makes.
Yeah, you can't be the floor general. You can't and win the chip.
No, I agree with that. And I think that was my key point last night to True. But True stuck on this idea that the Boston Celtics system covers those multitudes of sins that Marcus Smart has as far as a pure point guard. He believes in the system. The Brad, hey, yo, Brad. He believes
But
in
I
the
ain't
system.
Brad system really now.
That's Imodokas.
Yeah, that's he. Yeah, I mean,
what are you gonna do with the big guards though? Coming through the lane.
What to True's point though, I mean, Marcus Smart is a big. He's a sturdy guard, like no pun intended, sturdy. He's a big. He's solid.
But that's gonna get him into foul trouble. Like I said last night, the reason why they lost against who they played, I think whoever they played in the bubble, he was in foul trouble.
But that wasn't the only reason I was making it you, Ralph. I said because Jason Tatum, he played awful as hell in that bubble too.
I understand, but that's one of the main reasons, though.
But he was one of the big reasons too. Jason Tatum, he supposed to be the leader of that team.
But you can't have your best defender in foul trouble. Am I right or wrong, guys?
That's true too.
That's true, but like, there's gonna be moments even the best defenders get in foul trouble, like because they defend. So it's more so what Brother Morris trying to allude to is like, what is Marcus Smart's number one attribute? What is his number one value to any team that he's going to be on?
Defense.
It's defense. So that's the point. Like, and Ralph, I think you should have stuck on to this because you made a good point. This is what Brother Morris was like, yeah, that was a good point. If Marcus Smart was such this great facilitator, why have the Boston Celtics continue to get point guards? They traded for point guards, they signed point guards, and they drafted for point guards. Right. Marcus Smart been there for at least 6 years. So why has they constantly been getting point guards? It's because they need more assistance in that particular need for the team.
All right. They
Right.
need what you said, Sturdy and the brother O. They need a real floor general
Like I'm be
that
honest with
don't
you.
worry about scoring that
If
much.
if the Celtics of this iteration had take say you take Marcus Smart out and put like a DeJounte Murray from the Spurs, oh yeah, then I consider them as legit title contenders because
Salute, T-Street.
not only you're getting the same amount of defense from Marcus Smart, but you're getting a more consistent scoring threat and a way better playmaker. He's top 5 in assists. And
Right.
as you can see, and Sean alluded to well, sometimes you want players to grow together. So you want players in a similar age bracket. He's in a similar age bracket as Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown.
Now, Sturdy, I agree with you, DeMonte Murray, because we were here bring up Dame, and True was like, "Well, Dame is not. I mean, Dame is getting older, and I don't. I never trust Dame's playmaking. I'm gonna be honest with you. He don't pass the ball. That's
Salute, Khalifa.
And I'm sorry too,
My
but
bad,
that's
Tiffany,
a
real quick.
yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, started real quick before you. Shout out to Khalifa. Man, just I gotta always shout this brother out because he's the one that did the art on this channel.
shout
All
out to
right. You,
Khalifa.
Shout out to you,
so
bro.
so we always want to give respect to people that contribute in a major way. So shout out to Khalifa, man. Y'all get with that brother, man. Talented. And so look, we need to start giving each other flowers while we still can, man. So let's try
Absolutely.
to
Fact.
do that more often, people. But go ahead, Sturdy and Tiff. My bad.
No, Sturdy, I think we had bring up Dame, and True was like, I wouldn't want Dame. I would rather have somebody else. But
Yeah, me last night. I said Dame, even though we know Dame is not a facilitator. Obviously, we know he's
But
a score first
but I'm
point
saying
guard.
like that's another misconception narrative because if you look at the numbers last 4 years in particular, 3 years in
Yeah,
particular, Dame has improved his playmaking. And you look at the
right.
film too. So like the problem with Dame is the real problem with Dame is the people look at the wrong narrative. Oh, he's a score centric guard, point guard, so he can't facilitate as well. Well, that's not true because like he averaged double digit assists and the last 3 years at least averaged 8 assists. So he's been getting better at playmaking. The problem with Dame is people misconstrue game time as the entirety of the playoffs, as if he plays phenomenal entirety of the playoffs. You look at the numbers and
Mm,
you look at the games. Dame's best playoff games are typically in the first round for a reason. He becomes less efficient, especially in second, and the more the playoffs progress. Now, these are
Right.
typical for any scoring centric guards. That's just it is what it is. Like I think it's just physics. The more energy
yeah,
you exert for a smaller person, defense gonna scheme towards them. They're gonna make them work. You know what I'm saying? So I don't
right.
even Steph's the most efficient guard ever, and his efficiency go down in the playoffs. That happens. But with Dame, it's the drastic effect of it because his game and the team in particular value so much on his scoring production. Like if Dame don't average, like look at the series with the Warriors and the other series when he was losing. If unless he's averaging 25 plus points on at least 44% shooting, they lose. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They lose. So that's Dame's real problem. Like he has phenomenal first rounds, but go look at the numbers and the production. He tends to not be as efficient or productive as the playoffs progress. That's been Dame's problem. It wasn't really his playmaking. He's getting better at it.
And that's a good point, Sturdy. And that's why I was telling True last night. I believe Dame can fit with the Boston Celtics over Smart. Yes, we know Smart is a hustle guy. He's a do everything guy. He's a defender, and so you lose defense with Smart bringing in Dame. But again, to my point last night to him, True is you can always hide a bad defensive guard. They've always done it. Steph Curry has 3 championships. He's not the greatest defender, even though he gives hustle. But he's a slender guy. He's smaller. I mean, LeBron James them just pick and roll the saw them off in that pick. And so, yeah, you on these defense with Dame. But if you got 2 wing guys like Tatum and Brown and a defensive center in Woods, I don't see why Dame is such a hindrance to your overall defense. Draymond Green plays the middle linebacker basically for that team.
Yeah, I agree. I had
That's
these targets
that's
this week.
that's the same things Williams can do for the Celtics. Hedge left or right, wherever Dame is at, and do the switching. Like it's not rocket science sometimes when it comes to this. I think we overcomplicate it. Dame makes your team exponentially better. First of all, you get a scoring point guard that gives you a third scorer, which the Celtics does not have at this point either. They don't have a third.
After
Uh,
a reliable score,
they
yeah.
don't have a third reliable. So now they got a Hope Robert Williams is catching a bunch of putbacks. You counting on 47-year-old Al Horford. You hoping Marcus Smart is hitting the shot that night, right?
Right.
Now you got the point guard from the Spurs, White.
Now
He's a good
he's still
backup.
basically off the bench
Yeah,
though. I don't
exactly.
really.
But you still need to, in my opinion, you might well just make him the starter. Let's see what that. Let's just see if that can move the needle a little bit for them as far as the point guard situation. Because Marcus Smart controlling your game is not controlling the game at all.
You
Because
talk
he
about
doesn't
this year, brother O?
this year make
See, that's
uh,
gonna mess up the chemistry a little bit because he
man,
wasn't there
he's
the whole season.
but that
But you want
minor.
you want him to start in the play. You want him to start
Yeah,
now.
I do agree, brother. O, you should give him more minutes, but not start him because, like Robin just alluded to, they went on this run where Marcus Smart started. So like, if it
That's a
ain't
fair
broke, don't
point.
fix it. So it's
Yeah,
like
you
That's a
know,
fair
I
point.
do agree he should get more burn. He should get more burn because he's more of a scoring threat than Marcus Smart. So that way, in certain matchups, in certain situations, and close, especially for closing out the game, it gave him a little more familiarity in those situations. And the biggest question, like every playoff team, I give y'all have weaknesses and question marks. And so for the Celtics, and in regards to Jason Tatum has yet to prove that he can maintain his efficiency in the playoffs. He's yet to
right,
prove that. So that's one question, and that's the same thing goes for Jaylen Brown too, but more so with his production. Because towards the end of games, everyone knows the ball's going to Jason Tatum. So what team's going to do? I'm like, okay, cool. Your second or your third scoring option is going to have to beat us in these certain moments. So that's the problem with this Boston Celtics in particular. They don't have they don't have a constant third scoring threat and a reliable scoring threat. And the second thing is the efficiency and consistency of their star players aren't there yet, at least been proven yet in the playoffs.
T-Street asked this question. So, do you break up the duo if they don't win? I'm assuming talking about Jason Tatum and
No,
Brown.
What you
no.
mean, like when you talking about this year, or he just?
I'm
You talking
assuming
about in
so.
general, and I say no because number one, the, this I think the third time now Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum has been on a team where they in the top three defense. So that means they can be your key cornerstones in defense. You can build around them. So you got a particular formula. Number two, to be honest with you, they have potential to be a better duo than Kawhi and PG. Like what we're going to see
Absolutely,
next year
absolutely.
is the best versions of Kawhi PG led team.
I said that last night.
That's
I said
you
Next,
that.
mean
that's
that's
next
left
year,
sturdy?
not this year. This year, I don't know why Paul George's coming back. You
Yeah, I
just
don't
feel
know
like just
why is
get
he
let out of the
coming
first
back.
round. I don't know why.
Kawhi
But
not even come. I mean, yeah, why is he
Well,
coming
I
back?
don't
What
know.
is?
I mean, look, the way the West looking, if Paul George can be Paul George in Indiana,
Wait a
yeah,
minute.
they
What,
can
what
make
do you
some
so
mean from
noise.
brother,
Indiana?
Yeah.
No,
so
brother
brother,
boy, you
I'm
going
gonna get
over
back
there?
to that later. But but
No, we can get into it, but I'll
it,
let you finish your point because
it,
I believe in that Clipper team a little bit.
the ceiling for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum is, I believe, is going to be higher than their duo is going to be higher than Kawhi and Paul George. That's what I believe because I believe both of them have better intangibles, and Jaylen Brown, in my opinion, has a higher ceiling being a secondary option than opposed to Paul George.
No capping allowed. I hear you, free young boy. Um, I agree with you, Sturdy. Like
They just need to
I said that
facilitate.
I said that last night that I believe they're gonna be everything that Paul and Kawhi should have been. Um, the the problem I'm having is I'm just not sure if is Jaylen Brown reached his max because he's gotten better and better every year. But there's there's a there's a bill that come due on that at one point. Like, cause we're gonna look for him to keep making these leaps and bounds in 1 year, it's not going to happen. And we're going to have to find out, or we're going to figure out that he is what he is. And so
Yeah.
it is what he is. Is that good enough to be the second best player next to a Jaden Tatum, which we don't know if he's a true superstar yet either.
So yeah, that's
So
the thing. Yeah,
Right.
it's more so what do you think the ceiling is? Because me personally, I don't think either of these guys will ever be the best player in the league. Now, I do think potential. I think Jason Tatum definitely has potential to be a top 5 player in the league, and Jaylen Brown could be a top 10 player in the league. No, top 15-ish, top 12-ish player in the league. That is enough for you to win, and you build them, give him a good
Yeah,
supporting
build
cast.
around them, give him
Yeah,
good
that's a
pieces.
good thing
Yeah.
to win. But in regards to Jaylen Brown's ceiling, I don't think he'll be. At best, he'll be a top 10 player. Like, you know what Jaylen Brown will be? Jaylen Brown will be that like his height will be at what Jimmy Butler was 2020. Like that year, everyone like Jimmy Butler. That was the first time, hands down, Jimmy Butler was considered a top 10 player in the league. You know what I mean?
right,
I think that's the
But
ceiling of Jaylen
that
Brown.
didn't
Study,
last long.
I don't want to do the man that wrong.
No, like
Look
I
how
wish
no,
Sean
the
was
thing is,
here.
the thing
Look
is,
how-
the main difference between him, number one, Jaylen Brown's 26, so he has time to get better. And number
I
two,
know,
That's
but Jimmy then fell off, so that
no. The
fell
thing
off,
is, Tiff,
man.
Jimmy did start off with a good culture with Tibbs, but he didn't have a consistent culture like Tatum, like Brown is having.
Okay.
Remember, Jimmy is on his third team, so he like
He on his way to his fourth team.
Everybody go that 14 because Jalen ain't like that. I don't think.
I'm pretty sure he played with like 6 or 7 different coaches. So like, it's not a consistent thing. You know what I'm saying? Jaylen Brown, one franchise, 2 coaches with the same mindset, defense first, and then same growth. You know what I'm saying? He had a similar role his whole career, pretty much. Jimmy hasn't.
I tell you what, the Lakers
Actually, he on his 4th team. Jimmy is on his 4th team.
He is
15 then.
Bulls, Sixers, yeah, that's 14, yeah.
But
Bulls,
okay.
Sixers.
Well,
Yeah, it's
he
15.
about to be a 15. Did he keep this up?
I'll say this: the Lakers can use Jimmy.
Yeah, they could. You know, Bang did mention that, but he was like,
Nah.
what do you have
they
to
don't.
give up?
They don't mix. You can't have a playmaker with LeBron who can't shoot.
Right.
Yeah,
Even the only reason why the year Rondo worked because Rondo was shooting like 40% from 3. That for some reason, like
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
playoff run, he was-
Rondo was literally third. Rondo was the third star, actually.
So-
Third.
So,
Yeah.
like-
That's true. You make a good point there, Sturdy. But I think you need another. Obviously, he's not LeBron James, but you need to take the load off of LeBron James on that wing defending. And he's not a shooter, but he is a scorer. And you need somebody that you can count on most nights other than AD. I think, because I mean, hell, you went with Russell Westbrook. You should have. I guess Jimmy he's a better version of Westbrook. Defenders, he can shoot better than Russell.
Bradley Beal.
What?
I don't know. Is it
that was my first
Bradley?
choice.
Yeah, I don't know Bradley.
But I don't know
Bradley
Bradley.
Bill won. Yeah, I don't know. Does he want to leave Washington?
He wanted
I
that.
mean-
That's your team, Tiffany. You tell
What do you
us.
mean that's my thing? You know, y'all gonna stop this mess right here. I am
Nah,
not.
I tell you.
As I told True what he thought was captain, Bradley want to come here because, like I said a couple of weeks ago, his wife was here in Philly in the suburbs looking for cribs and shit.
I seen that rumor,
Yeah.
but
that was the word.
mean,
the word on the street. And B first choice was actually Beal,
Bradley Bill.
Bill,
Okay.
yeah,
which
absolutely.
honestly makes sense.
makes sense.
Makes sense.
But after Bill watching Harden play, you don't think he kind of double? He kind of like, oh man, Harden, he's still the same old Harden, and perhaps worse. So does Bill want to go there?
It's his injuries. Like that's the problem. That's the main thing with Harden. Like he never. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's his discipline first, which is supplementing his injuries. Like the fact that he's not controlling his weight, body fat percentage in particular, is playing a toll on him in regards to his rehabilitation for his hamstring. He's not 100% there. Like they had his stat, like they calculate blow-bys now in the NBA. So like now, like if you create separation from your defender, that's considered a blow-by and isolation. So he went from like top 25 percentile to like bottom 50 percentile since his injury. So the point is, if you look at his play, the only time when the 76ers get stagnant and when he holds the ball, like you alluded to, brother Mari, when he dribbles the ball. So due to his lack of explosion in this current circumstance, it actually hurts the 76ers because the ball's not moving, and and people forget James Harden's a high turnover machine too. So so he's gonna commit turnovers as well. And for some reason, the main thing that Harden does get full accountability for is his inconsistent efficiency, especially in key games. So it's like that's the thing. Like the weaknesses for the 76ers, he's the only player that can fix those, that can overcome those weaknesses. Because they got a few.
So with that being said, who's the bigger fools go, them or the Nets? I know this is interesting for you, Sturdy, because you are not a big believer in the Nets.
So basically, you essentially asking the real question is who has a more realistic shot to get out the East, the 76ers or the Nets?
Good way of phrasing it. Go ahead.
Man, that's
Because before you get into
it's
your thing,
supposed to be. That's the thing, man. It's supposed to be the 76ers, but the problem is, like I said before, is James Harden. When you go over the weaknesses of the 76ers, and we're going to get to the Nets in a moment, they can't defend the transition due to their lack of athleticism on the perimeter. They can't close games, and their two best players have a reputation for turning the ball over late in games. So that's the thing. Like I said before, if James Harden can average 25, 8, and 8 on about 45% from the field and about 36 from three, they can get out the East. But the problem is, I can't rely on James. There's nothing proving that James Harden can do that, especially under these circumstances. So, and you look at the Nets, they got no depth, no
Fact.
defense, the worst coach in the conference. That's being nice.
Worst coach. You mean
And
that's being way
and
nice.
let's be honest, what you want to ask from KD and Kyrie is to essentially have 16 great games. We need both you guys to have 16 great games, minimum 14 great games to get a championship with no home court advantage. So I'm gonna say the Sixers have a little higher chance than the Nets, primarily because at least with the 76ers, you're getting production from your supporting cast with Maxey, Milton, Harris. I think Harris gonna give you at least good 12 points, and they have a few good shooters.
Right.
And Joel Embiid, when he is healthy, 'cause I believe he's going to be more healthy than every other playoff run. He just look a little more leaner. He is the biggest mismatch problem in the NBA. There is no answer for Joel Embiid individually. So due to that, I think the 76ers have more. I think the Nets are more of a fool's gold than opposed 76ers, but slightly though, slightly.
That I know it's a regular season game, but that don't give you pause to cause a little bit. I mean, they stumped them out.
No, that's the thing. Like I said, that only gave me more. That only gave me more caution for Harden. Like I said, then I see it as this: the 76 have to just overcome Harden disappearing. That's their biggest problem. The Nets' problems, though, they can't overcome them. The only thing they can do to overcome them is, like I said before, for Kyrie and KD to literally have spectacular games for at least 14 of the victories they need to win the championship.
Mm-hmm.
And Sturdy and Brother Murray. That caused me concern with the Nets when they played Memphis. You got no John Morant. You had your third star because we know KD and Kyrie was cooking. You had Andre Drummond give you 20 points and 17 rebounds, and you still lost. You gave up all them points to Memphis.
Exactly, Tiff.
All them points. What was the bench points? It was like 50 something points they gave up to them on the
Yep,
bench.
because they no depth,
No, that's a good point
and
too.
that's why KD and Kyrie played at least 40 minutes that game. So
That's gonna be a problem. I look absolutely.
Fatigue.
Go ahead, right?
So that's what I'm saying, brother. Oh, like these are, I'm not gonna lie, in terms of skilled scorers, these are probably two of the top five ever we've probably seen.
Right.
However, it takes way more than that to win championship in the NBA. It just does. You need look, and I don't understand how KD and Kyrie both won. They should have an idea of what a championship team looks like. It
Right.
sounds like the way they constructed this team, they only say, "Oh, the most talented players win." That's it. It's not
And
coaching adjustments like what Tyronn Lue and Steve Kerr did, which they are notorious for doing. It's not defense, which when y'all did win, both set teams were top 10 defensively. It's not bench production, and which we all know the Warriors had that with strength of numbers with KD and with the Cavs when Tristan Thompson, J.R. Smith had occasional good games. So these things KD and Kyrie didn't, for some reason, take into account when they constructed this team. Now, in regards, as we know with the circumstances, injuries and Ben Simmons not playing this year, I understand that, but people forget even if Ben was there, they would still have the same problems. They would still have no depth. They would still have a bad coach in the conference, and most importantly, people forget Ben is a liability offensively too. No matter how great your offense is if we hack Ben and he's make one, what y'all gonna do?
but isn't Ben this?
No,
Look,
Brother Mark, it's a fact. He had the worst free throw performance ever.
yeah, but isn't
36%.
Ben? But isn't he a better version of Draymond?
When he misses free throws, he's not. That's the thing about Draymond. Ironically, when the games get more important, he actually performs better offensively.
Yeah.
Like that's the crazy thing about Draymond. Like he's one of those type of players. You know what I'm saying? He says it perfectly. Like I'm the type of player that only plays when the games matter. So, and that's the biggest difference between him and Draymond. Like he's a better defender than Draymond. In my opinion, he's a better playmaker than Draymond, better rebound than Draymond. The only thing is, people forget there are key moments where Draymond will make that key drive to the paint, will make that sometimes open three. You know what I'm saying? So.
Right.
Ben has yet to proven to overcome his fatal weakness, which is when you shoot worse free throws than Shaq. I don't care how great your teammates are scoring. You're not winning, man.
Look, let me put this. Look, man, I can't argue what you just said, R-Study. So, but I know when the Brooklyn Nets, and that's excluding the Memphis game that Tiffany brought up, but every big time game that they played, they stomped their opponent out.
No, they didn't. That Celtics game was on TV.
Not true.
That's
The
true.
Celtics game they lost.
The Celtics
The
was
Warriors
back and
game they
forth.
lost. The
I'm
Bucks
talking
game they
about.
lost.
Come on now. I'm talking about games that they were like when both players was on the court.
They was on the court with that Boston.
The
they
Bucks
was
game,
on the
they
court.
had all three guys.
Let me finish. I'm saying with both players on the court, and they were taking it just as personal. Like, I don't think they were really at the time taking Boston Celtics really serious. But the two litmus test games to me for them, obviously you can say it's recency bias, but those are the only two games that I really did look at and say, I want to see what they do against these two teams. And obviously we talked about the Philly game, but what they did to the Miami Heat as well. And obviously the Miami Heat is faltering after that scuffle on the bench.
Come on, Brother Mar, you
But
picking and choosing, man.
What I would
you
are
bring it
nitpicking.
I am nitpicking because hold up. Let's not act like we don't do that. We nitpick, and there are key games. Like every game isn't an important game to every team and every player.
I agree.
So every year we pick out, like when Cleveland and the Golden State Warriors was doing their thing. The only two times are the only games that seem to matter to the general public and to basketball aficionados were Christmas Day game and that massacre that happened on Martin Luther King Day when those were the only games that we everybody perked up and say, oh, this is a must prove it game. And we know what happened in the playoffs that year, but came back 3-1. So all I'm saying is, you right, 30. It's a little bit of a nitpick. But unfortunately,
we ain't nitpicking, Brother Mar. Let me tell you something. That Celtics game, Kevin Durant ain't one to guard Tatum. They had Kyrie on his
And
Even
Kyrie was talking
yeah,
shit.
Kyrie was
And
trying
Kyrie was
though.
like, these are like
Kyrie was
sworn
actually
exes.
trying.
Oh, come on, brother Mar. You cannot say that was just no record. Like, come
Okay,
on. You
I
can't.
see that one to you. Then that might have a little bit of animosity in it,
Yo,
but I still believe healthy, and I know. I, look, I call Boston Fools gold without winning, but I believe the Nets are busting that behind
so,
when it's all
brother
said and
Mar,
done.
let's take your 2 games you nitpick, right? The average
Mm-hmm.
between both those games, Kyrie and KD had was over 30 plus points, right? That's alluded
Mm-hmm.
to what I said before. In order for the Nets to win this year, because they don't have Ben Simmons, they don't have no depth outside of Steph Curry. Who else going to give you points on a consistent basis? Nobody. So, in regards to what they have to do to get the job done, to get 16 wins in the playoffs, that's how many wins you need to get a championship. That means both guys will have to average at least 30. That's what you're saying.
You saying they can't be done?
No, it can't.
Mm.
It can't.
If somebody
Well,
they're
It
gonna
can't.
have a bad game.
I believe, and I'm not even, I'm double check for this. Out of the 3 championship runs that the Shaq and Kobe had, I'm pretty sure they didn't have a series that they both averaged 30. I know they had a couple series they both averaged at least 28, but I don't think they had a series when they both averaged 30. So
you got
if
to check that one because I think they did.
Prime Shaq and Froby
Oh, and
couldn't
did they
do
have
it,
a finals that they both averaged 30?
maybe I gotta check for Kobe.
You got
Kobe
to
had at
double
least
check
29.
that one because
Man, the
I know,
playoff series
I
and they
know the
both
Nets.
averaged 29.
No, I'm saying I don't think they both averaged 30. I know they both averaged 28, 29, but I don't think they both averaged 30.
hey man, that's 30 in my book.
And that's what I'm
You
saying.
know
But
what I'm
Prime
saying?
Shaq can't do it, and the Froby can't do it. In my
Froby.
opinion, the most dominant duo in NBA history, at least for their peak. How are Kyrie and KD going to do it?
Well, first of all, we understand that the NBA is a totally different game today too. It's more open and wide space. Uh, we're talking about a slower. First of all, we're talking about an offense that was in the triangle, all right. The shot of three that came off the weak side help or from Shaq out the double team. When we talking about now, when these guys taking, if you can look this up, how many threes did they average a game between the two of them? They go, they can shoot enough shot and they're efficient. Like we're talking about the most efficient superstar in the league in Kevin Durant versus an inefficient Kobe Bryant. Sorry, Ralph, I hate to say it, but he was. And we're talking about a Shaq
You good?
that
I
was,
already know you was a fish. I
and
told
we
you.
talk about a Shaq that dominated the paint 2 points.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the way he got most of the time. With
Yeah.
Kyrie and KD, I don't
Oh,
know,
that's
30% of their shots might be threes.
that's a big misconception too, Brother Mar. Like that's why they got stats like true shooting percentage. So it takes into account your free throw attempts. Like we all know, Shaq was drawing fouls. There was multiple seasons where he led the league in foul attempts. So what I'm saying is his two.
That's not enough.
No. His
Those free
two.
throws were not
No,
enough.
no, no, no. I'm saying, Brother Mario, you think his free throw as in production, like, oh, he's gonna make them. No. I'm saying his two is plus a foul. So what that
Okay,
means is your front court is gonna have foul trouble, which means there's
that's
gonna be
fair.
less fouls for your team overall. So now, not only because of Shaq alone gave us 14 fouls. So now Kobe is gonna give us 2 team fouls. So now we're in a bonus. We're in a bonus just with 2 players alone. So now we can't defend as aggressive as we want to. You know what I'm saying? So that's like
But it still
impact.
was a
It's
slow
impact, not
tempo.
just it's
They were
just
still
not just a
slow.
cumulative numbers.
But they were still a slow team though.
They were, they were.
And I'm
But the
saying the
reason why they
Nets are
won,
open. Like
no, the
the
reason why
Nets
they
probably
won, Brother
first
Mo,
5 shots would be 3 points, 3 pointers. Like I can see the scenario where they can get 30 apiece because of the aggression, the way they play their offense, open tempo, fast pace. I mean, look, they don't even like again on fast break. I seen Kyrie stop and hit and shoot a three in a fast break when he had a 2-on-1. Like that wasn't Shaq and Kobe. And I understand what you're saying as far as again putting the team in bonus, and so now every little thing can happen. Hey look, Shaq can just dominate the paint. Kobe can do what he do, but they still were a back to the basket team. Shaq must eat first, then Kobe, and then whoever else: Rick Fox, Derek Fisher, Robert Ory, Glenn Rice when he had him that year. I I'm just saying with KD and Kyrie because they open that middle of that lane so much. They them two together have that Steph effect, right? Like that's just why you see so many guys wide open with them. It's just all those guys are gonna hit the shots. That I give you that part, sturdy. Like the Johnsons of the world and all them other guys. And now that what's the white boy name? He out now. Uh, what's his name? The shooting
Harris.
guard Harris. So look, they gonna depend on Steph a lot. Self, not Steph, but Self.
Yeah, but
But Lamar,
But
that's what I'm saying, man. That's not easy that is to defend. Hey, guys, we're gonna double KD all the well, first of all, they both their best players don't do well against double teams. Just look at the film. Like for some reason, they get a little hesitant at their first immediate pass not there, then they get a little more stagnant, they more stationary, and they don't typically don't deliver the right pass. They just try to get a regather. They got to kick the pass out and regather themselves. They're not good facilitators, especially off double team blitz trap situations. So not easy that is to defend for, especially a non-shooter like Drummond. What they're going to do is like, okay, weak side, help with the double team. My rotation guy, we're going to stay home on Drummond, and the far guy, the weak side defender, unless Steph Curry's on a strong side play, you don't leave home. That's it. That's if I can come up with that easily, I'm pretty sure. Imadoka, Spoelstra, Mike Budenholzer come up with a better scheme with better players. Like, it's that simple. Like, what that's one thing. Like, efficient offense is what wins championships, not talented offense. Look at the correlation. Like, it's like I said before, we already did this. Over 90% of teams that won the chip had top 10 defenses in the league for the regular season,
you're right.
and even higher percentage for postseason. So the point is, you need the more easier buckets you get in the playoffs, the better. Because, like I said, unlike the regular season and correlation to playoffs, every game matters. Every game is planned for, and every game is more physical. So you're going to be less efficient. Teams are going to make you do your teams are going to game plan for your second and third scoring options. Now it's up to you to execute, or as well as get them a little more efficient and get more easy buckets, like efficient turnovers, like defensive turnovers or offensive rebounds. You know, those second effort things that typically your good supporting cast does for great players.
I'll get you started. I'm just like when you say you can, it's easy to defend. I have a problem with that because I've never seen something easy to defend like
No, it's
Kevin
easy to
Durant.
scheme for. My bad. It's easy to scheme for. That's
Okay,
what I'm trying to say.
okay, I get it. Maybe it's easy to scheme for, but somehow Kevin Durant, in particular, whatever scheme that comes against him, he seems to be Kevin Durant. So scheme, defenses, talent, whatever, however you want to put it, Kevin Durant is still going to give you 30 in the playoff on efficient numbers. I believe Kyrie is going to give you what he gives you. Can now the thing with Kyrie is the same thing that I accuse Smart with is going to be kind of a indictment on Kyrie. Is can he run the point guard? Um, that's I ain't gonna say that's to be unseen because we know he hasn't done it at a high level yet because they don't have a true point guard on this team, and so by de facto because Ben Simmons won't get out his head for whatever reason, Kyrie is gonna be asked to initiate a lot of the offense.
Which is I don't want Kyrie doing. Literally, we have not seen Kyrie get past the second round doing that.
Right. So you got me against the wall on that one, 30. And maybe I'm again. I got the Rufus Elder eye test on going on. I got the glasses. Right. You know.
And that's what I'm saying, brother Bart. I had to give you with the statistics as well as the film, man. Like,
Right.
and I put it in the private chat where I'm getting some of the stuff from. Like, I'm telling you, man, like is no emotion behind this. Like I just look at correlating trends that revolves of success, and then go from there.
I
I don't
think
look
I
at
think they averaged 30 plus in the Western Conference Finals. I mean
I think
Shaq and Kobe
semifinals in 2001. I'm not sure.
against.
You can recheck that, Sturdy.
yeah, but guess who?
It had in 2001. It with the
The
Spurs,
Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento. Okay,
Kings.
Spurs and Sacramento.
I would have guessed
Because
that. Check that.
Shaq had 44, 43, 21, 25. And then Kobe had, where is that? Conference semis. Yeah, Kobe had 29, 27, 36, 48.
Yeah, that's about 30.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Dang. But
I will go back to this other.
yeah,
Go
but my fault, brother Mark. But like to quote Sean, I don't pay attention to the name. I pay attention to the game. So that's why the Brooklyn Nets and they up there what Tiffany alluded to with the Bulls as the biggest fool's gold. Like because they're the favorites. The Nets are disrespectfully the favorites to come out the East, and they're second favorites to win it all in the entire league.
It's the star power. That's why.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just look. It's hard for me to go against two elite players like that. And I know me and you got into this a million times 30 about last year. You know, we just have a different opinion on that one because I'm of the opinion that they was whooping the Bucks behind so bad that there was no comeback for it. And the only reason the Bucks won that series is because of the injuries. Granted, injuries are part of the game. We get it. But go ahead. What
You
about to say,
right, brother. You right, brother. Oh, this nigga hard. And all you do is dribble, dribble, dribble. It's 111
no,
and
no bullshit. Like
it's 111 to 114. The Bucks is up.
you don't, and that's exactly why I said they were up by 10 for almost 2 quarters now. They don't know how to close games because he don't move on the ball. Like he don't move off the ball at all.
But y'all watched him at Houston. I mean, I watched him.
Yeah,
I do.
brother Mike was his biggest fan. He had his jersey and everything.
But to be honest with you, brother Mari, before Chris Paul, like him not moving off the ball is understandable because he was literally the only facilitator on that team. You know what I mean?
Right.
So before Chris Paul, there was a reason why he didn't have no incentive to be moving off ball. But the fact that
But you're right. But it was a cause for concern though because he did it like again. It was like Will Smith and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Just pass the ball to Will. Like even though you didn't have a secondary scorer, playmaker, you just shot the ball and held the ball in every possession you could. And there are 4 other guys on the court with you, James. There are professionals. You know, like that's why his usage rate and when D'Antoni came in, he became from James Harden, which was a great player, but then he went to this other atmosphere where they was comparing him to Jordan at one point, right? Just below the rim. So that's why I said like Chris Paul when he came, I was skeptical, but Chris Paul made it work. But when D'Antoni got there, he made a monster. He made a Frankenstein monster out of Harden. I don't think we will ever revert back to a team-oriented player again. At least when it counts the most. So, but go ahead,
brother. Look at his common flaws between both McHale and D'Antoni. He had the same common flaws. It wasn't getting his team together because he was top 3 in assists and led the league in assists a couple times. So like, it wasn't that. It really wasn't even.
Don't you be top when you be top in assists if you control the ball 90% of the time? That's hyperbole what I'm saying.
No, that's true. But like at the same time, like especially for a high volume scorer, it's very rare for a guy like that, for a high volume scorer to that level, to lead the league in to assists.
But that's why he's great though. That's why he is.
No, I'm saying like case in point, when Kobe and Jordan, when LeBron, when they had the highest usage rate, they were not top 3, nowhere near let alone top 10 in assists. You know what I'm saying? So he was his. The problem is, and Kevin McHale alluded to it. James Harden don't do the winning things. He does not do the little things to win. He's not going to give you that extra effort defensively. He's not going to give you easier buckets and have that mindset. Okay, I need to add a little more of an in between game. That way I get a little more easy buckets, keep the defensive honest. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And intangible, I think Kevin McHale really alluding to James Harden intangibles as a leader. Because when I know this is not really proven, but you kind of gauge leadership in terms of the continuity of the group, of the community. You know what I'm saying? So based on the fact that with D'Antoni, without D'Antoni, the Rockets had the same flaws, which was simply poor execution late in games, and they wasn't outside of Patrick Beverly. They wasn't known. Yeah, no lie. Like outside of Patrick Beverly and PJ Tucker and Trevor Reese, they wasn't known as hustle guys. They wasn't.
Right.
And I'm a firm believer in this. Your culture is predicated and personified by your best player.
That's true.
That's how, like Tim Duncan with the Spurs. Stoic, consistency. That's Tim Duncan. Jordan with the Bulls. Defense, intensity. That's Jordan. Like I can go so on and so on. Like the point is, your best player is supposed to embody the winning aspects of your culture. So if your best player just offensive scoring oriented and doesn't do the little things to win, what do I expect for the rest of the team?
No disagreement. So look, I ain't gonna disagree with none of that. I think we all in agreement on James Harden. He's in a peculiar situation where he has to prove it that he can win with a team. I'm not sure he can do that. I think I'm starting to believe that even though Ben Simmons is out, I'm starting to think both of them sold each other jalopy. If anybody get that term.
No, I just think they're both flawed players. Like
that's what I'm saying. That's why I said they again jalopy. A broken down piece of crap or car. And obviously don't take that out of context. I'm not saying that they're not great players. I'm just saying that James Harden, with the flaws that you said, and he seemed to have lost a step. He was an athletic player, and that partying all night is starting to catch up with him.
Yeah.
And he's still partying. Ralph, you in Philly now.
Yeah, Ralph. Ralph, he's at the strip clubs, ain't he, Ralph?
And Ben Simmons, mentally, I don't know what this man is at. So this might be. We were talking about winners and losers with that trade. There might be two losers.
Yeah, I think it was you or somebody proposed it on True Channel. It was like,
yeah,
is there a scenario in which both of these guys lose in the trade?
Because I don't understand why Ben Simmons hasn't played a lick of basketball and has a herniated disc.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
Probably
sense.
He tried to amp it. He tried to amp up the workout to get ready, but then he just probably hurt himself doing that.
Well, if that's the case, that's the problem.
But to be honest with you, both of these teams' window are short. Championship windows are short.
In
particular, the 76ers don't have a 2-year window. This season, next season, that's it.
I'm with you.
The Nets, 3-year window. This season, next season, and maybe the year after that, depending how the health of Kyrie and KD are. And that's it. Like,
I'm with you on that.
Next year going forward, it's only going to get harder winning championships.
How old is Durant right now? 33, 34?
I don't know. Let me look at it right now.
Who, Durant?
33, but
yeah.
Let me double check right now.
They might get it. They might have a 3-year. Might.
No, I'll say 2 or 3 years at most.
Depending on.
There we go. He's 33.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be Durant 33. He's gonna be 34.
He only got 2 more years.
Yeah,
Durant 2 more years of being the top 3 player in the world, top 5 player in the world. It's only 2 more years. That's it. And the only reason I say that because his recent injury history. This man, he hasn't played more than 60 games since 2018.
It's like now we
notice I didn't say 2019.
Yeah, well, it's like now we expecting. Oh, they say he hurt. Oh, he gonna be out a couple of months for the season. Okay, all right. That's what now we expect. Next season he gonna be hurt.
So we talk about these flawed individual teams. We said the Nets 2 or 3 year window and they flawed, major flaws. Philadelphia, major flaws from injury with Embiid possibly at any time. Harden, he's partying probably with the little baby tonight. We're talking about Boston. We don't know how good that Tatum Brown tandem can be, but we know they're good. But how good? Like so, in the Heat, they're just a collection of B-list players, no A-list guy on that team.
True.
I'm trying to figure out when did the Eastern Conference then become this juggernaut if they got so many flawed individual teams at the caliber that we saying that they have. When did the East become the monster? All right,
Okay.
I'm trying
All
to
right.
figure it out.
There we go. There we go. All right, I like that. Like that spin off Hitman point. Here we go. So the reason why that I once called them juggernauts because they're not what the '80s were or even what the 2000s were really for the West. They they're better than the Western Conference this year, primarily because of this. Two reasons. Number one, majority of the top 5 players are in the East. I think majority of the top 10 players are in the East. Number two, if you look at the standings as of now, 9 of the top 16 records are in the East. Only 7 are in the West. Let me say that again. If you rank the team's record 1 through 16, only 7 of them are from the West. That's less than 50%. So based off that, I think the East is better this year.
Okay.
And if it means anything, most of LeBron's teammates he picked from the East. But okay.
Okay. If that means something to you.
The East
So-
ain't got no 61 teams.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the Suns are definitely the best team in the league. But like I said before, as a collective, the East don't have teams with that low of a record in comparison to the West when in regards to playing situation. The East have higher ceiling in terms of that, and they're more competitive all around. The seeding still aren't set for the East. It's more set for the West. No one's touching those top 3 seeds.
I would say competitive, sturdy, but I'm not gonna.
The top is competitive, but the whole overall.
But
Like,
again, Sturdy,
Ralph, that's why I said
how good?
That's why I said
How
overall, Ralph.
good is
Like,
the depth?
no, that's why I said overall, Ralph. When you do go by record, go by records and rankings, same thing. Majority of the teams are in the top 16 or East.
By record.
Record
Right.
and ratings. And major
Record and
ratings. The major ratings, like the offensive and the defensive ratings. I ain't do all the other stuff.
But this is the problem I'm having. How does the East have all these flaws, yet you still would say these teams you're a believer in these teams?
Oh, we didn't talk about the West. That's why you didn't let me allow me the chance to talk about the flaws of the Western teams. You didn't.
Okay, go through it then. If they're because at some point we got to see what your top. Because you said majority of the top 10 are in the East, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I gotta hear your top 10. So
All right, top teams. No, okay.
Go ahead.
So let me get to the flaws of the West.
Top 10.
Top 10 teams.
Mhm.
All right.
No, top 10 players. Because you said the top 10. Most of the top 10 players are in the East.
Okay.
Go ahead with your flaws with the West, and then Tiffany and Rafa, y'all want to engage.
I'm gonna do one, and then
2 cents.
I'm gonna do one team, and then they can do team. We go off like that. One team apiece.
Yeah,
So
young boy, you can throw something in there too, young boy. Go ahead.
let's go with the best team in the league. Let's go with the Suns. Let's start with their flaws, right? Let's start with their strengths. They're the most efficient.
You can start with the best team, huh?
Yeah, the best team. Yeah, the best team in the league. What will we say? They got the record. What do you want to say? In regards to what the team does best for the Suns, they are great depth. I think they have a top 3 depth team in the league. They are very efficient. They're top 5 in almost every other category, from offense, defense, assists per game, field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, free throw percentage. They are a very efficient team. They know how to close out games, like I mentioned before. They have the highest net rating, especially in clutch and fourth quarter statistics, and they got better since opposed to last year due to little slight acquisitions in JaVale McGee and this guy, I keep forgetting his name, but he's a forward. They have more depth in their scoring. Cameron Payne got better. Mikal Bridges definitely got better. Remember that, brother? He definitely got better. DeAndre Ayton got better. Devin Booker got better, and most importantly, defensively, I think they overcame their at least some of their communication problems defensively they had last year. So that's their strengths. As far as their weaknesses, two. The first one is the health of Chris Paul. That's the biggest one. He goes down,
Yeah.
the shit goes down. Simple. It's that simple. Number two, their power forward, defending the power forward position. They still have an Achilles heel in their defensive armor at the power forward position. Superstar power forwards in particular, like Giannis, a rising Jared Jackson Jr., a healthy AD, still give them problems. So the reason why that's a weakness, because like I mentioned before, they have a high chance of facing a team like the Bucks, whose best players so happen to be a power forward. So believe it or not, I believe no matter what team wins this year, they have to go through the Bucks or the Suns. That's the weakness for the Suns. And also, to be fair, in regards to playoff adjustments, same thing go for Monty Williams, because that final series in particular, people are questioning some of his schematics, especially defensively, of what they could have done better against the Bucks.
Oh, see, now I was being petty earlier, but you being a little bit petty.
I ain't being petty.
Because I mean,
those are two legit
you took
flaws.
the one. Look, that was the only series though. He for whatever reason he drove the blank on, but those other series he was making the right adjustments.
Yeah, he was.
Particularly when Chris Paul was out. Like I mean, his adjustment was wonderful. His timeout execution was wonderful. Like his rotation was wonderful. It just for whatever reason he was stuck on not building a wall for Giannis or just primarily keeping Aiden on him, thinking that Aiden was going to stop Giannis. I don't know why.
The reason why, because it's a matchup problem, brother Amari. That's why. You ever noticed
you could draw some double teams.
They had the same problem. Sorry. They had the same problem with a stumbling, limping AD in the first 3 games against the Lakers. The same exact problem. Like and that's nothing too. That wall thing don't work no more. It hasn't worked because, like I said before, Giannis has gotten better scoring off the ball. He's not doing what he usually did with Jason Kidd, dribble, top of the key Euro step. No, he's being a screener. He's being a roller. He's doing a lot of pin downs and on occasional post touch-ups. He's getting his baskets differently. So the reason why the wall doesn't work, it has not worked since, is because the way Giannis is getting his buckets. He's not getting his buckets being the primary ball handler.
Who actively tried the wall really?
The Raptors.
Since I'm sorry, but just about to say since the Raptors.
The Heat did it. The Heat tried it.
Yeah, the Heat.
The Heat tried it. The first round. The Heat tried it.
Oh,
didn't work.
But okay, what I'm saying. But do they have the defend? Did the Heat have the defenders last year to do it?
Yes, they have the right scheme to do it. So here's what the Heat do. Their defensive philosophy is to no easy buckets in the paint, and we're going to rotate out to our shooters, in particular last year, right? So that's the primary way of attack for the Bucks, especially coming off transition. So what the Heat does, and they have been doing for the last 4 years, is the reason why Giannis averaged the least amount of points against the Heat, because they take away transition. They take away the transition, and they rotate out to their shooters. So what that does is you can go watch in the playoffs, like all of majority of Giannis buckets came off pin downs, rolls, and post touches and occasional cleanups. That was the only series he didn't. I'm pretty sure he didn't average 30. And like I said before, the last 4 years, statistically, he scores the least against one team, the Heat, because of that reason. Now, the biggest schematic thing that Monty Williams could have probably done is to more emphasize of getting back transition, because after, that's the way the Bucks were getting their points. They led the transition points majority of the games in that series.
Now, I asked about the players, and you gave me this.
Oh, okay, for the players, just like the Heat
I don't know if they really.
They put Bam. They put Bam.
I don't know if the Heat had the players last year.
No, they had the same players, but the difference is the Bucks. played better. They didn't do the same old shit.
Yeah, and sturdy Jimmy played like trash last
And
year.
Jimmy played
That's
like
all.
shit too. He did play like
Jimmy
shit.
played like
He did play
that
like
was
shit.
now that's the biggest problem.
That's
Jimmy was
one of the
not
biggest problems.
He
that
didn't
year
help at
before.
all.
I think
But
he
that's always been the
yeah.
scheme of any team that defends Giannis. You're gonna have to take away transition points, rotate out the shooters because he is a good shooter, and we have to put our big on him because he's too big for forwards. He's way too big for forwards. I can't put Mikal Bridges on there, even though he's a top 3 defensive player candidate. He's too small. I have to put Aiden on him. And what's Aiden gonna do? Aiden did the right things. Look at Aiden. Aiden, position wise, he did what he could. It just Giannis was just simply better.
That's a good to Immortal Highlights point. What do you think about that? He said Jay Crowder was doing a good job one-on-one on Giannis in the bubble. You agree or disagree?
Disagree, because like I said, if you look at the way that he beat the Bucks, they get back on transition, they double Giannis, especially when he has those type of mismatches. And the reason why that's even more predicated because you don't get that many isolation situations in the zone, especially a 2-3 zone, the way Giannis operates on the floor. So that's why, no, Jay Crowder did not do a great job individually against Giannis in the post. What? No. It's like I said, it's the scheme defense.
Yeah, but you talking about? I'm saying last year. You don't think he did a good job when they were matched up?
No.
No. Jay Crowder?
And forget
I'm
just the
just
finals,
asking.
bro. Forget just the finals, brother Amari. If you look at what he averaged during the regular season when they went 1-1, they split it, Giannis still averaged over 35 points. The point is, if you don't have multiple bigs in that paint, or at least couple bigs to absorb that physicality, he's going to get his buckets.
But it's sturdy. They upgraded the point guard too.
Yeah, they upgraded the point guard.
Drew Holiday over Bledsoe. That's another reason why they won.
Yeah, that's another reason why they won. But I'm telling y'all, like,
but we ain't gonna act like Drew when he wasn't selling before that though. Like Drew was having a bad playoff. He was up and down. But it's funny when you win the championship, you forget about the bad games.
No, but it was a couple. It was one game he really showed up though. I remember the game. He had like 30 points.
When he had a lot of games that.
No, I'm talking about one versus the Heat, really. But I'm talking about versus the Heat, really. That's why another reason because they was zoning in on Bledsoe too.
I think that's. Go ahead, Ray.
No, I was telling you they were zoning in on Bledsoe, the Heat, and they couldn't do that to Holiday.
They wasn't zoning in on Bledsoe. They were leaving Bledsoe open because he was a trash 3-point shooter. There was series when this nigga shot like less than 30% from 3. Like he's always been trash, and especially playmaking decisions. So the reason why Holiday was such an improvement, you get a more competent playmaker, a more reliable scorer, and a better defender. He's literally an upgrade. And this year, Holiday is more efficient.
I think that's why the Heat went and got
Larry.
PJ Tucker.
Even though he's been playing like
PJ Tucker.
I'm saying that's what I got him
of the Bucks.
like PJ gonna stop.
Well, I don't think they got him specifically for the. No, I think that's why they upgraded both positions. But I think it was more. I think they had more than the Bucks on their mind. Honestly, I think they were thinking more so about the Nets in the beginning of the year. Now, obviously, the Nets turned out to be what they are, but I think those additions were more about the Nets than the Bucks. In my opinion.
They thought PJ was gonna be the KD stopper. That's what they thought. Okay, that wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously not a KD stopper, but he.
I'm just thinking that's what.
But he do make KD work for it. Again, I give 30 this. Like, I think one of the biggest reasons they did beat the Nets last year, besides the injury, obviously, but it was PJ Tucker getting under Durant's skin. Like Durant was still being Durant, but it's those certain moments that PJ would get under their skin, make him work a little bit tougher, get him out of the scheme of the offense, the lack thereof their offense, because it seemed like the offense would just get a ball to Durant and get out the way. But PJ Tucker does that all the time, and that's why you have a PJ Tucker. He's not there to stop anybody. Y'all remember what's the Patterson
Patrick Patterson.
from Portland Trailblazer. Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. The Kobe stopper. Like it was ridiculous, but he did make Kobe work.
Right.
He made Kobe even more inefficient than he usually
Right.
were.
The Rajah
So
Bells, the Bruce Bowens.
those were exactly. So those what those guys are there for. Uh, so I think that's why they really got PJ Tucker, and they obviously wouldn't have got Laurie because he's a point of attack. Uh, he can point of attack of your defense. He won't get blown by and make your backside help so vulnerable. And he's a big clutch shot maker as of recently. Again, we remember the times that Laurie couldn't hit the side of a backboard. But he shook those demons out. Uh, with that being said, I still believe in the West, Sturdy, because I believe if a healthy Murray with a comeback with a healthy Porter
Michael Ford
Jr.,
Jr. Yeah.
that makes them one of the elite teams in the NBA. That catapults them above the Heat. I think that catapults them above the Sixers. Uh, hell, the Nets. I mean, so only thing we talking about is the Bucks. Clearly, the Bucks is head and shoulders over everybody in the East. Uh, and obviously the Suns is clearly head and shoulders everybody in the West. But then I look at the competition. I look at the secondary threats. I don't know if Philly is a threat. Like I said earlier, like we discussed earlier, I don't know if the Nets are a true threat. I don't know
Yeah,
if
like it's
Boston is a true
Ralph and
threat.
Sturdy. Who sold that game just now? Because they was up on the Bucks. Who sold it? It was James Harden, was
No, I didn't watch it. It was on
No, he
League Pass.
fucked
You
up.
know it's
I
James.
watched
Oh,
it.
see,
But
He
it was
fucked up.
James. See, we can't depend
Trying
on
to get
James.
late, like you were saying, brother. Trying to get late fouls and pouting like a little bitch and not
This
going
nigga
on
had
defense.
40?
it's funny how
Man,
I
He
hope you're
made
not
he,
a reflection of what the Philly fans are, Ralph, because y'all turning on James real quick if that's the case.
nah, that's
I mean,
fucked up.
y'all was throwing a parade just 2-3 weeks ago.
But
no.
I'll
I'm
be,
just
Now all of a sudden
reiterating
it's
what you were
yeah.
saying. Like he did everything you were saying before he did it. So I'm like
I know.
I'm proving your theory to be right.
All right, 30.
He did everything you said tonight before he even did it. Like you said that like 30 minutes ago, and
Giannis
he
should be
just proved
MVP.
it. He just proved what you did,
I
what you said.
disagree, Sturdy. Yeah, no, look, Ralph, look, I already know. We
His
already
30
know.
looked like shit. He had 30 something, and it like he had nothing because
I
he
don't
had
know.
no
Hold
impact
on.
on the game.
I don't know what Sturdy going to do, but I hope you ain't coming back with some stats to tell me Giannis should be the
Hey,
MVP.
sturdy.
He gone right now.
He
He walked away.
I was about to
Ralph.
say Giannis only won tonight because of the last call. It was a goaltend. They called it as a block. It was going to go into overtime. It was 118.
Oh,
But
was that close? Oh, okay, so
yeah, then
so
they
they
took the
did.
bucket back. They took the bucket back because they called it a clear block, but it was clearly a goaltend and a foul on what Middleton did to Embiid. He clearly like shoved him in the stomach.
Let me look at these scores real quick. The damn doggone Lakers. I know Bang having a field day over there.
No, he not. He knew they didn't have no chance because Braun and none of them are basically playing. They playing what Michael. They playing with starting Westbrook, Malik Monk, Dwight Howard. I think Hillbilly Kobe and some who I don't forget who the other person was.
Hey, I'm gonna transition to this because since you said Westbrook, and I thought about this because Skip Bayless said this. Are y'all starting to lose a little bit of? I'm not gonna say respect for Russell Westbrook, but are you starting to look at those triple doubles the same now? Do they have that same type of statue now? Because Russell he's looking terribly, terribly bad right now, and he's still a Hall of Famer. But is he a first ballot lock like he was 6 months ago? Because I don't know anymore. I'm starting to question it a little bit
No,
myself.
I'm not gonna like just because he having a bad season because he had a good season just last year. I'm not gonna do this because he is having a bad season. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna get no excuses, but I'm not gonna denigrate. When you Skip Bayless ain't never liked him anyway. Don't you dare say anything about Skip Bayless. That's another one.
This
He
is,
never liked him anyway.
but and this is his first defensive real coach he ever had. Like
Yeah,
he
because
don't. His coach has always been about okay defense here and there, but mainly offense. So he gotta adjust. He need more than a year to
You
adjust
you
to
right, cause
really.
Scott Brooks, Ralph ain't let him do anything he wanted to do. Yeah, so I just thought about that. Yeah, Scott Brooks let that man do anything he wanted to do.
Hold up. Hey, shout out to C. Hitting the cash app, girl. If you watching, you need to get on the chat or something while you
Oh,
stalking.
that's your cousin. That's the one who's supposed to be on here.
No, no, no.
Oh,
That's Brisha. C is a friend of mine.
okay.
Um, she's the one that's supposed to be helping set my camera up. So, well, anyway, but shout out to C. Hitting the cash out. Um, look, I'm with y'all, man. It was just a thought because look, man, Russell, he's hurting it. He's really making. I don't want to say he's making himself look bad. This what he putting on the tape this year is not good, and it's gonna make voters think twice about him. They're gonna think about his latter part of his career than his earlier part of his career.
But he is old. Athleticism is gone. We got to get that. I mean, he's
Right.
at one time he was a decent shooter before that injury. But Pat Bell, he was really decent with that mid
Yeah,
range.
but doesn't that hurt him, Tiff? Because of people say,
I
well, look, if you're an athletic point guard, why not you hone in your game a little bit more to become better? Because once
I
the
know
athleticism
Russell.
go, then this is what it look like.
He is stuck in his ways. We can't say that he is stuck in his ways.
Right.
I'm not-
Look, I'm not gonna say Russ is an all time great. I
Should have
believe
stayed
he's
in Washington.
and,
Yeah,
the
I
way it
don't know
looks,
why
yeah,
he want. I don't know why he didn't want to stay in Washington. That's what I'm
because
saying.
they
I
were
think
gonna win. We know
no,
that.
I think no, but I thought the main reason he wanted to go to the lake because he wanted to come home. He always said he wanted to go home or something like that.
Yeah, I think he was trying to kill two birds with one stone.
No.
Uh, Obviously he go home and play for the team he grew up watching, but also win a championship. What better place to win a championship in the purple and gold in the place that you grew up with and grew up in? Problem is, I think the Lakers was a year or two late of getting him, and so there's no way he come back next year. I do believe he wanted to win. I just think he overvalued his own play. No
Yeah,
cap
but
allowed, cap.
the, the roster is ass. Like even
Yeah, it
with them
is.
big three, and like, come on, you depending on Trevor Ariza.
Rough is right. The
Like
main
that's my
pieces.
Trevor, my guy, but he's not the defender
Yeah,
that Randy
they should have
he
got
used to
other
be.
pieces. Yeah.
Like he's not going to do what Iggy do. Like Iggy is way behind, but he's still productive, being productive. Trevor
Yeah, like
is
I would
not
have got.
productive
Yeah,
anymore.
Dwight ain't got it no more. Dwight ain't got it no more.
Like
That's
with the
what
six,
that's what bothered me, Dwight. But go ahead, Ralph.
like the Sixers showed you the White can do something, but that was that year, and it was a late behind for the Lakers because you let him go, just like Miguel McGee, JaVale McGee. Look what he's doing with them, the Suns.
But
He was behind with the Lakers, but he
no,
rejuvenated.
I think they
Like
ain't keep him, bro, because can't he only play 15? They say he can't play a lot of minutes, right? Because he'll start to flame up. I mean, because he got
he got
asthma.
asthma.
But yeah, so but
Nah, yeah, Immortal Highlights, you make a great point. The pick and roll is where Russ excels at, and the White, for whatever reason, I don't know what happened to the White. I don't understand. Like he got in Frank Vogel's doghouse, and he hasn't been out since.
It was that AD situation.
It was that. Yeah, Ralph is right. It was that AD. I'm gonna call him out there. He want to pick on the white of all people. If this
Ever
is
since then,
anybody else on
his
the
minutes.
team, yeah, he gonna. If it was anybody else on the team, he know Carmelo would the guy he gave him the business. He wouldn't have did that to
He
Carmelo.
wouldn't did that. He wouldn't have did it to Carmelo. He wouldn't have did that to Carmelo. Just like if there would have been any other comedian up there, Will would never smacked him. You know what I'm saying? But
It was
We're gonna
staged. I tell you,
that later.
it was staged.
But in
we'll get into that later.
regards to your question, brother, nah, it don't make me look at the triple doubles any different. It's still good that he got it, and it's just a fact. It just resulted in wins. When he got it, both in the playoffs and the regular season, 7 times out of 10, his team wins. So, and on top of that, getting over 200 triple, he's projected to get over 200 triple doubles in his career. So that's not an easy thing to do. And another misconception about his MVP. Yes, he was a lower seed and 7th seed, but what made it individually incredible, not just the fact of the triple double, but also he was leading the league in clutch and fourth quarter scoring, assists, and efficiency. And on top of that, he was also the scoring leader too, in top 3, and I think 2nd in assists. So that's why he got the MVP. It wasn't just because of triple doubles. And to add an extra narrative to it, remember the last game of that regular season, he also knocked out the Nuggets.
Right.
In the playoffs. So, like, come on, man.
No, with you, I just wanted to. I mean, the thought did enter my mind once I heard Skip say it, because I know the narrative around Russell Westbrook right now, and the narrative that's always chased him really, his inability to run a team efficiently. We talked about that earlier with Marcus Smart and some of the inefficient play that they have with trying to lead a team. Russell Westbrook is just stubborn to a T, and that's been his greatest weakness. But it's been his greatest strength as well. So it's hard to judge Russell. But in the game that is so, look, we understand the game has changed dramatically over the years, and I just feel like when the voters start to look at Russell Westbrook, I don't know if they're going. And plus, some reason they have a little disdain towards Russell because of maybe his interviews or some of the things he said. I just believe that they're going to look at Russell and say, "Yeah, the triple double was cool, but you never really won anything significant other than the MVP year." And they're going to feel like, "Well, you only got the MVP because you got the triple double," and the narrative that surrounded him with Kevin Durant that year.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. There's no question about it. No,
I believe so too.
No question about it. Like,
but
even
that's
now,
why I
I'm
disagree. I think it's starting to be a little question though.
Even now I'm looking at his what was it his Hall of Fame. To be accurate, his Hall of Fame probability is a 90% at least. So he's definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he's arguably top 10 point guard too. So like is like I don't the thing is that really differentiate Russell Westbrook for the other great point guards is coaching. Like people for some reason dismiss coaching as if it don't have a big influence the way players approach a team game. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So like like you look at the other great point guards like Magic, Oscar, Zeke, Curry, Stockton, GP, who else? Jason Kidd, Nash, like all those guys in the CP3, all those guys in the top 10, they all play with legendary coaches. Matter of fact, majority of them played for a top 15 coach of all time. Besides Westbrook, you know what I'm saying? So like he never had that Larry Brown, he never had that Phil Jackson, he never had that Greg Popovich, a coach that will not only put him in positions to be productive, but most importantly, hold him accountable and make him more open to being to slowing down. He never was in a system like that. People forget the primary reason why KD left OKC wasn't him. Is the fact that the GM was making bad moves. They let Harden go, and they never put shooting around those two guys. That's why he left. He said it verbatim. The offense was only revolved around him and Westbrook, so that's easy to scheme for. Westbrook never had that.
Like, what you can't say.
No, I'm saying he never had.
Act like Westbrook wasn't a part of that
He
equation.
never had. No, that I'm going by what KD said. That's it, brother Mari. I'm not going off what.
Hold up. But you can't say that now because some of the media reported about particular Skip Bayless about the inner circles. I mean, well, look, you can say what you want about Skip. Skip ain't known for capping when about his reports. Now his analysis of the game. No, that's typically he don't. Like, come on. I'm not a fan of Skip either. But if Skip gets some information, he used other than I would say the only person I know that called Skip information wrong was the Dallas Cowboys coach.
Jerry, I mean not Jerry. What's his name? Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Other than him, there's nobody that calls Skip Bayless a liar as far as his reporting.
Man.
And we know how.
Wait a minute, brother Mark. KD and Skip going at it now.
I'll give you some facts.
Yeah, they go at it, but not for his reporting. That's what I'm saying. Like, Skip is not a reporter no more. Let's remember that now. He's a color analyst now. But if Skip says I'm reporting this, then it's usually on point. Like with that Kawhi Leonard situation, he was on point. He was one of the first people because whoever he talking to in that inner circle, he's tuned in. Now when Skip, what he does a lot of time is we don't catch is when he's not reporting, when he's just giving his opinion. But when Skip is reporting something, he's letting you know he's reporting it, so you can take it to the bank. All the other stuff is just conjecture and innuendos and such, and Skip just being an entertainer. But that's all I'm saying, because KD's never called him out in that report right there. As far as he's never called Skip a liar on that. You know, he would take digs at him because I mean, look, that's what KD does. I mean, he be on the internet all the time, but he's never said, "Skip, you lying, you a bald-faced liar." I never said that, and we know KD. If you lying, you would say it because that's what he did to Shannon Sharp. Soon as Shannon Sharp came out of his mouth and said that foolishness, KD was quick. Hey, where your sources at?
What did Shannon Sharp lie? I mean, what did he say?
I can't remember. If you remember what he was with that.
I remember the debacle, but I forgot what he said.
But you remember that? I mean, it was. I mean, because he, he was going at on Twitter with Shannon about it, because Shannon capped. He didn't do his research. His full research. And that's another thing, man. I mess with Uncle Shay, but he's starting to get up there and say some crazy stuff.
He get on my nerves too, talking about he gonna whip. I would have whipped it. Shut up, Shannon. He ain't whipping nobody's ass. Sit your ass down. Acting like you so pro black. Yeah, I'm gonna call you out too, Shannon.
I just prefer, brother Mar. I just prefer primary sources. That's all. And in regards to
but that's not how the media work, though. Sturdy.
No, I'm talking about with KD. Like if KD says that, okay, I'm gonna take his word for it. Like,
okay, that's fine. You're absolutely right. Primary, yeah, because he's the primary source. So you're right.
But like once again, he never had an all-time great coach. And coaching matters, like especially with player development in terms of really the nuances of how to win. You know what I'm saying? Like timing and scoring, pace of the game. Like he never had that. So that's my biggest argument in terms of like people say he's not a winner. It's like, dog, like comparing him to who?
Well, you're right. He's won because he's been in the playoff multiple years. He's took, but you know what they're alluding to when they say he's not a winner. But I agree with you though, because I don't like that narrative either. I don't like that language of saying a player is not a winner because he hasn't won a championship. I'm not a big proponent of that. But I engage in the conversation because I understand the context of why they're saying it. And it's just a great arguing point. But I would say this about Russell before we move on. Russell, you're right. He's never had a great coach, but he's a veteran now in this league. He's a he's played the game long enough to make to do better some of these mental mistakes he's made and continuously to make. Like I don't know what coach you need at this point to not get in the shooting battle with Dame Lillard, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. A coach to hold him accountable. Case in point, you telling me there's a coach that like Larry Brown for AI, he held that man accountable.
Coach to hold him.
Phil Jackson for Kobe and Jordan held them dudes accountable. And Shaq, like he held Pat Riley. I need to say more.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Coach Pop, this man literally would take the starting five out of a lineup within the first 2 minutes. Like, all right, y'all bullshitting. Come on. I ain't got time for this. Like, accountability.
But knowing
Like,
how Russ is, you think Russell will react to that well?
Yes. Every great player wants to be coached. They want to be coached. They want to be challenged. So when you have players that basically fanboys like, oh yeah, we're just gonna do this, we're gonna do that, or just simply too simplistic, like a Scott Brooks, what you expect? You're gonna expect them to optimize that in a limited thing. Go look at the schemes, brother Martin. Like they didn't. Him and Kevin Durant wasn't running nothing elaborate. They lit ISO ball.
Right. I know that.
Like, come on, man. Like I said, look at
the question.
Look at all those point guards I said that y'all agree are definitely better than him, and they all had legendary coaches, or minimum had a system that optimizes that individual's talent.
No, you make a great point, Sturdy. Again, I wasn't agreeing or disagreeing. I was just trying to be honest with the people though. The thought did enter my mind because again, you can't call yourself a true versatile thinker if you don't think about the pros and cons in the other side of the argument, right? I don't look arguments to only buffer my side of the equation. I like to challenge myself before my opponent challenges me, and so when Skip brought that to the table, I had to at least review it. But you make a good point. But with that being said, Sturdy, I'm going back to this Clipper conversation. All right.
Uh-oh.
All right. Now I'm about to contradict everything I done said for the last hour. Where we at now? 2 hours with the statement but I believe it. So, contradiction, so be it. Because I capped how good the West was. No, I didn't say how good they were, but they're better than the East still. I believe with a healthy Paul George and the way that Clipper team is playing and is being coached, they can make some noise in the Western Conference, especially with a hobble Steph Curry.
Now, what do you mean by
and
noise?
Inexperienced?
You mean like a faint snap, like a pin drop, or like a?
I mean like a Thanos, baby. I mean a Thanos snap.
Thanos.
Okay? What you mean? Out of here. I think with a healthy Paul George, because look, we can all agree Ty Lue is a hell of a coach. We can all agree on that.
We agree. I agree with that.
And some of these, I didn't expect the Clippers to be even top 7 especially when both Kawhi and Paul got hurt.
They're not top 7, brother Mar. They're 8th.
You're right. What I'm saying is, at one point, I mean, for them to be this close,
specifically, they got 36 wins.
All right, again, maybe that's an indictment on the Lakers and everybody else. That's a possibility. But I thought the Clippers were going to be 11 seed. Like I just didn't see how they don't have no talent on the team. So in our minds, this is what we think because you don't see Paul and Kawhi. But I watched the Clippers team last year without Kawhi at least go to the Western Conference Finals and give a valiant effort in the Western Conference Finals. And that's without Kawhi. And so I'm saying this year would have added um, what's the point guard they brought back again? I don't know why I'm blanking on people's names
Bobby
right now.
Jackson.
Bobby Jackson, yeah. Smurder, another year in the system.
Reggie Jackson.
Reggie
Oh,
Jackson,
Reggie. Okay,
He
yeah.
said Bobby.
Bobby, whatever
Terrence
his damn name is.
Terrence Mann, another year
Yeah.
in the system, another year, a defender.
The
And
Morris
coach,
brothers.
yeah, we bring in Morris
Yeah.
doing his thing. Zubats being
Luke
consistent.
Kennard.
Luke Kennard being I haven't paid attention to Luke Kennard, so I don't know if what
I
he's
think
doing.
he still got the highest 3-point percentage in the league. I'm not sure, but he did earlier this year.
With that being said, and I know Sturdy, he combing the analytics right now to smack me in the face. But I already told you, Sturdy, I got on my Rufus Elder glasses tonight, and I'm using the eye test.
And that don't
Right.
mean nothing.
He using the high test.
So brother Mark, I got to be straightforward. Like as a guy, I have two bets going on in particular. Like one is voided because of Paul George's injury. The other one's still going. Okay, they both involve the Clippers. One of them being that Paul George won't be a top 5 MVP candidate, and the other one was
you won
the
that
Clippers. The Clippers were not going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I have that bet with Lamont. So and that's with Paul George predicted to play with the season. The reason why
he's missed a lot of time.
No. I said that preseason. I said that knowing Kawhi's going to be missing, knowing there's a huge possibility that Paul George was viewed to be healthy for that regular season, I still had the Clippers being no higher than a 6 seed in the Western Conference. And the reason why I say that,
so this is injuries aside, Lamont took
no.
bet?
I'm telling you I'm just giving my honest opinion of why I said and believe and still believe to this day. Preseason, I predicted that the Clippers would not be a 6 seed in the West, and the reason with the healthy Paul George, and the reason why I said that is because similar to the Nets, they starting to develop more of identity this year, but they don't have no identity offensively nor defensively either. They're not elite in one of those things, neither of those things. The only thing they are elite in is 3-point percentage. That's it.
Yeah. But again,
ain't a very good
free throw your best defenders. I mean, that's what happens.
No, I'm saying like the point is like when you compare them to every other championship team or every other elite team in the NBA, they don't have no idea. Their identity is more foggy.
You mean the Clippers?
When you think of their offense, what do you think instantly?
3-point.
I mean, I got this. I had to see Kawhi and Paul back with Ty Lue because he can run out. He's a good X's and O's guy.
And that's
right now it's sporadic though.
That's the point, brother Mark. Look at the 3 elite teams now: Suns, Warriors, Grizzlies. All got winning records when their best player was missing. All of them. Besides, Warriors have a winning record with Draymond Green missing, so he's technically the most impactful player. But they have a winning record without Curry right now. But the point still stands.
They have the season started.
Brother Mark, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They have winning records without their either most impactful player or best player. They do. The reason for that is because they have an identity offensively. They have a consistent scheme understood between 1 through 8.
What's the Memphis record without John Morant?
18-2.
2, yeah.
18-2.
They have an identity. They are up and down team. They lead the league in transition and in points.
But let's slow this roller coaster down, Sturdy.
Okay.
John Morant, what's the longest stretch of games he missed?
This is right now.
Yeah, because he's missing 2. Gonna miss 2. Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Probably. Let's say if John Morant was out for a month and a half, is that team 25-5 without John Morant?
Hey, the odds, what they shown.
Like, I know you can do it in the small stretches, but when you got to go,
that's 20 games. That's literally a quarter. That's not a small stretch.
No. That's why I said, what's the most games he missed in a stretch in one time.
You got to
Because
get Lou here.
if you if you
Yeah.
if you yeah, we do gotta get, but if John Moran was out 5, 6, 7 games, you can make it through 5 or 6 games. But when your player is missing 35 straight games, it becomes a little bit difficult to have that winning record without him. I don't know if the Memphis Grizzlies would be uh have a winning record if John Morant missed a long stretch of games like Anthony Davis did has. He missed portions. He missed intervals, 5, 6, 7 games, maybe even 10 games, because he missed 20. So I
To count
yeah,
to,
you can go
to
5-1 when you missing 6 games, but can you go 25-5 in a 30 game stretch without your best player, particularly your best two players? I, I, we know the
so
answer to that.
in regards to that, right? Number one, the Lakers haven't went as a losing record with and without AD this season. Number one. Number two, the primary
I'm
reason
excluding the
for
Lakers
that,
though.
the primary reason for that is the lack of identity. I've been on, uh, Tiffany noticed, I've been on Bang Stream multiple years. I mean, not multiple years, this whole goddamn season. It's been the same thing. The lack of identity offensively and especially defensively is the primary reason why the Lakers are failing. It's the primary reason why I did not believe in the Clippers. Because, like I said, and the reason why I asked you, and I gave examples of the top three teams, those guys have identity. They have a common scheme, 1 through 10 on that roster. Okay, our players are missing, but we're still going to do this. We're still going to move. When it comes to the Phoenix Suns and the Warriors and the Grizzlies, they all move the ball well. No matter who is on that goddamn floor, they're going to move the ball well. They're going to defend. They're going in regards to the Suns and the Grizzlies, they're going to rebound. For the Suns, they still going to execute in the half court. Same thing for the Warriors. For the Grizzlies, they're still going to go up and down, play good, tough defense. They have identity. They have continuity. The Clippers didn't, even with Kawhi and Paul George. I'm like, what is this team's identity?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you guys do? Like, what is it? It's not elite defense. It's not.
Well, again, it's hard to be elite defensively when your two best defensive players are out.
No, it's but
Like,
Lamar. Did you just hear what I just said in regards
you
to the
keep telling me
Suns?
about what these do.
The
No, I'm about to get to it. I'm about to get to it because you keep telling me schematically what these teams do when a person is in and out the lineup because they have an identity. Is how you phrasing it, right? They have an identity. So even if Devin Booker or Chris Paul is out, they do what they do best, and that doesn't change. I understand the concept you're saying, and I get you fully. What I'm trying to get you to understand is I don't care what scheme you have. Once your best players are out for a long period of time, like the triangle ain't the triangle if Shaq and Kobe ain't sitting there. And I don't care who you put in there. If it ain't Shaq and Kobe, Derek Fisher and Robert Horry don't make that triangle look good. Again, look at the New York Knicks when they tried to run the semblance of the triangle. They didn't have the players. So I'm saying when you take the main players out for long stretches of time, not a week or two,
I gotta see how long this.
that identity thing looks real good when it is just a week or two. Because you say, yeah, we could just stick to our principles. Our principles are X, Y, and Z, this and the third, and we can get by. Particularly depending on where they fall out in the schedule and at the time of their injury. Let John Morant or let Chris Paul or Devin Booker be out long stretches of time, and let's see what that identity looks like. Then you're gonna start to ask yourself, what is that identity? Because they don't have the players to execute said identity. That's what I'm saying. And I believe when Paul George come back, they will have a little bit more of a defined identity because then you have an elite two-way player. Well,
And that's why I'm asking you. Okay, let's use the 2 seasons where they both were healthy. What was that team's identity?
I mean, they would again. I mean, they were centered around Paul and Kawhi being, I guess, the majority of their offense. But I believe they had. I thought they had great ball movement because that's why they were so elite at the 3-point shot. Kawhi and Paul George had so much attention to them. Once they swung the ball out, there was an open Morris, there was an open Kennard or whoever the other shooting guard was. Like, and they shot free throws well. So we understand the gravity of the offense. It was around Kawhi, being Kawhi, and we understand that you having two elite wing defenders. I think they still elite. I mean, Luka make me look crazy saying that because Luka literally torched him. But when the rubber met the road, Kawhi stepped to the challenge, and he shut Luka. I don't want to say shut Luka. He made Luka work for it to the point when Luka was up, 2-1, like ahead of that series. But it was Kawhi being Kawhi. So what the identity was, you got me started. I really couldn't give you a great answer to that right now because I had to go back and look at it.
Because there is none. There is none. I'm looking at it right now, Brother Mark. They was not even top 10 in team assists. Like they didn't move the ball like that. Like that's completely opposite of what the Suns, the Grizzlies, and the Warriors do when their best players are out. In regards to, like I said before, any championship contending team throughout the history of the NBA, especially the last 20 years, they all had an identity. They all had a thing that you think of, okay, either they do this best or no matter what, we have to deal with this every single night because no matter what going to happen, they're going to try to do this.
They had, with that being said, if Paul George and Kawhi is healthy last year, you don't think they have a good chance of winning?
No, I didn't.
With
Once
no
again,
identity?
no. They of course they have a chance of winning, but I didn't have the winning either. I didn't have them come out the Western Conference. Once again, I had them losing.
But that was
I
in
had
the
them
Western
losing.
Conference Finals.
I had them losing to the Jazz in the second round. That didn't work. And then I had them losing against the Suns, and that was definitely on point. So I had no faith in this team. Since when Kawhi got there too, I have no faith in this team because, like I said before, I recognize common trends amongst successful teams especially in NBA. Clippers are missing key components.
Yeah.
Yes, they got the star power. Yeah, people forget it takes more than just star power to win a championship. Yes, they got the star power. Yes, they got the coach.
But they have more than star power there, though.
No, yes, I'm saying yes. Yes, they got the star power. Hold on. We're gonna put a maybe on the star power. Yes, they have a good coach. Yes, they have a great supporting cast. But they're lacking in one, reliability in their star power, and number two, schematically, consistency, continuity amongst their whole roster. They have to go in a playoff series. Okay, what of our advantages besides isolation? Because every team at some point runs some form of isolation. But what is your constant theme? What is your constant point of attack throughout the team? Not just with these individual players, throughout the team, because that will separate good teams from great teams. That will separate losers from winners.
So when Lou made those adjustments last year, do you don't think that was schematics working at its best when Tyronn Lue made the adjustment he made in that Dallas series?
What adjustment?
Was switching Kawhi, putting Kawhi on Luka.
They've been doing
like permanent, like not
no, like that literally
and stop all that switching. And you remember they were heavy switching.
No, that was not schematically why they switched. They switched because you can go look at the tape. They was not going over the screen. That's why they was allowing the switch. The game plan was not to deny the switch. It was actually to press Luka away from the screen so that way you get help and the guards or whoever Paul George or Kawhi could recover.
But that was an adjustment he made, though, right? Because
no. No, I'm telling you, that was always the game plan. What you go look at the film, brother
I
Mari?
was all
They was
game
getting,
plan when they
they
told
were
me to
lacking.
abandon it.
Go look at Kawhi's effort, in particular his effort going above screens and the communication he points out in particular during the fourth quarter of Game 7 in comparison to Game 6 and Game 5. Same quarters, different games. Is not the same. It's telling you, it's schematically he's in the same position. No, I'm telling you, schematically he's in the same position. The only thing there is effort. It's literally his effort. It's effort.
That's more than effort.
No, go look at it.
Because you trying to then it's an indictment on Kawhi to say you wouldn't give him effort in a playoff game.
No, it's not an indictment. It's some of the thing is this. Because once again, they don't have a method to get easy buckets for their star players. Kawhi gets majority of buckets in isolation situation, in particular from the elbow, for common triple threat positions. Area in particular of the elbow to driving lanes, the mid post. That's where he operates. Those are isolated situations. You have to work for those baskets. So because of that, he's not going to have that much energy defensively. That's why it's important to have a good scheme. For that way, your best offensive player, who so happens to be your best defensive player, still have energy to perform that defensively. That's why the Bucks became the better defensive team. I mean, a better team overall because, like I said before, Giannis was getting his buckets more easier.
I got to go back and look at that because
I'm telling you,
that was more than I'm not saying they made a total 180.
Hey, Lamont,
360.
Lamont kind of like alluded to it when he breaks down Kawhi. Like the main difference between Kawhi and the Spurs and the Clippers
I remember that
is his communication.
Right.
Weak side in particular. Go look at his effort and communication, that closeout game defensively and compare it to every other closeout game.
I remember that breakdown Lamont gave. What I'm saying, that to me, that's just more than his communication. Because Kawhi knows that. Right, but I think again I gotta look at it again because now we're talking about coming up on a year now, and I haven't put this stuff to memory. There were more adjustment made than just effort and communication.
No, I'm talking about for that particular one. That's why I asked for what adjustments. But for that one in particular, the scheme, like people's like, oh, they allow to switch. No, is like that's the most common thing too. That's the most effort thing in regards to switch. Every coach know, all right, cool. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. That's our scheme. We're going to hedge, or we're going to switch, or we're going to trap. One of three things. It's that simple. So
now I can't remember were they trapping Luka afterwards?
No, we're not going to trap a great playmaker like Luka, so he can carve us up like Jokic did.
Come out. Hold up. Why not?
No,
on the Dallas Mavericks. Who was the secondary playmaker on that team?
No, honestly, that series. Remember, the Dallas Mavericks was shooting tremendously.
They were.
Matter of fact, both teams were shooting tremendously. That's why I'm telling you.
But this is why when you trap, you rotate.
No, that's why I'm telling you. You cannot trap players like Luka, Jokic, and LeBron. They're gonna.
I'm not talking about again, but I'm talking about in the context of that Dallas team. They didn't have a secondary playmaker. Get the ball out of Luka's hand.
I agree with that. I agree with that, but that particular
if Hardaway Jr. if he takes out to 4 wins and beats us, then so be it.
No, that's what I'm saying. They as a collective, that series they were shooting tremendously. That's why when Luka when a few times they did try to trap Luka, he swing the ball out and swing 3. Both teams were executing. That's why the trap thing don't work. That's why when you have good shooters around players like LeBron, Luka, and Joker in particular, you cannot trap those guys when they shooters are on. In particular, you cannot trap those guys.
I don't. What you mean?
That's why
you make an argument earlier about not today, but I swear I heard you make an argument about trapping KD.
Yes, that's different because KD's not the same level of playmaker as Luka. Not even close.
Hold on, when you doing the trap like that, on the playmaker you gotta do is just get the ball out.
No, exactly. You have to be able to make that.
Do that.
One, Brother Mar, you have to make that ability to make that pass consistently. And number 2, most important, you still have to read the defense because the double team and the trap not always come from the same person. So you have to be able to react to that as a playmaker. KD do not have the experience to do so on the same level as Luka.
Experience now.
No, he don't. Not as that role. As a role as a facilitator, he don't have the same level as Luka, Joker, and LeBron. No.
I get what you're saying.
That's
bro.
why he said verbatim, I never experienced something like that. I never experienced
Right.
that on the team.
Which is, I don't see why he said that because
I'm like,
I swear I've seen that
what
before.
Devin Booker recalls this. Like, what?
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, as for that Dallas series, I'm doubling Luka. Particularly with depending where he at on the floor. I'm especially doubling. And once I get him to the part of the floor that I need him to be at, I'm sending the double team, and then I'm counting on my backside to rotate. Again, go back to the Cavs when they was playing the Warriors. That was about, to your point earlier, it was about effort, understanding where your players should be once the ball rotate. Where do I need to be as a defender? If it's on the left side or the right side, where do I supposed to be, and what man or what area of the floor am I supposed to cover? Right. Once Luka get the ball out of his hand, they only had one guy that was killing them from the 3-point, and that was Hardaway.
Hardaway Jr.
Because Hardaway Jr. Because the other guy, I'm blanking on these guys' name today, but the unicorn, what's his name? This in Washington, Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a non-factor because they had him out there stretched out so much. Like, now I can see if you were saying if the Dallas rotations had Kristaps cutting to the basket and using his height, but they had Kristaps sitting behind the 3-point line. Like, just get the ball out of Luka's hands because he was eating Beverly up for dinner. He was just too small. Salute that. So that's all I'm saying, Sturdy. Like, I think sometimes we complicate the game too much. Sometimes it's about simplicity. It's not about all this extra. As Ralph would say, with the analytics and all that.
I didn't know analytics at all. I literally said,
no, I know you didn't give me analytics. I'm just buffering my point of saying, let's just simplify the game. Sometimes I think Shaq talk about that a lot too. It ain't rocket science. Sometimes it's just, do I have the best player on the floor when it comes down to crunch time?
No,
and
because
can they do?
That's how Shaq got his success. That's why his way of thinking. He's the same guy that also said there is no strategy in basketball. Like he says that constantly. He's like, bro, like, no, just because you was talented enough as a superstar, you didn't have to be as strategic to get your success. Does not mean there's not strategy in basketball. It's not true.
That's a fair point, Sturdy. But then again, it is Shaq.
No, it's because it's Shaq. That's why he's saying it. That's what I'm telling you. If Shaq was Tim Duncan, he would never say that.
But he said it though, and he made that point. Now you hold up, Sturdy. You can disagree with Shaq, but it's just funny how then when a player says something that we find comical, all of a sudden it's invalid or unreasonable. Shaq made a point because he believed that point. And with that, it got him 4 championships. So that's the way he see the game. And Shaq ain't the only person that said that. Kenny Smith has alluded to some of the same things about, at the end of the day, do I have the best player on the floor? Damn the X's and O's. Kenny Smith has alluded to that millions of times with Shaq. So again, we understand there's a part of it's a thinking man's game as on some level. We understand the cerebral part of the game.
All right, let's use
I'm
that
just saying.
Let's apply that to the dynamic duo Paul George and Kawhi. They don't meet that criteria. They don't meet that criteria. I love it what they have shown in the recent past, especially as Clippers.
Put my glasses back on, Sturdy.
Especially as Clippers. What have they done as Clippers on that franchise to proven to you that they are these world beaters, these closers, these guys that show up. Like I never understood this. I never understood this.
Well,
Because
look,
people forget
here's
that
who.
same. Hold on, people allude to Paul George, Indiana Paul George. Or can he be that? Number one, he never been that since the injury. Number two, even when he was that, people forget. Game 7, 2013, he didn't have a good game. There was pivotal games in those series of Indiana that Paul George did not show up. But what we think of Paul George, we think of the dunk on Birdman. Oh, the pat by LeBron. It was a good play. Yes, it was a competitive series, but if you want to focus on Paul George's individual performance, especially during crucial games, majority of times in
Say
his career,
criteria one more time.
majority of time in his career, he does not show up. That's just facts. In regards to Kawhi recently, especially recently, has not showed up either due to injury or performance in big games.
Yeah.
So
Look,
when we go by who we have the best player, do you have a guy to knock on that shot, the guy to show up in pivotal moments? I can't say the Clippers do. Not 9 times out of 10 with Paul George and Kawhi. Kawhi got 8 games in the playoffs when he went scoreless in his
absolutely.
career.
And look,
That's
I'm not
bad.
gonna look
PG,
in.
last thing for PG, the only guy in NBA, let me say this correctly, in NBA history to have more 25
History.
point was it field goal percentage 25% or lower in the playoff game was Bob Cousy. That's the only guy that got more 20 those type of inefficient games like that than Paul George.
All right. Well, look. No cap allowed. So I'm not gonna act like Paul and Kawhi has done something to make me feel super confident in them. I'm not speaking as far as down the line. I'm only speaking as it relates to this season.
So what noise you think they gonna make since you up there doing
Yeah,
the
you said
counting
what
for them?
noise. So like,
Yeah, what
Paul
noise
George,
they
Again,
gonna make?
he back tonight. What this AC gonna do?
Yeah, what he gonna do?
well, look, it depends on who. Hey, look, if they pull the Suns or something like that, I'm out.
Yeah, because most
But
likely
I'm saying depends
they
on
would
what
have
who they
to,
can play
yeah.
first.
Most likely
Because
they would have to play the Suns.
No, they won't.
right,
They can
But
battle and get
first,
the
they got to
seventh
make out
seed.
a play-in. They got to make out a play-in first. First, they have to beat the Wolves.
all I know is Tyrone Lue has coached his team way, way better than I thought that they could be coached. I didn't expect him to be in this position right now.
I
Which,
give him props for
They
that.
got
again,
38 wins.
again,
My fault. 36.
30.
I mean, apologize. I mean, say 36 wins. I'm sorry.
I,
36 wins.
I get it, but they're in the playoff hunt right now, and I didn't expect them to be in the playoff hunt. 30. I get it. 36 wins is terrible. That's, but Tyrone, you can't say that this team hasn't played better than you thought they would
No, I
have.
just told you, brother Amari. I
They
predicted
did go on
they
a
would
win
not be
streak. Come
good.
on, Sturdy. They went on
Come
a
on,
win streak.
30.
I
Like
literally
this
made a
team.
bet. Wait, what you want me to say?
Yeah, I know you made a bet. I understand, but I'm saying you feel way more confident about your bet once Paul George and Kawhi Leonard got hurt. See, it's easy to say that
No,
now
I
after the.
predicted with
But
Paul George
but
being healthy.
we
With Paul
because
George being
we knew,
healthy.
brother Mark, we knew Kawhi was coming back.
That's what I'm saying. We knew
Everybody
Kawhi
we
was
knew.
going out. I still said with Paul George, this team will not be a top 6 seed in the West. I
They
believe
would.
this
They
team will
would
be
have been.
mediocre since the beginning.
If they had Paul George, they would have been.
They got
Top-
36 wins. This is exactly what I
the
thought
way
they would be.
So the way the West look right now, you still feel confident about that? Because the West don't look as super strong as we thought it would either.
Man, it's
So
the
with that,
Suns to lose.
so with that being said, Sturdy,
Mm.
can you hear me, Sturdy?
Yeah, I'm in. And Dion backstage. I'm in.
Oh, my bad, Dion.
Oh, he acting like
I'm being
true
true right
already.
now.
Yeah, you being true right now. Hey, Dion.
Salute.
Salute, Dion. I'll go ahead, Dion. I'm gonna let you cook. What you got?
No, you guys go ahead and cook.
All right, what
Okay.
you saying, brother Moore? About the Clippers?
Okay. Now, as we talked about earlier, the Western Conference don't look as strong as we thought it would look. And you can't tell me with a healthy Paul and Kawhi that this team is not one of the elite teams in the NBA.
They are. Like, say if next year, right? Everyone's healthy. That includes Jamal Murray. That includes Steph and
My,
Clay. That
yep.
includes AD and LeBron. So all these factors, yes, they will be. I predict them to be a top 3 team in the West with the healthy Paul George and Kawhi. But they have to show. They have to improve more to even see they. I don't think they're better than a healthy Nuggets team, like you just alluded to earlier. I don't think they're better than a healthy Nuggets team. And
That's interesting. Go ahead.
And also, the Dallas Mavericks are gonna get better next year too. The Grizzlies gonna get better next year too. Like, it ain't gonna be sweet for like the Nets and the Clippers as people might think it
When you
seems.
say Dallas Mavericks gonna get better, how? What you mean?
I'm saying they're still a young team, number one, and number two, a lot of people not paying attention to that. This team has a top 5 defense in the league.
Shout out to
So,
Jason Kidd.
so the fact that they're going to get better, and this team only gonna get more continuity because people forget majority of their key pieces they just got traded mid-season, and Luka's gonna get better too. So they're gonna be better next year. And Luka with a inconsistent Kristaps Porzingis took the Clippers with a healthy Paul George and a healthy Kawhi Leonard 7 games. So imagine what he would do with a competent defense and a high IQ player like a Spencer Dinwiddie on a week, like we just mentioned before, on the secondary playmaking position in situations. They're going to get better. So it ain't going to be no cakewalk for the Knicks or the Clippers.
I believe the Dallas Mavericks will be better as far as a regular season next year. If they don't get them a second star there, they're going to run into a roadblock in the playoffs. That's why I asked you, what do you mean by better? Will they accumulate more wins next season?
I'm sorry, is that
especially
Echo?
if Luka
Not to
comes into the
interrupt.
season in shape and not
No, you
like
good.
a Phil
Yeah,
Davis
no, it
dope
was
boy.
like some background noise.
Yeah, but with that being said, the Dallas Mavericks will be a problem during the regular season if they don't get somebody to help Luka. And Spencer Dinwiddie is not it. Spencer Dinwiddie is the third best player. It's better, but if it's still Luka in the Temptations, then he gonna have a problem.
I know he did not say Luka and the
Brother
Temptations.
Mar, I just alluded to, which was
My
this.
bad,
Like I said,
my bad.
a Luka with a better defensive team and a more competent second option is more than enough to beat the Clippers. That's why
Just said Luka and the tokens.
That's what I'm alluding to.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Because I don't know if I agree or disagree with that yet, because I got to see how Kawhi come back.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
like,
depending
that's
on
what I'm
how
saying.
Kawhi
Like,
come
look at
back,
this.
This
Look
might
at the
be
things
this.
I mentioned,
Yeah.
Brother Mar. I said a healthy Warriors team with Wiseman coming back, by the way. A better Grizzly team.
Is he coming back? I don't know.
Yeah, is he?
Not next season.
He's
He'll
supposed to
be
be
back.
back.
Next season.
Yeah,
Next season.
he'll be back.
Next season,
Yeah.
he'll be back.
Are you sure about that? I don't know. It's a big
Yeah, I'm
dude.
pretty sure with that.
And then when he come back, is he gonna stay healthy?
I don't know about that.
Well, we need to ask that about Kawhi. Is he gonna stay healthy?
Well, that's a
He
good
gonna
question.
get hurt
Good
again?
backhand.
That's a good
Tim.
question.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at it.
Tim watched the.
Kawhi gonna go off the floor in December talking about I gotta have another surgery.
No, you made a great point, Tim. Well,
So Tim return that backhand to you, man.
No, that's great,
Like
great
Venus and
point, Tim.
Serena?
Hey, look, I'm not. Hey, no cap allowed. You ain't gonna see me do my true thing up here. What do you mean?
Well,
that is true. If you say that, what you mean? What you mean? Yeah, he ain't gonna play. He ain't gonna be good all season.
Shout out, True. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't say anything about you, True. This time I didn't say anything about you, True.
I'm surprised True to come in when we was killing his Celtics. You know, but
yeah, I sent it to Facebook, so maybe you didn't look at his Facebook. I sent it there all my Facebook.
True taking notes. That's all he doing. So when he have his live stream,
he cleaning his uniform. That's what he doing.
But in regards to the Clippers, shout out to Kleber, shout out to damn, I forgot the starting center, the starter Z, I think. Shout out to
Hard
those
stop.
two.
Zubac.
Zubac, yeah, shout out to those two. They got better. Zubac in particular got better defensively. Obviously, Kleber got better defensively and one of the league's best shooters. So shout out to them. They got better. But to conclude, the Clippers, because I don't like talking about trash teams, they are exactly what I thought they would be. They're exactly who I thought they would be.
Okay, and since you predicted this downfall of the Clippers, we'll see. Because my point of contention is, it's easy for you to get on your high horse and say that I predicted this when both players are hurt and out. Now we know Kawhi was going to be out for a while, but they were talking about the possibility of Kawhi coming back, and we didn't know Paul George was going to miss this type of time. So, Sturdy, you can have the upper hand until they could get back on the court, because it's always easy to say something once we got the results. It's like playing Monday morning quarterback. I told you,
Brother Mark, but I told you once again.
You predicted it. We get it. We understand.
Forget the prediction. I committed action to it. I made a bet. Like this team would be trash.
I get it. But I know this. You felt way better about your bet once Kawhi was out seemingly indefinitely, and Paul George got hurt with this elbow injury.
Even with
if I'm not mistaken,
honestly, I was counting on a good to great Paul George, and I said, nah, this team not being top 6 seed.
Okay, that's fair. Well, look, I'm not gonna stick on. I'm not going down on that hill with the.
Nah, don't. There's so many better franchises out there. There's so many better franchises. There's actually,
I'm not going on history.
There's franchises that made to the finals. Like, come on, man. There's so many better qualities out there. You ain't gotta choose the Clippers. You ain't got.
No, I'm just saying because I'm looking at the West, and Memphis is great, but they have never been in the postseason before, and they never done it. Oh, well, they won last year.
Yeah, but they won last year.
They went 5 games, man.
5 games with the Utah Jazz, and we all know Boston.
Yeah, no. With nobody on this panel, but some people with it, them Utah Jazz was frauds. Like I said, some people had them going to the finals. That was Sean.
That was Sean.
And he had True drinking the Kool-Aid too, because True started to believe they was gonna go to the finals too.
Well, look,
he said out his own mouth.
He just wanted to go against Chris Paul and anybody because his Celtics wasn't going to make it. They got blew out by the Nets.
No, he didn't like Chris Paul what he did to Giannis. That's what he mad about in the finals.
What did he do to Giannis?
It was some. I don't remember it was some play, y'all. That.
No, hold up.
No, he was hating before. He was hating before that. Way before.
Yeah, he was hating way before that. No, he was calling him a dirty player and everything.
Well, y'all was doing that too. I don't know who was the film. Y'all was calling him dirty.
And you remember me and Study were the only one defending Chris, saying that he should be a top 5 point guard if he got the championship last year.
Yeah, because Bees and Sturdy went through.
But me and Sturdy was on that. That's what I'm saying. But
I already know Bees gonna catch us on playback, but let's be honest, man. Let's be honest. Like,
okay.
Let's not pretend Chris Paul didn't have a better finals than both of John Stockton's finals. Like, let's not pretend. Absolutely. Like, let's not pretend.
While injured.
Yeah, while injured. Like, let's not pretend like there's certain things Chris Paul does that's better than John Stockton. That's all. I'm keep it there. The only thing that he cannot touch Stockton on is the assist accumulation numbers and the durability. John Stockton is one of the most durable players ever. So, that's the only thing Chris Paul can't touch upon. Everything else, he's either equal or better than. That's all I'm saying.
All right, hot take of the night. I think John Stockton's a little bit overrated.
Very overrated. There we go.
I might have to agree with you on that. I can't believe. I hope that's a hot take.
Those old school. It's some old school cats, man. And I'm 36. I don't know if I'm considered old school or not. You know what I'm saying? But it's those 40 and up club that romanticize about John Stockton like he was out there dropping 40 a night.
Emmitt Stockton.
He was a tough, hard-nosed defender. And look, it don't hurt to have Karl Malone sitting next to you shooting. Now, that's not to take away John Stockton because he was the purest point guards, right? He can run a team.
Yeah.
He was a great defender. I ain't never seen a white boy defend like that besides Larry Bird. Like so I'm giving his kudos. He was leading the Utah Jazz to championship or to
So
playoff berth.
here's the
Like,
thing. Here's the thing.
go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, brother Mar. That's last time. They underachieve. Like that's the problem. Like they underachieve like crazy. John Stockton. When old heads in particular, they say, "Oh, the reason why Stockton don't have any rings because he faced Jordan." John Stockton played in the playoffs 19 years. 19 years consecutively, he made the playoffs. He only played Jordan twice, meaning he had 17 other times to win a championship. Number two, like Brother Marge just alluded to, 18 those times he played with this arguably the second greatest power forward of all time, and a surefire system with Jerry Sloan, and he had a productive third scoring option almost every time. To conclude all this, they have a losing record in the playoffs. The Jazz have a losing record in the playoffs.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Here's another
So
fun fact. Out of those 19 times they made it to the playoffs, majority of the times they had home court advantage, meaning they were top 4 seed. They have more first round exits than Western Conference appearances.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah. Again, what happened to them the year that Jordan didn't play and the Houston Rockets came out of that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask y'all about sturdy.
They-
With how the Houston Rockets, yeah, what happened
Like,
to them that year? That was
the thing is, like, people, there's this for some reason they honestly they not even on the same level as like disappointment as like the Clippers or like the Rockets, because those teams they lost the champions most of the time. These dudes lose like Portland, the Warriors, like like teams that even make it past the second round.
Right.
Like huge underachiever, and this not and don't get this straight at all. I know exactly John Stockton was
right
one of the greatest, if not the greatest, facilitator of all time. Like Brother Mar alluded to, a two-way player. One of the purest definitions of consistency and durability. I know who John Stockton was, and and you talking about Chris Paul being dirty. John Stockton might be Ric Flair. Like, if you don't believe me, ask Steve Kerr. Like,
nah.
Stockton might be.
Now, Sturdy and the brother Marty, rest of y'all, are y'all going? Y'all say he overrated? How do you feel about Karl Malone there? Because they're kind of
It's intertwined, but the difference is between Karl. Karl over time improved on his weaknesses, and number two, Karl was just simply more impactful. Stockton, because of the Jerry Sloan system, he was more statistically valuable because in the system he obviously was a primary facilitator, but Karl Malone had more win shares. Karl Malone was the best scorer. He was just as good a defender. People won't want to talk about that, but Karl Malone was actually a very good defender. And once again, in regards to that pick and roll, it don't become effective unless Karl Malone finishes the job. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. So it's a hand-to-hand thing. But the thing is, Karl proven to be impactful winning, even during that short extent with the Lakers. If you don't believe me, ask Derek Fisher, and honestly, not just Derek Fisher, but Kobe as well, and Shaq, like how pivotal Karl Malone and how pivotal he played during the whole Lakers locker room and what he did on the court. So like he was always, the thing with Karl is like his weakness was like free throw attempts. He wasn't a good late free game maker. He wasn't. So like over time that improved, but he simply put, he had less weaknesses than John Stockton. He was more impactful winner than John Stockton. Even though that whole Jazz run, like I said before, is very overrated because they were losers.
No, I'm with you on that one, 30. Echo. Look, to answer your question, Tiff. Look, Karl Malone is rated properly to me, right? He's the second greatest power forward in the game. No further than third. Like I can't put. I mean, we know Tim Duncan.
Put him over KG.
I will still put him. And KG was my favorite player growing up. That's why I said no further than third. Because
put him over Dirk.
Yeah, I put him over Dirk. Yeah, I put him over Dirk. Absolutely. And that's what I'm
just freeballing.
The only other person I might put in front of him is KG. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a KG fan. That was my favorite player growing up. Could be, So, I mean, again, that's a better question to ask 30 then, but he's definitely no lower than third. And so
He, he better than
he
Kemp in this round.
Kemp ain't even in discussion. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Kemp ain't having long in the prime for no.
That was
Right?
funny.
That's too bad.
Yo, Malone was a bucket. Like
See what?
Malone was a bucket, bro.
No,
Steve
see
Webb
what?
been having long with prime Ralph. To
Ralph, you
me.
gonna just name all the power forwards? You gonna name Trailer now? Tractor Taylor?
No, I was
All
just
right.
naming the good ones.
And again, you could put Charles Barkley in there. Obviously, we know he was only a one way player, but he was a rebounder. That is part of
Yeah, he
defense.
did. Yeah, did win
So
the
you
league MVP. Yeah,
right. So
Amari.
No, man.
you who you say?
Amari Peak was sure
You
about the
said Amari
injury
Stoudemire.
stuff. Yeah,
What my cousin sending me here? Ballers alert on Instagram.
Amari made Nash MVP.
No, he
No,
didn't.
Amari
He
just didn't
did.
do it
He
long
did,
enough,
bro.
man. I say this though, I ain't never seen nobody give Tim Duncan's problem more than Amari Stoudemire in that playoffs. Both years, he was giving Tim Duncan the business, and so I believe Amari, if he could have stayed healthy, you you know, the sky's the limit. Because even when he went to New York, the beginning of his tenure, he had that team humming. Just
Yeah.
injuries
Yeah,
and I was
he was playing well.
No, it was that fire exchange incident. It fucked him over.
whatever it was.
After that, he was like, fuck it. I don't want ball no more.
But those years that he was playing Tim Duncan, he was giving Tim Duncan that work.
That was some of the best basketball I ever seen when they used to go at the Spurs and the Suns, wasn't it?
Yeah, and again, Dan Tony. Dan Tony and Nash, they need Lord, I don't know what to say about them. Those are two like obviously Steve Nash was a great player, but as a coach, we know he's trash. Dan Tony, because of his 3 seconds or less offense, he's being overvalued in this league as well. Because again, when it seems that his team need to do something, they do the most idiotic thing at the most inopportune time, and I just don't get it.
He had a longer coaching career than
But
Fisher.
I think he's valued. I think that Tony's valued properly. I think
properly.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, his offense. You can say what you want about his offense, but draws tickets. Players like it. Harden likes it.
His offense fucked up with my Lakers,
Yo, but
I can't.
You and that's a great point that you make. That players like it. It draws tickets, but it don't win. He hasn't
Right, you're a
won,
regular season coach.
and he has teams good enough to win. And I believe that's the problem with D'Antoni. Like you emphasize this offense so much that that's all those teams can do. And so when teams adjust to it, you don't have a counter move. And I personally like D'Antoni, but I don't know, man. Look,
no, his offense, the modern offense, right? His 3 seconds or less, 3-point shooting, that favors analytics. A lot of these guys in the room, the back rooms, we're talking about, these analytics where guys shoot at, the corner, the guy shoots from the corner or be close to the basket. So, I mean, people like that offense.
I don't know if Natalie went to sleep or not because I know she got to get up in the morning, but I would love for her to give her opinion back on our Nets talk that we had earlier, how she feel about them. So, Nat, if you still up and watching, give us your opinion on your Nets as far as if you heard the conversation earlier about it. I don't know if you heard it or not, but how do you feel about them in the Eastern Conference? Do you believe they're a fool's gold? Or do you believe they can really make some noise even with their shortcomings? Obviously, we know Ben Simmons isn't there. Obviously, we know, as Sturdy alluded to earlier, they're going to have to score 30 points for 16 games for them to be valuable in the playoffs. But I believe they can do it. Mr. Youngboy believe the Nets are going to the finals. I believe he's
I think he
trolling. Obviously, he's trolling.
I'm taking all bets.
This is a good question. Would you be surprised if they made it to the finals?
Absolutely.
No.
I'll be surprised.
I would not be surprised.
Tough cookie, Sturdy. I get that all the things you said earlier, but because they are who they are, and the Eastern Conference is who the Eastern Conference is, why would you be surprised?
It's the same reason I was surprised when LeBron made it to the finals in 2018, because that team defensively was trash. The supporting staff was inconsistent.
See,
yeah, that's pretty much
you
it.
Have your eye test. See, you didn't have the eye test, 30. Because if you knew the eye test, like the Eastern Conference is people like to always
hold on. You cannot compare the Eastern Conference to what it was in 2018 for what it is today. They are not the same.
But I'm getting saying, LeBron James. Tiff, you got it? Yeah, Tiff got it. Echo. Tiff probably she stepped away probably. Tiff.
What's up?
Oh, never mind. Okay, you had a little echo for a little bit. But look, man, LeBron James was at. I don't want to say he was at his apex of his game at that point, but he was still damn near close to it. And I didn't see no team that was going to beat LeBron James, period. Because we didn't watch LeBron James take a bunch of bombs to the finals before. And I can say that team to me in 18 was better than that team that he took the first time. Do you disagree with that, Sturdy?
Yeah,
he went to get the stats. Yeah, somebody got echo. Let me see what's going on here.
I don't need no stats for that. You're right, brother. But they both the teams wasn't. If you look at it, they played good regular season, and in the playoff, just not enough finals.
Yo. Yeah, Tiff with the echo.
Yeah, bro.
All right, let me go back and come back in.
All right.
They were trash defensively, like I said. Like I didn't. Once again, I don't care about the name, man. I care what you do, and defense win championships. And it is what it is. And on top of that, LeBron had one of the greatest playoff runs ever. Like three buzzer beaters, 700 points total. Like come on, man. Like averaging 35 for the whole playoffs, bro. We're not, bro. That was a once, bro. Man, come on, man. It took that. Plus, they won 7 games twice, bro. Get out of here, man. Like, yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that was legendary.
The result, hey, 7 games, 10 games. LeBron James got it done.
That's one. There's not this one. That's 2018 East is not the same thing as 2022 East. And number 2, in regards to the Nets,
what's the difference?
The big difference is there's a champion in the East. Let's get out the way. LeBron was literally the only champion in the East in 2018, the only one. So that's no longer the case. Number 2, more competition. The Celtics are better than 2018 and 2022.
Hold on. Tiff, you got to connect your mic and cam. It won't let you in. Go ahead, start. Oh, okay.
The Celtics was better in 2022 than they are in 2018. The Heat are better. And also once again the
Kyrie was a champion too.
The Bucks are obviously better. So there's way more adversity to go through. And let's be another thing. Let's be honest. I don't think KD can do what LeBron did. He don't have to, but
that's a fair point.
Nah.
I'll give you that. I don't believe KD can do what LeBron did either. I'm just saying because he is KD still, and you have a Kawhi, Kawhi, stuck on Kawhi, a Kyrie Irving next to him. That changes the equation a little bit because LeBron James didn't have a Kawhi. I keep saying Kawhi. Kyrie next to him
Yeah, he capping for Kawhi.
I
That's
know.
what.
I got the double cap on for Kawhi tonight.
Yeah, that's why I say it was a surprise because once again, that 2018 Cavs team was trash defensively. Typically, trash team defensively do not come out the East. That's why he was the only. He's literally the only. He's the only. That was the only team in league history to have a 28th ranked defense or 27, some crazy crap like that, and still make it to the finals.
But you
That's why
understand
it's an
LeBron,
outlier.
though. You know how LeBron is.
No, that's why it's an outlier. Like outliers don't make the trend. That's what they call
Absolutely.
outliers.
Absolutely. But I believe this team, the Nets, have a chance to be one of those outliers.
Hey,
Now,
Yeah,
look.
if Ty Lue was on there, sure, but you got
I'm
Steve
taking all
Nash.
bets.
Go ahead.
Nah, I ain't going to do no betting.
I'm saying, man, like, bro, like, we kind of been PC with it, but like, bro, KD's not that guy. He's not that guy.
Man.
Kyrie, inconsistent. Like, another thing too. I keep saying this, man. Defense wins championships. Those little easy things wins championship. Teams gonna make you score harder. Like they just are. So you got to get easy buckets.
Absolutely.
And KD's not that guy.
Look, well, the playoffs are right around the corner. And so we're going to get a lot of answers to these questions. And so
I got a question for you, Brother Mark, because they are the favorites. Do you think KD, from you and from the consensus, will get proper criticism? Let's put it to you that way. If the Nets were to when the Nets fail in the playoffs this year,
I don't know what your barometer is for proper criticism, but I would say, off the top of my head, I'm gonna say no. And the reason I'm gonna say no is because LeBron James is still in the league. So he's going to be the hour of everybody criticism. And so whether KD falls out in the first round or the Eastern Conference Finals, it's going to be a lot of attention towards the Lakers because at this point, I don't think they're going to make the play-in. And so regardless of what KD do or don't do, it's going to be about LeBron James and his inability to get the Lakers where they need to be. And Russell Westbrook and what the Lakers are going to do. He's going to control majority of the basketball talk. Will he get criticism from the sturdies of the world? Absolutely. But to your point, as a basketball community as a whole, there's going to be the KD protectors. Hey, Ben Simmons wasn't playing. Kyrie was in and out because he didn't get the shot. Steve Nash is not a great coach, which are all valid points.
James Harden left in the middle of the season.
Absolutely. So he
he
won't
was
get the
injured.
criticism. And Sturdy, you can get on the top of your New York building tonight and yell out to the world that KD should get this smoke, and people are going to ignore you as a whole. I mean, it is what it is. It just is what it is. I'm not saying don't get on your hot box and scream it, because I want to see you do it personally. You know what I'm saying? Because I like when Sturdy gets into his debate form and he comes with the numbers, and it's for good television, or it's for good YouTube, however you want to phrase it. So no, Sturdy, he's not gonna get the smoke. Only you and Bang is gonna get him the smoke.
Especially
it's gonna be fun for that night when we watch it.
Especially if he perform well, he's not getting no smoke. He perform well.
Oh, don't let him drop another 50 burger or 49 burger and almost hit the game winning shot. Like the Skip Baylesses of the world gonna come in and say he was a pinky toe away.
Right? Oh yeah, yep.
You know,
yeah.
And hey, I can't even lie. I use that same argument against 30. He was a pinky toe away. You know,
he was right.
30.
Hold on, man, hold on.
Yeah,
man. You can't, Brother Mark. You can't do that. You can't make a mockery of Skip after quoting him. Nah, dog. This man, you know what this man said?
Hey, there's no cap tonight, man.
This man says KD's 49-point game, which he didn't score in overtime, by the way, was better than LeBron's 50-point game in Game 1 versus the Warriors.
No.
I'm like, all right, bro, you got it.
Well, when he ain't scoring overtime either.
I think
nah.
Did LeBron
Well, I think
overtime?
LeBron probably scored like 1 point, something
He
like
had
that.
like
2.
1 point. He had like,
He had
like
2 actually.
But he had that many, man. He still had more than KD.
More than KD scored in the overtime.
And more efficient. So like, man,
but KD didn't give up that game. Like you could tell he gave up. It wasn't deflated like how LeBron was mad at JR. He still was shooting and didn't give up. He just ain't hit it.
You're right, Ralph.
Okay, Ralph is coming to reform now. Hey man, Ralph, that nigga.
Ralph, I would have been deflated at JR. You don't know what time. You don't know what the damn score is, sir. What are you doing?
Nah, I'll be upset that I missed all those shots.
I just honestly, that's gonna be the beautiful thing when LeBron retires. Is like when people look back on how idiotic their expectations were, because they're gonna try to hold
the like button. People hit the like button, subscribe, please.
I'm telling you, brother. Like that's gonna be one of the major effects of LeBron. Is like people gonna have these expectations for these players to like either do everything, and they're gonna realize, oh shit.
Yeah, so who's gonna be that one?
They can't.
Sir, who's gonna be the one they criticize? If LeBron was
they gonna like. Here's the thing.
Like who's the player they gonna get the criticism? Like who they?
I don't like my best player to do everything. I don't know. You got that narrative.
No, that's what it is. Like exactly. Even with you, Ralph. Like they don't hold other players to the. Honestly, they ain't hold no other great player in the modern era to the same level of expectations.
That's cap because I didn't want Kobe to score and get fucking 30 assists and rebound about
exactly.
No, I want y'all want LeBron to do that because
no.
His system give y'all this facade that he should do that.
What's the LeBron system? What's the LeBron system?
He got to get the 30 points and the 10 boards and the 12 assists.
That's the system?
Hold on. Ralph, what does that say at the bottom right there? That right rectangle, that black one right there. His lower left corner right there.
Nigga, I ain't cap. Y'all capping. Y'all expect them to get the 30 points and all them assists and rebounds. Why can't he let Tristan Thompson get the boards and let somebody else run point and he do what he do off the ball? Why he gotta have the ball all the time?
Point. Who's running point in 2018, Ralph?
You running point. Right? He was gone.
Who's running point?
George Hill.
Huh? You see what happened with George Hill?
I couldn't hear you. Your tone was a little lower. What did you say?
George Hill.
George Hill running point for you.
The same George Hill that missed that free throw?
No, how about the George Hill where he threw him an open layup and he still missed it?
How many times our favorite player missed the free throws in the clutch?
Yeah, but again, George Hill don't got the cachet to miss clutch free throws or open layup. Like you're there for a purpose and a reason. Again, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Joel Embiid.
They all miss clutch free throws.
I'm saying he's saying the cashé like Shaq. They can miss that.
They can miss it because they carry so much.
No.
They carry so much of the load.
Especially not no damn Shaq. He cost us more games than a little bit missing free throws.
Shaq hit the free throws when they counted the most.
Actually, no, that's a myth. That's a myth.
No. Let's stop that.
No lie. Like they did a video and everything. I'm gonna put in the link. Like he literally missed the same amount in the clutch moments as he did regular. Like,
and that comeback against Portland, Shaq hit the free throws he needed. Now, and when I say that, I'm not saying he hit every single clutch free throw. I'm saying for somebody who is a horrible free throw shooter, he did. The motto with him was at least split.
But what series who carried the load though? It wasn't Shaq in that series. So nigga, I'm carrying you. You better make them free throws.
Now Ralph is talking about carry.
How you want to put it?
No, I'm mixing the convo up because
I know.
If you want to put it, Ralph, Shaq hit. I mean, he at least split when he needed to split. Put it that way.
Just like in the Utah series, Shaq carried the load. Kobe, why the fuck you missing them open jump shots and free throws? I'm carrying you, nigga. You better carry the load and do your part. It's the same thing by versa. From carrying you gotta do your part.
That's absolutely. And so, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? Because making this a whole. Oh, somebody got a whole echo. But
I feel you, brother.
I don't want to make this. Who carried who.
Yeah.
They both were instrumental in that Lakers team winning. They don't win without the other, right?
Right. Yeah, and the system. My point was the system thing. That system 9 times out of 10 didn't work with him, with LeBron. So he wasn't open-minded enough to let the coach do his job. The coaches are lazy, point blank. They depended on him to do everything.
Who is LeBron's best coach in the NBA, Ralph?
Right now, I think overall, I think it's Frank Vogel because he's challenging. Yeah, even though
that says a lot.
Yeah,
they don't check
20 years in the NBA. I mean, think about that, right? 20 years in the NBA, and the best coach, in your opinion, is Frank Vogel, who's a defensive-oriented guy, not an offensive-minded guy.
I think he got
Brian that's the best coach he's had.
I think he got him too late. That's what I think.
Regardless, though, is his best coach in your opinion? So why would LeBron James leave it up to some of these coaches he had? Now, look, Ty Lue, obviously that's turning out a little different because I believe Ty Lue is a great coach, but he was a first-year coach, right?
And he was off the cachet of Black, who was already doing the same thing what he was doing, and he just did the finishing touches because he got fired in the middle of the season.
And I mean, Cap a lot, young boy made a great, excellent point. We just
why did he get fired, Ralph? Why you get fired, Ralph?
I honestly don't know.
Okay,
it was winning.
Okay, better question. Why did David Blatt not coach in the league right now?
He ain't got a job.
What? Because they lost against the Warriors?
No, David Blatt.
I'm saying because they lost against the Warriors the first year. Is it that?
No.
I thought he did get a coaching job, sir.
No, he overseas coaching. Yeah, he won the championships over there.
He did for like a few weeks. He was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know he
was
got
the Bucks head coach, but the point is he's not in the league because he can't coach. Yeah. That's the point. That's literally the point. A lot. You don't. All right, Ralph.
Anybody? You just seen Eric Spoelstra win the championship with LeBron and them guys. Like how even though his first year, Eric Spoelstra was in the playoff with just Dwayne Wade.
What system they ran, Ralph? What system they ran?
What, when he was just with Wade?
What system they ran?
I don't know.
You what you talking about? You did. What you mean?
I'm talking about when he was with Wade by himself. Eric Spoelstra. His first year they went to the playoffs.
What system did they run when LeBron was on the Heat?
They didn't run the LeBron system.
What you mean?
Oh shoot, I forgot to call it.
They didn't.
Ralph,
he challenged him. My point is that he needs a coach to challenge him.
Ralph, what system did they run then? If they didn't run the LeBron system, what system did they run?
I don't know it offhand, but it wasn't that system he usually do.
It wasn't? Why? Because he led.
Come on, stop being sarcastic, bro. You know it wasn't.
Well, no. Ralph. You said LeBron James system. They asked him to do everything, and when he was on the Heat, he led that league. He led the team in points.
It was organically. They didn't ask him to do everything.
No. He led that team in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. Right. In 1 year,
that was
right?
Organically.
That was organic. But you just said LeBron.
When he's in Cleveland, he got a league way to do whatever he wants.
No, but
in his own backyard.
I'm trying to follow what you said, though. You said LeBron James system, he's required to do everything. He's expected to do everything. And yet you did say he didn't run a LeBron James system in the Heat. And yet I just gave you evidence that he led the team and everything.
That was organically.
Organically. Why was it organic? Why was it organic, Ralph? Why was it organic?
He wasn't. Because he allowed Chris Bosh and them to get their rebounds and do their own thing.
Oh, really? What was Bosh averaging rebounds when he was on the Raptors? What was his average?
You heard that too?
Yeah.
You think I'm capping, brother? I'm not capping, but I'm about to go to his numbers, Bosh. We know he did what he did in Miami. That
no, you said they allowed Chris Bosh to get his rebounding numbers, right? You just said that. So what was he averaging on the Raptors?
I'm about to go through this shit. I'm on this shit now. Basketball reference.
Well, it looked like we gonna have an epic night of capping from Ralph.
I did not cap, brother.
I said it looked like we about to have it. So
okay.
There you go, Ralph. It's in the private
chat. For 7 years.
If you want, you can share the screen. When you guys see it, as y'all see it, multiple seasons,
6.7
double digits, multiple seasons
6.7.
He was averaging double-digit rebounds on the Raptors. But when he got
on the Raptors, it was 9.4, and on the Heat, it was 7.3.
Exactly, Ralph. That's the point. Ralph.
What you mean?
But you just said they allowed him to get his rebounding numbers.
No, I said they allowed him to rebound, and I didn't say his numbers. I said they allowed him to rebound and be him.
Okay, Ralph. What was he averaging in total from his Raptors? What was he averaging?
Bro, you're not even making no sense, bro.
No, you said be him. 8. No. What is him? What is Chris Bosh? What is him? What you meant by that?
This nigga averaged 2 points. Come on, he averaged 6. He averaged 18.
That's him. That's what he averaged in the Raptors.
He averaged 20 with the Raptors.
Oh, how did he average 20, Ralph? How was he getting his buckets?
He was doing everything in the paint, shooting.
On the Raptors?
Yes. Face up.
Doing everything. That's how you answer that question. How he was getting his. That's how he was getting his buckets. He was doing everything.
I don't understand your point, bro.
No, I'm asking. You said Chris Bosh was getting buckets. I'm asking you, how was he getting them buckets?
Face up in the paint, shooting mid range.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you guys, but nice shades below.
Of course, you're supposed to know. What is your point? I don't understand, yo.
The point is, Rob, I'm trying to understand you. I'm just following your logic, man. I'm trying to understand LeBron James' system. That's what I'm trying to understand, but it's not correlated.
Wasn't Mario Chalmers running the point too?
Yeah, my bad.
All right,
you act like you don't know his system, dog.
What I'm asking you, I don't know. That's why I asked you, what is LeBron James' system? That's why we ask questions.
3-point shooters, surrounded by 3-point shooters and driving and kicking out.
So I asked you, what's LeBron James' system? You said,
is this what you wanted to pull up, started?
Surrounded by 3-point shooters and drive and kick. That's how you describe LeBron James' system.
Of course. And don't forget to take off years that totality is not even really true. Because Brian left and he was still playing.
So I can take this off 30?
Yeah. I was just.
So, bro, you're going to have to round it up.
Well, look, man. Raph, we understand for some reason. I'm not going to call you a LeBron James hater, but you're not a fan.
Hey man,
but that's
if it walks like a
not
duck,
true.
If it walks,
I am a fan.
No, you're a critic.
What did I say? So all I said was this.
No.
What were we talking about initially?
You didn't describe nothing. Like I
didn't describe nothing. So
no,
he's not surrounded by shooters all the time.
No, actually, you couldn't describe LeBron James' system, so you just make it up.
Drive and kick is a system.
That's drive and kick is a system. That's a system.
That's his system. That's where he always been surrounded by shooters.
Oh, that's LeBron James.
Just Larry Hughes, James Jones, Shane Battier.
James, you said James.
Rashard Lewis.
So 5 out, Ralph. 5 out. What were they running? 5 out.
Nah, it's drive and kick. That's the name of LeBron James system. Is drive and kick.
Don't forget the great Boobie Gibson. Okay.
I was about to say Boobie Gibson.
He said it too.
Daniel Marsh. No, I'm not saying they're great. I'm saying
you said JR.
Mike Miller. I'm saying surrounded by shooters. Mike Miller. Kyle Korver.
Why LeBron James haters?
Caldwell Pope.
Normally know what they talking about, man.
I don't know what I'm talking about. They're shooters, 3-and-D guys.
First of all, some of them guys ain't 3-and-D. All right, you name a country.
I know some of them not. I'm just saying that's what he's always surrounded by. Minus the Heat.
You say he was around, and I need to look at this. You say he was always surrounded by 3-point shooters, and I do in that Miami year, obviously with Mike Miller in there. But besides that,
Shane Battier was a 3-point shooter.
I said besides the Miami Heat years, and they didn't have great shooting. Like, what is the greatest 3-point shooter he had?
Well, percentage wise?
Period. Like, how you want to put it? Greatest percentage wise, or just clutch, or just whatever?
Between Kyle Korver and Mike Miller.
I said besides the Miami Heat years.
He had them on what's name too.
I think Cleveland.
I think he on Cleveland.
Second time. You talking about the second time?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna look at this. I think there's a false narrative that he had a bunch of 3-point shooters with him. I don't know that for a fact right now. I'm just going on top of my head, but as I'm going through it, Mike Miller, Shane Bat, and these are set 3-point shooters. They had to be, set up to hit the shot. Like, he's one off the dribble guys that can and you had Kyle Korver, older Kyle Korver, I might add, even though he was
older Ray Allen.
Older, exactly.
JR. Yeah.
JR. Wait a minute.
Yes, he is.
Brother Lamar, I'm trying to still figure out.
Shumpert.
Shumpert was not a 3.
I'm still trying to figure out a proper definition to these made up terms like LeBron James system, super teams. I don't know these definitions never for some reason have a concrete. They never common, which is weird when it comes to a phrase. Typically a phrase have a common definition. But for these made up terms like LeBron James system and super teams, there's for some reason never a concrete definition to them. I wonder why.
Well, I think we all know the answer to that. And I'm not gonna cast any aspersions on you, Raph, that's what you're doing right now. But typically, to Sturdy's point, I mean, there's no concrete definition of with these terms when it comes to LeBron James, and it's fluid all the time. It's you give context to something, but then it's different. Is it the skip? So I call it. Go ahead.
Every team he been on, he had shooters.
Again, I'm not gonna say he didn't have shooters, but did he have the degree of shooters that we are imagining in our heads? Like
Larry Hughes is like
the Larry Hughes was not a 3-point shooter.
I'm not saying 3. He was a shooter though.
Well, okay, but now you change. Now you moving the goalposts, right? If you say a 3-point shooter, right, and it doesn't make. If he's not a good 3-point shooter, then he's no benefit to Bron. That's That's the whole argument. Because LeBron James was a downhill player. He was in the paint, so he drove and kicked.
sorry to interrupt you. I think he's talking about guys like Sasha Pavlovich, Wally Zerbiak.
Wally,
yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest with you, because majority of championship teams have shooters on them. Like I don't. Wow,
majority of the roster not made up of shooters.
Wow, though. you need space to operate in the NBA. Duh. What?
Majority of this man roster is just surrounded by shooters.
Damon Jones.
Oh, Damon Jones was a shooter. Okay.
Like, come on, man.
He had a shot for a while. He had a shot for a while.
Like, be real. Like, you're not being real and honest, Sturdy.
That's why I'm asking you a simple question. What is LeBron?
His rosters are made up of shooters, just shooters.
Just shooters. Just shooters.
So you saying that's a added
from the starters to the bench, they're just majority of shooters.
So Raph, is that you saying is that an advantage for LeBron or something?
I don't know what he's saying. To be honest with you, I don't know.
I'm saying that's because it's not like you. I'm gonna compare a good team.
So far, once again, I asked you for I think this 5th time now. What is a LeBron James system? So far, you told me shooters and drive and kick. So I can calmly say then Mike D'Antoni was running LeBron James system with the Phoenix Suns, right? So I can say
no, it's not because Amari Stoudemire was not a shooter.
By your definition that you
Tyson Chandler wasn't a shooter.
The same question I asked you 5 times. You said shooters, drive and kick. So I'm applying that to teams that have shooters.
You can't apply it to that team.
Kick. Why
Amari
not?
Stoudemire wasn't a
have
shooter.
Shooters and drive and kick. What are you talking about?
The whole team. Grant Hill wasn't a damn shooter.
Grant Hill was a good shooter. Yes, he was.
But that wasn't his game was narrowed down to.
Sean Marion was a good shooter. Yes, he was.
That's not what his game was narrowed down to.
Was a good shooter. Yes, he was.
Raja Bell game wasn't narrowed down to no.
He was definitely a good shooter. Can I keep going?
But you're talking to guys. You're naming guys who was in narrowed down.
They are shooters. They're shooters. Yes, they
the game primary didn't focus on shooting.
Wait. Hold on. You telling me a Mike D'Antoni? Hold on. You telling me a team that's coached by Mike D'Antoni don't worry about 3-point shooting? What?
Yo, you don't understand. You must don't understand English.
You just said that. You that what you literally just said.
You're naming guys whose goal wasn't just the primary score by shooting.
Huh?
Marty Stoudemire, not a primary shooter.
So
Raja Bell, a
3-and-D. The Suns
Raja Bell, a 3-and-D guy.
Oh, Grant a what Hill. Guy? A what guy? He's a what guy?
Grant Hill can do everything.
Oh, okay.
But he can shoot.
The Suns didn't have shooters.
Yeah. You hearing right? Just harping on that, just capping.
No,
you heard Raja Bell. Okay,
Ralph,
but he's a defensive player too.
I'm using
Daniel Gibson. What do Daniel Gibson do besides shooting?
Ralph,
nothing.
I'm gonna talk slower. Okay, I'm gonna try to.
Brother, what do he do besides shooting?
I'm
shooting. Hey, nothing, right?
Right now, y'all two in the pot right now.
No, he in the pot because he's not making sense.
No, I'm gonna just slow down. I'm gonna adjust to your pace, Ralph. Okay.
It's ISO.
I asked you once again for the 6th time.
No, you heard what I said.
System.
You heard what I said.
You repeat the answers. You saying shooters and drive and kick. That's what you said. I asked you 6 times, and that's the constant answer you give me. Shooters and drive and kick. That's all you said. So I was like, okay, let me consider the other options. Let me consider other teams that have shooters and that drive and kick. The Warriors definitely have shooters and they drive and kick, right?
Strength in numbers and
Sean
Marion, Sean
and they drive and kick. They do.
That's Sean Livingston wasn't just a shooter.
That's the same thing.
Wasn't there? No, it's not the same thing. Because he do more. These players did more than just shoot. The guys LeBron didn't do more than shoot.
Now it's different. Now the definition is different. Which one is it, Ralph?
It ain't no different. Different. These guys, all they did was shoot for LeBron, except for like a Shane Battier. Ray Allen didn't play no defense. Fuck is you talking about?
Oh,
Mike Miller not out there to play defense too. Kyle Korver didn't play defense. Daniel Gibson didn't play defense. Danielle Marshall didn't play defense. Drew Gooden didn't play defense.
All the guys played on the Heat?
No, I'm talking about LeBron James system. Meaning,
what's the system again? What's the system again?
Like, come on, you sounding nuts right now, bro.
No, I'm asking, what's the system again? I'm sorry.
No, don't ask me that no more, please. Like you heard me say what it was.
Shooting, got you.
All the guys I named who played with LeBron, all they did was shooters. You didn't hear me say J.R. Smith because he shot and played defense. You didn't hear me say Amon Shumpert because they shot and played defense. All the other guys I named before that,
they didn't play on the Heat.
No, I'm not. What did you singling down to some Heat for?
Because I thought that we was talking about LeBron James system on the Heat.
No, we wasn't. We was talking about his system in general.
What is the system? I'm trying to. You just said shooters.
So is the system bad thing to you or something, Ralph?
I don't even know what the system is, brother Mari. So far, he's just saying shooters.
Well, okay, whatever you think the system is, like it's got to
because they don't balance like players that do more than just one set thing. Like majority of the rosters that's on his teams, they're just shooters and don't do anything else at a higher level.
I get it, Ralph. So here's what I'm gonna do. So when I participate on Want to Be a Millionaire, right, and I'm at question 5, right, and they ask me the question, okay, what is a LeBron James system? Is it A, shooters? I'm like, fuck, hey, that's the answer, shooters. Final answer. Now, am I gonna get the money, Ralph?
Yeah.
Don't answer
just
that
shooters.
That's fool's gold, Rap. That's fool's gold. Don't fall for it.
LeBron James system means just shooters. They got you. Just shooters. Gotcha.
Well, look, I said Frank Vogel is his best coach because that team ain't surrounded by just shooters.
Right, surrounded by bums.
This man was coached by Eric Spoelstra, man.
Yeah, you not give Eric no credit, Ralph.
Like Eric Spoelstra probably is the best coach in the NBA right now. At least top 3 in my opinion.
Yeah, he top 3.
Yeah, he did hold him accountable. They had balanced teams.
So I give it.
But I'm talking about like without like superstars. That's his best coach. Because you can't run to a Dwayne Wade, blame Dwayne Wade too.
I mean,
can't run to a Chris Bosh.
That's his best coach. Hold up.
I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Frank Vogel's on his way out the door, and you saying this is his best after winning a championship recently.
But he holds him accountable, though.
Does he? Because I love LeBron, but LeBron out there, I mean, he just scoring the ball and playing no defense right now. Where's the accountability for that?
I don't expect no dude.
And them Rambuses.
I don't expect no player who's
keeping them out there to bring the money.
Minutes to play defense.
We say it's the Rambuses.
That's what Brother Moore. That's what I alluded to. That's the expectations. Like people really expect.
If you're out there playing ball, like it don't matter what year you're in.
People really
like come on now. That's dumb as hell.
People
that's like an 80. No, what you're saying is like a lady who just had cataract surgery and she's driving.
I did not expect Shaq. I did not expect. I didn't expect Shaq on the Celtics. I didn't expect Shaq on the Celtics to play defense. No, I didn't. I didn't expect Kobe in his 2016 to play defense. No, I didn't.
It was money chasing.
I didn't expect Dirk. Well, Dirk never played defense. I didn't expect Tim Duncan in his 19 years to play defense. I didn't expect, bro.
Well, expectations are low.
Vince Carter to play defense in 19 years. You know why? They played 19 seasons. They played over 48,000 minutes.
That shit don't matter.
48,000 minutes.
That age shit and that season shit, year shit don't matter to me. You out there, you're playing. You signed the contract on the dotted line. Be productive.
So averaging 30 points is not productive. I don't know.
And playing defense, he shouldn't because he's scoring third. Because he's the number 2 in scoring all time.
Yeah,
might get the scoring title.
Ain't no mind about it. He gonna get it.
Pretty much, yeah.
He gonna get
it next season.
For sure.
Like, bro, like these niggas still believe in like Santa Claus, bro. Like,
no, that's you believing in Santa Claus. Like Santa Claus go down the chimney.
I expect my 37-year-old player to play.
No, I expect you if you sign that contract.
I expect real life to be like
everything
2K.
That's in that contract.
I expect real life to be like 2K, no fatigue, no stamina. Just average your points no matter what age you are. I expect that from you. Like what, nigga? Like no.
What you're obviously if you're playing. Why are you playing if you're not?
Hey Ralph, that's your expectations, man. That's your expectations, man.
No,
it's the draft board, bro. That's where you can have your fantasies come true.
No, you're the one capping talking about you don't expect
that is true, 30. Your fantasy can come true here at the draft board.
Mine did.
Your fantasies. We keep this.
You don't want captain for his years. And
all fantasy in reason though. Like this ain't no freak
I'm
show.
about to say
okay?
this ain't
no freak show. All right.
So Dion, watch yourself now.
You so old and so tired. Don't they got retirement plans? Ain't that's what that's supposed to be for?
That was shady, Rob. That was shady. They got retirement.
Ain't that's why you retired?
He don't need no retirement plan. He got.
Ain't that's why you retired, y'all? Because you're not available to do the best job.
That's what I'm saying, brother Maury. Unfortunately,
you're the one in the fantasy world.
Unfortunately, the world is filled with people who think this simple, like who for some reason have this outlandish expectation. That's what I'm saying. That's the real. Every great player leaves an effect on the game, and that's I think one of the effects of LeBron's going to leave is the perception of expectation, people are going to expect players to produce like at astronomical levels because he raised the bar for that.
No, it's not because he raised the bar. It's because it's simple as that. You're out there to do a job.
Ralph,
do it at the best of your ability.
Ralph, you're literally proving what I'm saying. You're literally proving what I'm saying.
No, you're proving what I'm saying. Because you're giving him an excuse because he's in year 19.
That's not what I said.
He's 37 years old.
I said he played over 50,000 minutes. I don't expect. I'll make this clear, Ralph.
50,000 minutes is it consecutive? It's not.
I don't expect nobody. I don't expect no one, even in your everyday life, at your 50,000 minutes to be sharp in anything. You're not going to be. You're just not. That's just physics. I'm sorry, everyone will live in 2K. I'm like, fuck.
That's cat.
Speaking of 2K, real quick announcement. We already know that Action Jackson is the Cinderella of this tournament, 2K simulation. He's in the championship. I mean, he in the championship. Nobody picked his team.
Yeah, only one or two people picked his team. I got mad at
I told you I had top 3. I keep telling you.
Yeah, the top 3 is different from being in the championship.
And be honest with you, brother Maury, I was low key giving them tips too. I'm like, yo, Jackson, you got to do
this. Sturdy. If Axon Jackson,
I clearly got a bias. Nigga.
Yeah, if Axon Jackson went Sturdy, deserved half of that cut because he told him what to do with that branding.
I clearly got a bias.
I read everything in the chat. Axon Jackson, you better get that man some money.
Well, but brother, the only person I was completely wrong about was Sean. I ain't know.
Yeah, you was wrong. You was capping for that stuff.
No, I'm not gonna lie, Tiff. You can't lie. The way Sean was picking his team,
no, I didn't pick him. I didn't pick him at all.
He was looking balanced.
Against that.
I went against
him. Action.
Yeah, he in the championship.
Who else was
Jackson?
They got Brother Amari and
T Street.
Right now,
they got to play.
I was supposed to be simulating T Street game tonight, which I'm still going to do because he wanted to make a change to his playbook. So I'm gonna put that in.
Yeah, so I didn't believe in Sean's team at that because y'all was all, he a good general manager. He only won one tournament, and y'all did cap. Okay.
He
lost in the first round and Madden like I did. So
hey Tiff, man, listen, there's only been 3 tournaments so far. And
only won one.
One of them. Hey, that's the point, Tiff.
He had a 2 week. He had a 2 week layoff. He had a 2 week layoff.
Tiff. Hey. If there was only 3 tournaments and you'll win of one, hey, that's an exclusive table. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So look, man, I'm gonna try to get this one done tonight with C-Street. Have that play tomorrow at some point before True get on. He probably hear this tonight and do a reactionary video.
No, he not. They got a big game tomorrow. They're going to seed tomorrow. That's Boston and the Heat gonna play tomorrow. Oh, well, that's a big game.
He still might go live then, but as far as again, let me get this quick out before we get back to it. This is why I put the draft the way I put it. As far as giving the second place winner if I do happen to make it. Because I ain't want nobody to say I was moving sliders or what True said last night. I heard him say that. You know what I'm saying? So I have no reason to I have no rooted interest in winning because I'm gonna lose the money regardless. And losing $100 don't mean more than trying to win a Madden tournament. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, Jackson should be rooting for me to win because he automatically get the $100.
What if you win, you giving out anyway?
Yeah, to the second place. Again, if I win in the championship. So
you ain't like you said, you got no interest in what is they talking about?
No, I already know. I'm just saying, but just in case.
No, he do have interest, Ralph.
What's the interest then?
Yeah, what's the interest, Dion?
To beat all teams, to be number one, bragging rights.
That don't mean nothing to me when I'm about to lose money out of my pocket.
Nah, it's some pride.
It ain't more pride than losing $100.
Nah, there's a little bragging rights. Like anytime you might make a pick that like people like, oh no, that was a terrible pick. Hey, I don't see y'all winning tournaments.
Yeah, but again, I'm never gonna I think J Max said it. Like I'm never gonna get the credit because it's my tournament. So if I win my tournament, which I was hoping McDuff team would beat me. He failed me. James Harden failed me.
James Harden always selling James people out. He sells everybody.
After he blew me out by 30, I said, well, damn, McDuff. And he was beating me in the third game.
That was a fluke. That shouldn't have happened anyway.
Oh,
Dion's still bitter about his loss. Dion, you got to stop
better, man.
Yeah, Dion. Next time you got to do better. Bro.
Nah, my team's not bad. You guys got to twist it.
I don't think you had a bad team, but look, anyway.
It was the worst, but there we go.
It wasn't the worst, but yeah.
to update everybody again who wasn't here earlier, again, in about the second week of April, I'm gonna try to do the draft. Sturdy made a good point, a Sunday's draft. So it might be on Sunday most likely. So again, if y'all can sit home and watch football all year, you can sit home and do a draft on Sunday.
Wait a minute, we mean second. It's gonna be the second week, or you talking about? It can't be on Easter.
What?
Okay.
Second. No, I'm just saying it might be the second week. I don't know yet because again, next month is Ramadan for me. So
Okay.
We'll see where my energy's at during the daytime. What you laughing at, Sturdy?
Yes, Sturdy. What you laughing at?
Well, what did Ralph do?
I don't think Ralph did nothing.
Oh, Ralph took his shirt off. Hey, Ralph, look, man. I'm trying to have.
He got his camera on.
Ralph, I'm trying to have a decent program around here, okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to say. I don't want nobody to clip it, man.
No, I ain't gonna clip all that.
Oh no! Oh no!
Hey, Ralph, you can't be doing it on my first program, man. Okay, golly, now.
I'll put it on by accident.
Oh my God! Oh, the first three.
Oh, I went to the bathroom and shit. Put it on mute.
What?
Good,
I clicked camera by accident.
You better let Lamont see that, okay?
Oh no!
If Lamont and True see this, they clipping it.
You turned your camera on, Ralph. We didn't pay attention.
Turn your shit on. I still think you white, man.
Oh yeah, you right, Ralph. I'm white, man.
Yeah, it's 30. White is.
Hey, it's 30. I don't know. Ralph might have a point. You up here calling us niggas and whatnot. You
hey man, you are white.
Right.
Oh, that reminds me, everybody, go to my page and follow me on Instagram at the Draft Board.
Sean Kane.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to, like, you know how you get Instagram and they ask you to link all your contacts so you can know who on Instagram. I haven't
Yeah,
done that yet,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I
but
don't do that myself.
I don't know
I
if I
don't do
want.
that.
Yeah, I don't know if I want
I won't do that
everybody
for
to be
me.
following me on Instagram like that. Even though it seems counterintuitive because I'm trying to grow up a YouTube, but I want to do this organically, and I don't want all my friends kind of like
Right.
giving me the sympathy like button. I want to do this build, as they say, get it out the mud. And plus, some of the people I don't really mess with in my context like that. Just gonna be real about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I said it. So if y'all see it, I said it.
Dang, so you don't mess with your ex no more, man. What's
Hey
up?
man, hold up.
Why don't you get on the panel, man?
Dion,
Let's not even bring. Hold up, which ex you talking about? First of all,
Oh well, you know what? That's none of my business. I'm not that
Get your
worried.
ass on the panel, Mac. Talking shit.
nah,
Mac, them
I
talk his
don't mess with
best
my
in the
rep.
chat.
I don't know.
Shout out to all my exes though, man.
Yeah, Mac definitely on Instagram too.
All my exes
Rob,
live in
if you
Texas.
want to see, you seen them?
Oh, Mac up, bro. Oh shit, man.
Well, I want to thank Raph for giving me my first epic moment on YouTube, even though it was probably some moment of indecency.
Oh no, man.
But hey, man, you take it what you can take. You know what I'm saying. So appreciate you, Raph. You're a comedy gold. So we thank you, Raph, and you are always appreciated and welcome here at the Draft Board. Okay, I don't care what you say. All right. Now, look, I don't want to stay on too long tonight. Just the first one. I want people to kind of warm up to me, and I don't want to have a 10-hour stream. But before we do leave, we got a couple more things to get into, and hopefully this don't take us six hours because this might touch some buttons. So, Tiff, I know
Brother,
you
what
want
you
to.
talking about, man? You know the initiation, U3, FYF, True Channel. They all go past 5 hours.
Yeah, they don't go past 5 hours.
You ain't
What?
special.
Well, again, I'm a busy man. Okay, I got stuff to do, and I got to do this. Again, I got to simulate this thing tonight. And like I said, to the first night, it's not like we got a full house. So what I'm gonna go 5 hours for?
I guess he's saying he'll grow more. You gonna grow when he gets more.
Yeah, once the
people.
audience get in like that, and I get everybody here, particularly the usuals, then I ain't no punk sturdy. You know what I'm saying? I can do this. Okay, me and Illis the King and Lou. I think Tiffany, was you there? We was up to 7 o'clock the next day.
Oh yeah, I fell out, but yeah, I was up there for a long time, till at least 6.
So it ain't no thing but a chicken wing
There
to
ain't
me.
enough for me and Ralph to be on the panels till 6, 7 o'clock when the sun rises.
I can't beat Goat Mike's record, Capilot.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I will be having. Is this trying to do grow again? I'm gonna get intros. I'm gonna get better with the camera.
There's no F. This shit about to blow up.
I'm going to get I'm gonna have more regular guests. I'm gonna have some merch, good merch. I ain't not to talk about anybody or disrespect anybody. I'm not gonna leave it up just to drop shipping. I'm gonna try to have some good clothing merchants that y'all can really, really take some pride and joy in, and want to wear on a regular day-to-day basis. So I'm working on that. Again, this is a lot more time consuming than I thought it would be. So I'm not up to speed like I want it to be. But
Brother Mark gonna have his merch on bow ties.
hey, you might see it. You might see bow ties. Which reminds me, stay tuned for the great debate between me and Cisco, because me and him got some unfinished business.
Oh shoot! I gotta get some popcorn for this.
So that again, I know we can't. This is a taboo topic on YouTube, but we're gonna try to get it in before I get too big and YouTube want to censor me. But we're gonna have that COVID debate. We're gonna have that.
Oh wow!
And so I hope my brother Cisco is getting his scholarship together, because again, this is what I do: scholarship. I don't just do Google. I think that's the problem when we had this type of debate. Google is not your best friend in this type of debate. you need to really do some scholarship, cross-referencing,
empirical data.
Thank you. And so
you're not gonna read those large reports of data by scientists and doctors, are
Yeah,
you?
brother Mar. I'm gonna need a little more paraphrasing on your part, man. Just
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
And we're not gonna do no overreacting, brother Mark. Let's not get
I
out
can't
high.
paraphrase everything because it's too important, Sturdy.
Oh man.
Yo, I'm just saying, brother Mar. You like
Because
Yeah.
again, if you ever watch Sonata TV, and when they do those long debates, it's not paraphrasing. This is why they get. That's why they do those long 6-hour debates, and they give each other 20 minutes to do it because you can't just paraphrase your way through that. It to go through that data and to draw a direct line of correlation, it takes some time to get through. And so, and like it or not, even with that, some people it's still gonna go over people's head. But long as you give your references, people could go back and look at it for themselves. And so, and let me say this too: this is not to discourage anybody who has got the COVID shot. That's not the point of this debate. So if you got it, I'm not here to make fun or poke fun or say you silly because I don't want anybody to say that about people who didn't get the shot. But the point of this debate is to shed light on false narratives, as Sturdy like to say. All right, what is truth and what isn't truth. And once you get that, you can make the informed decision for yourself. We just want you to get all the truth. And I think the media has properly gave you the other side of the coin because they have a vetted interest in giving people the shot, whether it's money or other things. I'll leave that for that. But so I don't want to get stuck on that. But that debate hopefully will happen at some point once I get cameras set up and whatnot. But I got a couple guests I do want to have come. Like y'all gonna see Bree again for sure. And when we doing like more entertainment topics, that's when Bree will come in. And look, if y'all know Bree like I know, that's gonna be some good stuff right there because that girl has a wild and
Nah,
crazy life.
we don't know her, but
Yeah,
Well, you
Dion like he ready to simp already.
hey,
Come on,
hey,
man.
come on now. Don't put the simp card on my brother Dion. Hey Dion,
right.
shoot your shot at Bree. Hey Bree, if you out there, my brother Dion want to shoot a shot. All right, Bree. So if you watching
This is
tonight,
not a dating show,
hey,
Dion.
it could be one. At the draft board, it means a lot of things. No topic or debate is off the board. Didn't y'all read the about me? All right.
You guys.
All right. And if you're gonna be honest, this if I have it my way, this podcast, a YouTube channel will go beyond sports and probably move from sports. Only reason this is a sports platform is because this is the community that I'm a part of right now. But when I was talking to a good friend of mine the other day, she said, "Why are you talking sports?" And I told her, I said, "Well, that's the community that I'm primarily in." And she said, "Well, you have a wealth of knowledge that can be shared with people." And I'm humbled by that because I didn't think I have a wealth of knowledge, but somebody think that highly of you. I'm good with it.
It's gotta be the
So
beard, man. The guys with
gotta
beards.
be the beer, right? But
Yeah.
I don't think I have a wealth of knowledge to give to people. It's regurgitated. I'm not a. I don't like to say. I don't like thinking myself as a super smart guy. I just read what I read, and I internalize the information. I regurgitate it the best way I can. And obviously, for y'all that do know, I am in the nation. Well, I can't say I'm in the nation of Islam all the way because I'm what they call a nation baby. I was born in the nation, but I haven't officially went down there and did the whole official thing. But because my dad and my mom has 30 years in the nation, he was a minister at one point of the study group in here in Houston, Texas. I get a lot of leeway, So
no, you part of the nation by default.
if you want to say that, again, my dad he's made the connections for me. My mom's, my mom's she's still in the nation. She's an MGT. I was at the mosque, so again, but I can't say officially I'm a representative of the nation because that would be technically wrong, right? Because I haven't went down there and done it. But
a lot of brothers choose to be in the game. I was born in this game.
Exactly. Hey, you adopted the darkness. I was born in it. Okay. But
that was
look,
brutal.
That's a good segue question. Who had better bars, Thanos or Bane?
shit, man, they both were philosophical, man. Man,
I gotta give it to Thanos this time.
I would say Bane got the most famous one, obviously, with the one I just said. But overall, it was Thanos.
Thanos.
Overall, I mean, he had, you know, a consistency of great bars. But Bane wasn't no slouch, though. I'll tell you that right now. So that, but Tiff,
Yes.
I got to go to you on this one. Was it staged or was it real?
Now,
hold on
in the
before you go, y'all can
beginning,
see the background. I don't know if you can see. Can you see my background on
yeah.
my you? Do you know what movie that's from?
Oh, what movie
No,
is
not
that from?
fully. I can't really.
Yeah, it looked familiar. I just don't know.
Let me see if I can remove. Can I remove?
You should have had Will Smith and Chris Rock on the Fresh Prince on there when he was his sister.
I can't. Well, I can't move myself.
Remember
Well,
that episode, brother?
if you can see right here, this is Ice-T, and you know that light skinned brother right there, that singing brother.
Oh, there we go. That's from
Yeah.
New Jack City.
There you go. They
I
was
see
talking.
Oh,
I see
New
the
Jack City.
hairstyle of
Exactly.
Wesley Snipes a little
Where
bit.
they go Wesley Snipe in the middle right there. I'm just Dion, you blocking them.
Yeah,
And right
Dion
there,
blocking
Tiffany, you on my girl there, Rockabye baby.
baby.
You
Oh,
know,
shoot.
again, shout out to what Khalifa. He did that.
Oh, shout out to
dope.
you, Yo Khalifa. That's nice. I like that.
That might be a part of the merch as well. You know, so we'll see.
Yeah, I got to see the whole thing, man. Damn.
Yeah, for
Hey.
sure. But go ahead, Tiff. That's why this was a great segue because obviously Chris Rock was Pookie. But go ahead, Tiff.
Well, he is a pookie. I mean, y'all have y'all fun. I have to actually think this whole thing was staged. Like, I don't know because the way all of a sudden because he when he told the joke, she made wasn't but he was laughing. He jumped up immediately. It's like Chris Rock was already knew what was about to happen. He was moving back. He slapped him. Now they're both doing apologies to each other. Because if I did something like that, I'm not going to apologize. Honestly, I'm gonna stand by my word. I don't care if I was wrong. I know I may have been wrong, but I'm gonna stand on my word. I'm not going to apologize. That's just how I am, though.
Tony Rock said it was fake.
Because just think about.
No, he said that he didn't apologize to him.
Oh,
they didn't meet with Diddy or none of that.
See, I ain't read about the Diddy part. I ain't hear about that part, Ralph. But then, like I'm just thinking about this. The Oscars have been dead for years. All of this stuff happened because it's not like it was the most craziest joke Chris Rock has told. He's been more, they've said some nasty in the things.
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like this was just staged. Everybody talking about it, like everywhere I go, I had to turn some stuff off because I'm tired of hearing about it. To be for real, like this is on everybody's every YouTube channel. I even unsubscribed to some of these YouTube channels. I said, you ain't got nothing better to talk about.
Is that bad, Tiff?
Yeah, because I don't want to keep hearing about it all day long. I definitely unsubscribed to Shannon and Skip. Shannon, you ain't whipping nobody ass.
You really got it out for Shannon.
He been getting on my nerves lately. Shannon, you be acting like you pro-black, but when them owners be on your ass, you don't be saying nothing.
Tiff don't like any black man that dates white women publicly.
Oh, he lying like y'all know what he's right. Oh,
hey, what you mean? Hold on, Tiff. I want to hear you bash. Hey, man, they have a common trend. Will, Shannon. Hey, man, I'm just saying.
Tiffany, you don't like Lamont?
That's true, huh?
You don't like
When you
Lamont?
talking about a sturdy lie, because me and Lamar are friends on Facebook, you little lie.
I don't mean you like him.
But I am cool with Lamar. So see, sorry, why you lying on me like that?
Oh, Lamar was lying. His girlfriend's Puerto Rican. She's not white.
Huh? You sure?
I don't know. I'm fucking with you.
Rock could back me up on that because he's seen her before. I don't know about that Ralph. She know that Puerto Rican.
She Caucasian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
white.
Caucasian. I got nothing
She's
wrong.
from the
I got
mountains of
nothing wrong with it.
Caucasus.
Hey,
Yeah.
look, we're
I
gonna
don't like.
disrespect Lamar girl.
One of my problem
Let's-
was Wilt was I didn't
She
like what he
nice.
said. Yeah, she nice though, but there's nothing wrong with her. I didn't like what Wilt said. That stereotype. That's what the only problem I had with Wilt. I didn't even know Wilt said that. Otherwise, I had respect for Wilt. I just didn't know when he said. I didn't know what he said
Will was a bona fide
these.
hater. We all know that.
Yeah,
he
but
was.
you do that stereotype. That's what I just don't like with people stereotyping. That's what black men or black women.
Look, as far as this Chris Rock situation, I don't know if it's staged or not. It's hard. I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was staged because in the beginning. Go ahead, Sturdy.
My bad, brother Mark. No, I thought it was staged only because over time he kind of leaned into the slap a little bit. Like when someone walk up on you, you don't lead in with your face. You know what I mean? So like, and on top of that, like and involved with a joke. Like the joke, it actually had a double layer to it. I didn't see it till later. The woman who played G.I. Jane, she also cheated on her husband with a younger dude too. So it had a double.
Oh, I know what
yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah.
So yeah, the joke had a double impact to it. So when people say, I'm still 50-50 on it because people's like, oh, it's fake because Will was laughing and then he changed the reaction. I'm like, nah, he kind of processed the joke because remember, like Hollywood people know that, especially about the actress and actor. So he's like, G.I. Jane. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, simp joke. Okay, there we go. And then I think was more so what Sean alluded to. Like that was just pent up frustration. Like there's so many simp jokes you can take before he loses it. You know what I mean? And but I still think the slap itself was fake because like I said before, yes, Chris Rock is a softy and all that other stuff, but like still like when someone is about to in that situation, you don't lean in forward. It's the lean in forward that like I think it's fake. It's really that.
Yeah. When I first seen the slap, I was like, this can't be real because first of all, the way Will slapped him, that didn't look like look. I was raised in the hood. I seen somebody get B slapped before, and his posture didn't look like somebody that just that like you just seen his posture was just bad with slapping him.
Oh,
and then he turns around and walks away like he ain't just slapping somebody. Like he already had a predetermined understanding of Chris Rock wasn't gonna do anything. Because I know if you slap somebody, you don't just turn around and fix your button up and walk and don't even check behind you like he ain't gonna run up on you. So I was skeptical. I'm a little bit, I ain't gonna lie, since it became such a hot topic the way it is, and I heard many different variations of this slap, I'm a little torn because I can see the hurt in Will's face too. Like after he done it and he's up there crying, like Will's a good actor. But he ain't that damn of a good actor. You know what I'm saying? Like those look like real tears coming from a hurt place. And I forgot who I was listening to, but they made a excellent point, and I can relate to this point. That Will, when you read his book, Will talks about in the beginning of his book the regret he had of watching his dad hit his mom and not stepping up to the plate and at least doing something about it, even though he probably couldn't do too much about it as a young man. But I can relate to that regret, not the regret of my dad hitting my mom, but there's instances in my life that I regretted, and if the situation was to reoccur, I'm going to do differently, right? And so I think the most relatable thing we can all relate to is probably relationships. there's relationships in my lifetime that I've had that I regret on some things in it. So I made a vow to myself if those things were to occur again, that I wouldn't allow the same type of behavior or I wouldn't have the same type of behavior. And so no matter the situation, no matter how people will look at me, in the moment, I'm gonna do what's necessary because I don't want that feeling of regret. And so when I heard that story about Will, I it took me to a place that I can understand that regardless of what we want to say about his wife, that it's still his wife. And it's his job to protect her, even though we think she a floozy. I don't think she a floozy. What? I don't know what she is, but she ain't a virtuous woman, and we can say that, But she his woman, regardless how what we think about it. That's still his wife. It's still his job to protect her emotionally, physically, financially. And so he was laughing at the joke initially. But once he seen the uncomfortability on her face, I think he went back to that moment of I got to step up. Plus, he's been seen as a simp. So when you go back to that vulnerable place of regret and people by and large see you as a simp now because of what your wife has done to you in the past years, the ego kick in, the machismo, right? The pride, right? Damn. Now I do think if there would have been somebody else up there, he might have would have thought twice about it. But since it was Chris Rock, easy target. I ain't finna let Chris Rock talk about my damn wife. Not like this.
John Hammond? Army Hammond? Johnny Depp?
You really think he is easy target?
I mean, well, as a physical, he's an easy target as far as somebody that you can slap, and clearly he ain't gonna, he ain't gonna jump on you because I refuse to believe he can go up there and small as Cat Williams is, I don't think he go up there and slap Cat Williams because Cat Williams will give you a fight. Dave Chappelle, I believe, will give you a fight.
Dave Chappelle, damn sure gonna give you a fight.
Right. What's my boy name? D.L. Hughley, even though I'm not a fan of him lately.
Yeah, I ain't the fake Crip. I ain't.
But D.L. Hughley put pause on Will for that. Right? So it's always about picking your target. Don't get me wrong.
Nah, everybody can get hit, man. Come on now.
No, everybody can get hit. But I look, it's some people you think twice about hitting. If you've been in some situations, don't mean you won't hit them. That means you gotta go up there with a better plan than I'm just gonna slap him and turn around in my Tom Ford suit and walk back to my seat.
Nah, you're right. It's facts.
So look, I done been in some scuffles in my look. The last time I got into a scuffle, I was with Bree. Matter of fact, trying to protect her honor. Golly, Bree, you got me simping, and you my cousin.
but that's your relative though. That's something different. Though.
Quick story though, like Bees story time with Bees. We was at the club. I know, right, brother? I was a clubber once before. We were downtown. You think we downtown, we'd be safe, right? But unfortunately, downtown is where the North Siders can meet the South Siders. I'm from the South Side. As y'all know, SFM, he from the North Side, so you can get a understanding with the North Side.
We can tell with him. Go ahead.
So we in the club, we having a good time. Me, one of my closest friends, Bruce, we call him Suave. You don't gotta even ask why we call him Suave. The name says itself. We was some of Bruce's cousin, my cousin, obviously, and some more of his out-of-towner cousin from Alabama. So we in the club, we doing our thing, Hey, Bruce, he messing with Bree. Sorry, Bree. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Bruce was all on my cousin that night. Vice versa, I was all on his cousin that night. So, what's on the mind. And so
no, we don't.
Dion,
I don't got to spell it out for you, Dion. You get the picture, okay? And so we all trying to figure out what's gonna happen. Where we going? I know what I wanted to go. I knew where I was going, put it that way. I know Bruce or Suave. And so we get in the car, it's packed to pack. We in the parking garage. And I get in the fender bender with this girl in front of me. She backs up into me and hit my car.
Damn.
Now, look, I got major love for Swab, but he has a short temper, right? And so instead of trying to talk to these young ladies, he gets out and starts yelling and cussing. And remind you, it's my car that got hit, not his.
Go.
But nevertheless, hey man, that's what friends are for, right? Yeah. So he going off, and these girls are really scared. And a side note, they were fine too, so he was messing up. Okay, but anyway, that caused the whole back jam because people behind us are mad because we sitting there cussing out this girl or these women in the car. So long story short, boom, we get to the side. Bruce is still going. I keep calling him Bruce. Swab's going off. And so I'm trying to talk to the girls. And in the midst of all that, that girl called her friends or her, I don't know, brothers, dude, side dude, I don't know. But they pulled up. You know what's so funny about that pull up when they pulled up on us? This man pulled up in the same type of car I had, wearing the same type of vest I had on that same night. You talk about something crazy. But he pulls up the same car, same vest I got. I had a PDD vest on that night too. You know what I'm saying? So that's the era we was in. If y'all, but long story short, we get to talking and get to yelling, and so this dude, he trying to talk to Bree.
He popped the trunk on you.
Yeah, they popped the trunk because one of the reasons I wear hats now, not I mean, obviously because I lost my hair, but I got a scar on the side of my head because he hit me in the head, on the side of the head with the gun.
Wow. Oh,
but,
goodness.
So one of the dudes was trying to talk to Bree that night. So I told him, hey man, you need to back up off my cousin like that though. And so that caused some more tension. And so while we in the midst of we in the middle of both cars, and all I know is I seen one dude creeping behind the car, and boom, he hits me, and the fight breaks out. Right, everybody just scrambling. I'm just trying not to fall on the ground so I don't get stumped out. All right, but lesson learned, people. Be careful, man, when you get in fender benders.
Man, don't be a simp either, Ralph.
Yeah, don't be a simp.
Wait,
but yeah,
I wasn't a simp. His man was the simp.
Nah, play.
But he was
not your man, but the boy who was with the chicks was the simp.
Right.
Yeah, so I got hit
on his cousin.
You was defending your cousin, so.
So I got hit in the head, bleed. I think I had a light concussion. I ain't go to the hospital, nothing. I just went home, woke up the next morning. You know what I'm saying? But
so your man caused this, and then the other guy caused it.
Shout out to Swab, but his short temper got us into that butt whipping. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, I'm still mad about that. If I see them dudes to this day, though, it's going on. It's on site.
Oh,
all right. Okay, forget the brotherly talk.
Brother
okay?
Mar,
it's
you
on site.
Come on, then. We're not 30s.
Nah, you right. I probably couldn't do nothing anyway. Shout out to Bree.
I don't even remember you, but
yeah. But you're so funny though. He pulled up in the same color vest I had on. I was like, this is bizarro world, but I should have known it was going bad then. But shout out to Bree, because me and her we got some crazy tales to tell.
So did Bree knock anybody out? She put the
nah, Bree didn't knock nobody out. You know
nah.
So, what was so crazy? Me and the girls was working out because she was about to give me some money for the dent.
Oh really? Oh,
because she didn't want she didn't want the insurance to get involved because she didn't want her dad to find out, right?
So insurance gonna go up.
Okay.
So she was like, what is it gonna cost? What is it gonna take? I'm like, man, just give me 100. We'll call it woo woo. She like, bet. Her and her friend gathering up the money. And soon as she started gathering up the money to give it to me, that's when this dude come behind, sneak me and hit me in the head. And then once the fight broke out, look. And then, like I said, he hit me in the head with the gun. Got a scar on my head for it.
He left?
He left? Did he left? What you mean?
Did he leave after that? He hit you with it?
Yeah. Well, they were still around because I had to walk back to the car. You know what I'm saying? Because there were so many of them that I had, you got to start the running at some point. Like, God, hands everywhere.
Did you call the insurance in?
Nah, I went down to a body and paint shop, and they knocked it out. I think for $100 too. Like I got
Did
it.
they good work? That's good.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's good work.
But yeah,
so she got off with a hit and one, and you got hit.
Yeah, she got off, man. It's all good, man. But life lessons. Man, we got plenty of stories. We got plenty of stories of that neighborhood and those days right there. And Bree, look, she got stories without me. I don't know if she can even tell them all to you. You know. But we'll leave that up to her. But we're gonna do our best to give you these great stories, man. But
that's what you see. See what Simpson got? The bull hit you with the gun.
I don't think, but he didn't hit me. He didn't hit me because of Bree, though. I mean, they was some Northsiders. They was itching for something. Like once they arrived on the scene, there was no walking away from that without a fight.
He probably thought you was cock block. That's what it was.
Maybe, who knows? But again, because Bruce Swab was talking so aggressively that night, because they were already again, the tension was already high because it was two dudes there already, right? So when it was just the two dudes, my man Swab was punking them. Like I can't front. They was on hush mouth, you know. But then when that car rolled up, and about 4 or 5 more people jump out the car.
I know.
That's when we had to be like, let's use our inside voice, okay, guys?
Yeah, let's use our inside.
Let's talk about this. But once they arrived, and it's so funny, we were trying to call out his cousins from Alabama because you remember they were there, but they were at some other part of the parking garage. Oh. We didn't have service. And so we hoping they get there soon, but they didn't. And so I got a scar on the side of my head, that keeps me mad at night sometimes. But, it was a good night. Only thing about that night is, we didn't get to seal the deal like we, again, we was simping on each other's cousin that night. And clearly nobody got none that night, guys. Nobody get none after an event like that. But nevertheless, back to my point, I just said all that to say that Will Smith, man, had to defend his wife's honor, whether we believe it was a tasteless joke or not, because I couldn't imagine going home to my woman after she felt insecure, after she felt vulnerable in a situation. Like, how did you go back as a man and say, I protected you? You can't, even though Jada took him through the mud with August Alsina. I'm in total agreement with everybody when they say Will Smith should have had that same energy for August, right? Got this young punk in your house, sleeping with your wife, all on the internet, making you look like a fool.
Well, Brother Mark, it's not even that, to be honest with you, because August he's going to go get some pussy.
Hey, look.
Hold on. Let's call it for what it is. Let's call it for what it is. What we can learn from Will is the fact that you have to make proper discretions about who you have a long-term relationship with. Mm-hmm. And then once amongst that relationship, don't be afraid to be transparent, and definitely don't be afraid to set certain boundaries. Mm-hmm. Understand, like, yes, that's your wife. Like, say if hypothetically, Wilt we so happen to know like he's setting ground rules, he's setting expectations for Jada, but Jada just not following her whole thing, right? And she gets disrespected, but they still together. Like under those pretenses, like I'm just like under those pretenses, like he would be justified for not doing anything to Chris Rock. You know what I mean? Because the point is more so like just do your discretion. Like first, don't just fall for any type of woman. And second, when you are in a relationship with a woman, be direct and transparent of what you allow and don't allow. To be honest with you, it's not even on some rule shit. Just expectations from your partner. Like absolutely. She embarrassed that man for 2 years.
Absolutely,
and that's only
longer than that. Really, you think about it through the years.
We think about it, but only because he allowed it. Because number one, he chose her from the fundamental basis of that, and number two, throughout all these years, you allowed that to transpire because you didn't show any other accountability nor reaction to stuff that you disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
So that what we can learn from the Smith family in general. Like that's one of the things we can learn.
Great point, Sturdy. Like you said, and there's no disagreement with it. Like it's about choices. And again, I don't know if Jada wasn't a great choice in the beginning, but Hollywood is Hollywood, right? You know, it turns the best of them out to something that they never imagined themselves being. And so there might be a time when Jada was the perfect, or I don't want to say perfect, but the best choice you can make. Particularly for the lifestyle that they had. But somewhere down the line, man, Hollywood does what Hollywood does. I would say this though. Regardless if I agree with Will Smith's choice and how he run his relationship, that's not my place. And so we can always have that discussion about what we as men need to do when we picking our significant other and what type of fundamental rules we need to set and boundaries and transparency we need to set in the beginning, middle, and in the relationship. Regardless of all that, and I don't agree with Will putting his hand on Chris Rock. I don't agree with hitting another black man, period, really. But in self-defense, right? And he wasn't in no threatening position. You know, just told a joke that your wife didn't like. But it's not an excuse, but I can understand the reason. Right? I can just understand the reason. And I think Citizen Lou said this the other night, freedom of speech. We can't have freedom of speech anymore. Yes, you absolutely can. You can also have the freedom to get your ass whooped too.
Facts.
And so I think that's the biggest thing when we talk about freedom of speech. Right? You can't be upset once the reaction happens to your freedom of speech. You can't control somebody's reaction. So whether you think it was mild colored or not, it's not a big deal. Clearly, in that household, if it's real and not staged like Tiffany believed, if it's real, that's the qualifier. If it was real, there's some things in that household that's been discussed before. And so in the moment, when Will seen that uncomfortable face on his wife, presumably the person he's still in love with, right? Even though I question why after all that, but like he said in the speech, love make you do crazy things. I've been a prisoner of that before. So I can understand. So when he sees his wife in that uncomfortable position, and if he made a guarantee to her in private, he got to stand up on his manhood and handle it.
But that's why,
still don't agree with it though. Go ahead.
I was saying, like, he got to set the precedent for that before they even leave the house. Like, that's I kind of want to segue into, like, Lou had a conversation like what is actual generational wealth, and what we kind of concluded from that was like real generational wealth is like you handed down habits and certain disciplines that develop a good foundation of a family, a good, you know what I'm saying, that can pass on good teachings and good information that can be practical for a person's progression. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that not only that household was introduced to Hollywood, especially for the kids at early ages, but also
sturdy pre-joint.
but also is like it's just like, and for that specific case, like you just have to set the precedent for that. I'm saying you just have to be like, listen, man, we going out. Might like say if you're taking a woman out to like a comedy strip, right? There's a potential joke's gonna be made. You know what I mean? So you like, all right, listen, we're gonna go to comedy, this and that third. Don't take anything personal, whatever. Then break. You know what I'm saying? Like the point is, you set that precedence either through that directly or through having communication and conversations throughout the time, like y'all being around one another. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if you seen my I had put it in the chat that night when we was talking about it. I think we was on True Channel, right? And I did say, I said, we'll have to know you the man of the hour. You sit in front row with Chris Rock presenting or hosting or whatever he was doing at the moment. You had to know them jokes was gonna come your way, right? So that should have been an understanding, like you said, before you left the house. But again, I don't know how Will and Jada was thinking, what type of mindset they were in. I don't know if they had a discussion with Chris before. See, these are details I don't know.
He's still on from 2016.
All right, so again, let's just say that there was some back channel talking, because I mean Hollywood can do that. Like, hey, look, tonight I don't want to be the butt of no jokes on my biggest night of my career. All right, and for again, I don't think the joke was that bad myself. Again, to lose points, she has alopecia. Like, she don't got cancer.
Like I said, brother. I don't think it was just the alopecia thing. I thought it was
I know you said
it's a double entendre joke.
No, but y'all not making light of. It's different if a woman. If I understand if I lost my hair because I got sick or something, but it is devastating if I normally had hair and my hair started to fall out because of that condition. And it's like it would hurt me to an extent that I can't grow my hair back and I gotta go out in public like this.
All right.
How you think Brother O feel?
And Brother O, this man made a series called Black Hair, yo. About black woman hair.
Yeah, like we're like that's just like it's not like if my hair is coming out on its own, I'm not doing nothing.
I can understand the mental fatigue that it would take on a woman, because again, women are judged by their beauty and standard. So I can understand that. Again, if it ain't their butt or a breast that we objectifying, it's probably their hair the next thing, right?
Brother Mario, you almost got in a fight over a True Channel about hair, okay?
He contradicted himself because he had a documentary called Black Hair about black woman's hair. He contradicted himself. No, you was talking about the woes of black women on that, John, and now you make a joke about a black woman hair. Like,
I mean, but he's a comedian.
I think it was double entendre. That's what I think. Like that. I think that's like that. That was like kind of most jokes. Like you just casually laugh, like, haha, Chris Rock made a joke. Hold on.
But in that double entendre, though, Sturdy, though, Will wouldn't laugh at that then if that's the case.
No, like that's in the beginning. That type of joke, the way he said it, like it does take a moment for like,
would it sit in? Maybe.
Yeah, like remember that's Hollywood. Everyone knows they're transparent about who does with who. You know what I'm saying? So like when I found that out, I'm like, wow, that's funny. That's like funny asshole like type shit.
That's a good nugget right there.
It didn't warrant him obviously to put hands on.
Yeah, no, he didn't do that.
I like that's
allegedly.
Well, that makes a better topic here. I believe Kanye West has the right to put hands on Pete Davidson now. I'm actively rooting for that, okay? And I'm not a Kim Kardashian fan either. But again, that ain't my wife. That's his wife. And Kanye, some reason.
Did he do anything physically disrespectful, or it just words?
It's just words, but sometimes you got to put the white man in his place.
Man, that was his friend. He used to hang out with him.
Pete Davidson, what is he then?
He's mixed.
He mixed.
No, he's not mixed. He's white.
He's not mixed.
He's mixed.
Are you sure?
No, he's not.
He said he was mixed.
He lied.
He's not.
He lied his ass off.
And I just want to say to my white YouTube audience, I don't hate you. All right?
Hey, brother. Oh, the reason why Pete
these are jokes. White YouTube
deserve hands because he used to be friends with Kanye. So basically, he strategically sat around till it got worse and scooped her up.
You know, but this is what's funny about Hollywood to me. I don't get. If I'm in Hollywood and I got a fine wife or attractive wife or a sought after wife, I don't trust her with any of my Hollywood elite friends. Because today they're your friends and tomorrow they're your babysitter.
I don't become your rivals.
Yeah, I was horribly mistaken. This man is white.
He could about to say he Eastern Europe Caucasian, ain't he? Look at
he's white.
Exactly. Now I agree. Now people
Google said Davis's father is predominantly Jewish ancestry with his mother Irish ancestry. This man is pure vitamin D.
He got at least he the Irish part. He the nigger of the whites. Then you know that the Irish are considered the niggers of whites. So
they just more drunk than whites. That's the only. That's like.
Well, still the least and forgotten of the white Europe race. But yeah, that obviously I'm not wanting Kanye to go beat up no Pete Davidson. But I do think it's something about that just disturbed me though when you put text messages out that you in the bed with my wife.
Yeah, that's just corny to me. Like, why are you saying that? And DL Hughley, somebody gonna kick your ass. I don't somebody see you in public.
Hold on, y'all know that's the same woman that other dudes have made songs about, right?
I know, sir. I know.
Top of the charts. Ray J's a legend for that, bro. Top of the charts, man.
But from what I understand, though, Kanye and Ray J got an understanding for what, as weird as that might sound. I don't get it, but they have an understanding, right? And he's not. You know, he made a song about it and whatnot. That is a part of his life story that was before Kanye.
And also, that's the reason why he wanted Kim, because of
this is in the moment.
The shit Ray J did.
You were taunting me with my wife, and now my wife with kids now. Like my kids gotta watch these.
Kids. And everybody was talking about Kanye, about him. First of all, I'm not gonna have my daughter. He has a right to say that. I'm not gonna have my daughter. How old is she? 7, 8 years old. What is she doing on there anyway? I don't care. I don't want no grown men. These men are crazy that they looking at my daughter.
Yeah.
I'm not playing that. If she is a teenager, that's a different story. I may be old fashioned, but I am not allowing you on the internet have your own page and stuff at 8 years old.
Well, you're
yeah, hell no.
No, right. And so look, it is what it is with that. I mean, but again, we can't make sense out of ignorance, right? You know, Hollywood gonna be Hollywood. Today, Kanye, tomorrow somebody else, right? Today, Will Smith, tomorrow somebody else.
Yeah, that's what I said. Somebody else about to come with a big scandal. I don't know who it is. And next, if I'm leaving alone.
So, and that's to your point. That's what part of me that think it is to stage a little bit too, because I'm on the fence about it. But again, there's some more pressing things in the world that's happening right now. And I think that was used as a distraction. Like we already know what's going on with the Ukraine situation, but again, Joe Biden just came out and said that there's major food shortage on the way, which we've been saying that
giving that shit to Ukraine and shit.
Which we've been saying this for years anyway. Like the food shortage is going to be a day and time and a dark hour in this country. That food and other resources are going to be scarce, and we're going to go do a really dark time in this country.
I think I better start stocking up now. I'm good with toilet paper. I need to start.
I need some toilet paper too.
What foods would last long so I can go ahead and start stocking up now?
Beans for sure.
Yeah, beans.
Yeah.
Handguns, frozen foods.
Yeah, brother Mark, you need to have a health segment because I would tell my story. A lot of y'all don't know, so.
You ate too many rib tips? What happened?
It's a story, but it's a good ending. I'm gonna say it like that.
Oh, okay, that's good to hear.
All right, go ahead, Tiff. I'm gonna go look for something. Go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't say this stuff. What you call it? You said. I was giving you topics, sir.
But yeah, frozen foods like
so
frozen vegetables.
So start off with the beans first, and then I'll start off with that.
Some tuna, some canned tuna.
I love tuna. Yeah, so I would. I might eat that though. So I gotta behave with that tuna.
Like get some.
Yeah, I used to like tuna. I don't like tuna too much anymore.
Like instead of like canned soup, stock up on some vegetable stock, so you can make your own like soup. With the frozen vegetables,
the frozen vegetables you can use with the okay.
What else? Like
I'm gonna have to start making my list.
Canned tomatoes, so you can make
Oh
your
yeah, I
own
used to
pasta.
love canned tomatoes. My grandmother raised me on
So you
canned
can make your own
tomatoes when I
pasta
could do.
sauce and all that. What else? Stock up on like tea bags so you can make your own tea.
Tea,
Like
yeah, especially if they talking about Rob, you know it get cold where we at, so yeah.
Yeah, so to your point, Steve, I'll probably do a segment with that one day. I'm pretty sure that's gonna get less likes on it, but
It's why would it get less? One thing about
uh,
our little sports community, we even though
That's
we
funny.
do support each other now.
yeah, that's true. But you know how it's back. But I'll probably do that because you do need to start stocking your food. You should have been
Mm-hmm.
started, but
Yes. Yeah.
it's never too late to get started. You know, but I will do something. I'm how to eat to live. Uh, I'm, look, I'm gonna pull right out of this. This is a lifesaver. This is what saved in my opinion, my mom's life when she was going
what's
through cancer, and the doctor
what's that?
told us that's How to Eat to Live by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Oh, but
Right. And so when the doctor sat there and told me in my face that my mom was going to die, basically, that there was nothing they can do for her, incurable. That's what they told us. Incurable. That's why I said we need to start getting second and third opinions when we go to the doctors and going to outside sources. Because if I would have stuck with them, my mom probably wouldn't be here today. So it took me to go read books to understand the medical jargon and try to get some answers. And thank God that the health system was stalling because they was messing with our insurance.
Right.
So so I thank God for that. Them stalling probably helped us save her life even more. Because it gave me an opportunity to research and look and read. And I want to thank all the doctors that did help. And I want to special shout out to Dr. CB's wife. I spoke to her personally. I probably try to do a stream about that one day, or at least not. I don't want to say a whole stream, but I spoke to her personally. His wife in Florida, not New York, Florida, the one in
oh
Florida.
yeah, multiple wives.
Yeah, yeah, two wives. So, but that's for sure. So we ain't gonna stay too long on this, but wrapping it down. I just going back to the 2K so everybody can be reminded that we will be doing an all-time draft next month.
Oh shoot, I gotta start doing my research.
When we do the NFL, and I'm gonna go back over it. So, but when we go to the NFL 2K, we probably do that year, like present, but we're gonna do all-time 2K for the NFL, but we won't go past 2000. Right, because I think that was the problem the first time we did the all-time in the Madden simulation.
You said I gotta really do my research here. Oh my goodness.
We'll go
Right,
past
so
2000.
yeah, so
I gotta go
basically,
back 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I gotta find. I gotta see. Let me see what Washington. What's
well, yeah, you ain't got to go that far again. 2000. I'm saying if they was in 19, if they didn't play in 2000 and up, you can't pick them. Right, so 1999 and backwards, we don't even try
Yeah,
to
that's
pick
what
them.
I said. You know how you gotta really refresh your memory. Like I gotta really do some research.
Right, so
Shit,
and the only
that's when
reason
football was bad.
And the only reason I'm doing it away because when we did the 2K draft, not the 2K, but the NFL Madden draft, half the players wasn't available, right?
Yeah,
Most
that's
of the
it.
guys,
Yeah, they said that
you know
was
what
the
I'm saying?
problem.
I picked OJ Simpson on my team. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, he wasn't gonna be on there. So that's why I'm doing it. The cap is 2000. So the best players from 2000 on up when we do the all-time Madden
I
draft.
do have a
Oh,
question.
you saying 2000? Okay, I got still
Yeah,
do my
2000 and
research.
up. Go, what's
So
up, DJ?
yeah, listen, participating in these tournaments have been very hard for me. You know, listen, I just want to know this tournament can be fair, honest, and done with integrity and the purest of dignity.
Neon, what are you trying to say here, sir?
I'm just saying, sometimes I feel like I'm watching these games. And I'm like, did I pick this team or did some other clown did? Because
Look, Dion, all I can tell you is, brother, that's the way it turned out. I hate to say it. I have not.
nah.
Only team that I had to do twice was in NYC Young Boy, Cap a lot Young Boy,
Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
I forgot to start because he asked me to start somebody, so I started him. But it's so funny because Dame, what he wanted to bench, won the game. That's the game he won. The game he started Westbrook is the game he lost. So that's why I had him pick which one did he want to use. I didn't tell him which game he won, obviously, but I said, pick the one you want, and that's the one you're gonna go with. And he picked the losing team. So that's what allowed J Mac to go to the second round.
Yeah, because he wasn't that better either. His team wasn't that better.
Hey man, Tiffany, you gotta get that hate at your heart, okay?
What? It wasn't. They both couldn't shoot.
Anyway, so that's what's coming up for the tournament. And man, like I said, man, be on the lookout for better stuff, better conversation, better topics. Hopefully we can get through one day for this capping.
Yeah, don't worry. If I'm similar to you, where the hell was you at?
Yeah, I heard about this new stimulus they trying to give out for gas prices.
Yeah, I did hear about that, Rob. What's going on again?
Well, they said since inflation is so high, they're trying to give out stimulus because for the gas prices and stuff. And they
what's the details?
What's the catch to this? I gotta be a catch.
Like $850.
I can eat that in a week. Yeah, right.
Wait a minute, you can eat that in a week?
Yeah, eat that whole. I can take care of that, man. $850 in a week, and man, come on.
It is what it is with that. Gas prices is extremely high. Better start walking.
Shit, I'm already doing it, man.
And then next year, you say you're trying to tax the wealthy with the $5.8 trillion budget they got next year. So they're trying to tax the wealthy.
What's the tax rate for the wealthy? What is it, like still 39%?
We do need to become more strategic in our finances. That's why I might try to see if I can get Bees and Lou one day. We can try to iron something out.
Yeah. You got Bees' number. You gotta get asked him.
And so, yeah, we're gonna do that. Trey Chambers. Trust me, that all-time NBA tournament is gonna be next month. So have your notifications out for that, Trey. Probably second week, maybe we'll see. But it's gonna be a Sunday's draft. I'm gonna have to iron the details out with Bree, or I'm gonna try to get other good friend of mine, Cece. Maybe she can come on in. But I don't know about her because she. Anyway, shut up. But that's gonna happen, Trey. Again, we're gonna have many variations of the 2K and Madden, and if we can get enough baseball fans, we're gonna do a baseball one as well.
Again, I couldn't do that one.
That'd be fun, actually. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we can do a baseball one as well. Again, it's gonna be gifts. We're gonna have more cash rewards. I'm gonna have some merch as gift once I get my merchandise set up, my merch to set up. So I'm gonna have some good goodies to go out to people, man. For participating in these drafts, they have a little bit of leverage on it. That's why I'm trying to do it with the most pristine integrity that you can. And I don't think I'm gonna be in most of these drafts because it's look. I was watching that game with Mac Def. I wanted to throw the TV away. Right, and so it's just too. And plus, I already know the outcome of. I like to watch it with y'all, and so obviously I can't because I'm doing them.
Right.
I don't do fantasy football, young boy, because that's kind of like gambling, and so that's against my religion. We don't get into that. But so I might not do too many more drafts, but if I do, it'd be mainly because if we got an odd number of teams and we need to get an even number of teams, I might just throw my whatever. But Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of variations, man. I wanted people to pay attention more to these games. I don't know how much. I mean, I'm getting anywhere from 40 to 860 views on them. So again, I don't know if that's just some of y'all just watching y'all team over and over again or what. But I wanted y'all to watch them closely because I wanted to put like an all-star team together of who y'all thought was playing the best and play an all-star team with it.
Well, I know who wasn't playing. It was James Harden and Dame Leonard was selling people. So they off the team automatically.
Nah, but I guess I'll say this now. Tiff, you got a reward coming yourself for this draft.
Why?
Because Tiff has been the mainstay on each one of these games. Every time I looked at it, Tiff was there. So I want to thank you, Tiff. So I'm gonna give you a little cash reward as well.
Oh, I appreciate that, brother. Anything for all the channels. I like to support all the channels.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Tiff, man, I appreciate that commitment.
yeah.
I
Even though
get
I
it.
be the only one in the chat saying something.
Right.
But
So that's why I got to reward you,
Wait a minute, I
man.
give my 2 cents.
yeah.
Wait a minute.
Right. I feel you, then. Look, but
Yeah, Dion tried to chip. Where was you
so
at, Dion, with the last one?
I was too busy
Yeah.
being mad, brooding over my team losing. But
yeah,
you
and I knew that was gonna happen once teams
I ain't
started
gonna
to
lie.
fall out. People would lose interest because their team wasn't in it, and they were like, "Hey,
I
That's
tuned into
why
the last
I,
one.
I wanted to go live with discussion like we were doing on U3, so we can keep people invested. But again, I was trying to wait on CD to come through and
Mhm.
hook my camera up and all that. And but so whatever, and so we'll just move on forward until I get it going. So and plus, True was hogging up all the programming. He was going live every night. Like Nat said, man, he had some child support. He had to get going or something. You know.
True had to clean his uniform. What I'm saying, had to drill.
But salute to True, obviously, man. Look, again, salute
Mhm.
to True the King TV. If y'all can see the TV back there, that's True the King YouTube channel on that. I don't know which one, but when I get the camera, you probably be able to see my background a whole lot better, right? So, and the purpose of why I put that there on my TV like that is because I always want to show some honor and respect and homage to the people that came before me and people that have been doing it before me. And so, no matter how much True Cap, he was a person in this space that I had to look up to, right? Because he was doing it before me, and and I think he's done a wonderful job with his channel. And hopefully, he'll continue to grow and he can get that 30K subscribers like a month.
Yeah, we gotta get, but Ralph, we gotta keep you awake on these streams. I mean, I don't know what's
That
Throw
that,
cold water
that
I'm
on him.
glad. I'm
that's
glad
for
he did.
sure.
I'm glad he did get Citizen Lou the duties of host when he falls asleep. That Citizen Lou is in charge.
Speaking of that, Tiff, last night did True because once I got off, I seen the stream and ended. So did True like give me like uh I guess like what did you give me like some type of leeway on the channel or something like because did I have control of the channel or something?
No, I think it was. I don't. Sometimes this channel be acting like that. It'll like we'll restream. It'll end. It wasn't you. It just ends. Cause me and Ralph could test. We thought we didn't know the stream ended, and we still was talking for another hour or two. I think it was me, Dion, and him. I said, y'all, the stream ended. We
Last
didn't
night?
even know.
DM went
No,
on last night. It was
no, it
okay.
was like other nights. It been like
Oh.
that. We didn't even know the stream ended. We was just stilly talking.
Oh, okay. Because I know Shay was in the middle of saying something, so I was like, I'm about to get off real quick, and and as soon as I got off, I seen that the stream had ended. I said,
Yeah,
well,
cause me
dang.
and Tracy said the stream at there. We was like, and we was like, all right, well, holla at
Okay, well, anyway, so that means saying, well, shout out to True, man. Shout out to U3, Cisco and J Mac, man. Uh, Special shout out to them because behind the scenes, those brothers were encouraging me to do this and believe that I can, that my podcast or my YouTube channel has something to offer to the space and that it can be somewhat successful. We'll see. I might not be as intriguing as most people think. We'll find out, right? So I just want to say a shout out to them. Obviously, shout out to Lamont for being one of the bigger YouTubers on in space as far as our sports space. And Bang, obviously, he doing this thing. So everybody, man, because I don't want to try to name everybody and forget, and then they say, man, why you hating? But so, man, I just want y'all to be on the lookout for a bunch of stuff. I probably won't be as consistent with live streaming right now, just because, again, I got a lot of stuff going on, and I got a vision for this channel that if it's not done to that expectation, I don't want to do it. So, but if True not going on one night and it's just like seem like there's a gap, a space in the time, and it seems like nobody's going on, I'll get on just so we can have something to do. We can kick it. Oh, SB for sure. That's what I'm talking about. Young boy, appreciate that, young boy. SB for sure. Even though they be capping on that chicken spot in Chicago.
You probably went to the wrong one. That's what he brought.
Man, I was in the hood. That's where you're supposed to go. That's what the best chicken at in the hood.
He probably would have told you a better one. Yeah,
I was gonna get shot in Chicago for that chicken. Yeah, nah. But yeah, so
probably would shoot.
Oh, yeah, look.
Yeah, wait a minute, Dion, you from there? You could ask shit.
I should have called Dion. Dion, where was you at when I was in Chicago?
Man, I'm in the burbs, man. Don't ask me about the city. Don't ask me about this. Listen,
okay. You want to get Uber Eats in the city?
Yeah,
you are uppity Negro, huh? I see
listen, man.
All right, no worries though, man. Look, Chicago, I love that city though, man. My uncle lived there for years. Well, he was my uncle by marriage, but I think I told that story before. He was a pimp in Chicago. When we went there, man, it's just a beautiful time, beautiful place. Regardless of what the media says about Chicago and our black community there's some talented young brothers and sisters there, man, that we just got to spear in the right direction. Look, there's a hood in every city and state, man. So we got to do better.
Right, with every race.
Yep, that's the truth.
So we ain't gonna just pick out Chicago, even though Chicago, it is a problem. But everywhere's a problem.
A lot of corruption from the government. You can't blame the people all the time.
So hopefully, we'll get into some conversations like that too. Again, because my hope is not to be primarily sports, even though it seems like a contradiction because it's called the draft board. But that's because I'm going to do a lot of draft. So, it just made sense. But maybe if I do get a big enough following, I'll make a second channel and, it'll be separate things. Because I don't want to limit myself to just sports. I think I don't want to limit y'all to sports because I believe y'all have a lot to offer to the conversation than just sports. We've all spoke on many issues. I respect everyone's mind here. Tiffany, Ralph, Dion, so on and so on. So I don't think we need to limit y'all to sports. Like, let's understand the depth of y'all intelligent or your intellect, because I believe y'all are very intelligent people, and y'all should be able to speak more than just sports. We don't always have to come with numbers and facts for basketball players. We can come with statistics and facts for other things outside of sports, right? The things that really help us move as a culture. So that's my mission with this channel, to give information, to give knowledge, but to do it in a fun and light way, right? So don't worry, I'm not gonna censor your conversation if you cussing and whatnot, even though I would advise you not to, because I'm not big on cussing, but I won't tell you to shut up every time you cuss, right? I'm gonna let the individuals be individuals. I just hope you be mindful that we can always have fun without the filth.
Right. Respect the platform always.
So that's the goal here. We're gonna have major fun, good clean fun though, right? It don't always have to be the shoot 'em up, bang bang type of. Even though I'm pretty sure between Ralph, Bees, and some of y'all gonna push some buttons and it's gonna get hot on here some nights.
Oh yeah, the old man. The old man can do something.
But that's okay. I'm gonna allow it. But I don't want that to be the main objective or focus of this channel, man. So
Lil be getting hot too, though. Ralph,
yeah.
Lil be getting hot too.
Right. And once Anti find us, you know how Anti.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, that microphone, that's like a megaphone.
Yeah, we're gonna have to volume down our mics and just
Right. Well, shout out to Anti because he is at everything. He is entertaining to listen to and watch because look, Cap, he brings something special to the space, man, and that's undeniable. Even though he's wrong as hell about the movies, so don't worry, I'm gonna do a stream about movies, music. I think I want to do a stream probably this weekend. We'll see. What has happened to R&B, particularly male R&B?
Oh, that's gonna be a good one. You mean males?
Absolutely.
And females.
I'll be the first one on here.
So be prepared for that R&B topic. I'm probably gonna get some copyright on that one because I'm gonna play some music. All right.
I know. You make sure you play Joe all the things your man won't do. That's my top song.
And make sure there's no more than 2 dudes up here. All right.
Yeah, wait. Dion, we're gonna stop this.
See, and that's the thing, Dion. So when I do have again, that's gonna be open discussion panel, but again, I plan to have recorded stuff. Again, edited and stuff. So again, when I get with Bree, she's in Dallas, so I'm gonna get studios or something. And me and Bree gonna get in there. We're gonna get in there with other women. And we're gonna have a women spirited debate topics.
Finally, some diversity.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, Dion, watch yourself, sir.
So I'm gonna try to have some beautiful, beautiful women on this podcast that y'all can listen to and enjoy and respect. But also learn something from. I don't want these women to just be eye candy for you. Again, because every woman that I bring here, they have some substance to them, right?
Right.
Again, if you think they look cute, that's one thing, but they also have a great mind. So I just want to be mindful of that. Like, don't get me wrong, we're gonna get into some of the ratchet stuff, that's for sure. I'm not even gonna lie to you, brother. We'll get into some ratchet stuff because I know my people. I know we like the ratchet talk, but we're gonna get into some intellectual talk as well. So when we do those type of shows or whatever, those probably be more recorded and there's gonna be edited stuff, but it's gonna be good television. I promise you that, man. It's gonna be good conversation, good topics, and it's gonna be some good laughs. So I hope y'all tune into those. So Bree, if you watch at some point tomorrow, get ready. And we got a family union coming up, so Bree, I don't need none of your stuff. I was about to say shit. I said it anyway. But anyway, look, I ain't gonna hold anybody too much, man. This has been a hell of a first night stream. Fool's goal. It's the Celtics fool's goal. I think so. With the injury, I believe the Philadelphia 76ers with James Harden is fool's goal until he proves otherwise. I'm a big believer in the Phoenix Suns. Hitman X has been screaming from a mountain top for the last 2 years about his team. Jaheim and D'Angelo. Oh yeah, facts. Those are two. Even though Jaheim's a crackhead now, though, in Mortal Highlights. But fool's gold. Was it staged? Tiffany believes so. I'm on the fence. I don't know. I got to see some more development with that. But either way, I'll say we need to stop. We need to get off of Will Smith case. I know y'all believe he's a simp, but he is a simp that got a whole lot of money and a whole lot of resources and a whole lot of power where you can go on the Oscars and smack a man on live television and nothing happens to you. Nobody even escorted that man out the building. Now, if Rick Ross went up there, they would have put his black ass in jail. I'm telling you that right now. So Will Smith is a different type of breed.
I know. Diddy can't talk. He loves slapping people back.
Yeah, he can slap Drake. Right?
Allegedly.
So allegedly, right? Allegedly. We don't want to do that to Brother Love. Brother Love is he called nowadays. Even though he making people walk for cheesecake and whatnot. That's gonna be a topic too. That making that band like look, when I say I got some stuff coming down the pipe, some conversations and topics, y'all be ready, man. It's sure to cause a lot of screaming and yelling, right? But That's what we want sometimes. So with that being said, though, man, I want to send a special salute to Tiff, Ralph, Sturdy, Dion, man, for coming through. Bro. Mac Def, Young Boy, Trey, Immortal, everybody that came by, Nat that came by for a little second. I know she probably sleep, so hopefully she'll watch this tomorrow. So Nat, be prepared for the next live stream, Nat. So with that saying, man, I just want to say salute to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, and hopefully this will get better and better as time go on. And I hope y'all continue to stay on the journey with me. So with that being said, man, salute to all y'all, man. See y'all when I see y'all.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right, brother.
All right.
See y'all.
Good night, everyone.